Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Gadget-Based Quirk? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kaken. Guys, wait up. A 9-year-old boy with green hair called Midoriya shouted, as he ran to catch up with the other boys ahead of him. The blonde, leading the group, growled. Seriously, Deku? You're not ever getting into you, so why don't you just F off? He spat at the greenette who just gave him a determined look. You don't know that, was all he countered with, which just got the blonde to tisk, but continue on. Fine, whatever. Maybe having you see what you're never gonna get will be fun anyways. Midoriya just frowned. That's just mean, Kaken. The other boys just laughed at the banter, while Midoriya rubbed his arm unconsciously, a burn hidden beneath his sleeve. He shook his head. Kaken meant well and he could just focus on what they were doing. He felt a little guilty about doing this, as he was sure his mother would be quite worried when he didn't come back at the usual time. He wasn't going to go along with Kaken's idea in the first place, until he thought he could prove to the blonde he was just as brave as him. Which is how he found himself behind his friends, as they all looked around for the school that they had come here looking for. There! One of the boys shouted, pointing to a building shaped like a giant H, covered in so many glass windows. UA High School, the school both Midoriya and Kaken wanted to attend. The greenette smiled as he took it in. I will get there one day. Come on. Let's get closer. Bakugou said with that cocky grin of his, and Izuku's own smile faltered. Wait, what? That doesn't seem like a good idea. His apprehension must have showed, because Kaken sneered at him with a glint in his eyes. What's the matter, Deku? Afraid? You can go run back home like the coward you are anytime. He met the blonde's eyes, and his apprehension became determination. The boys laughed, and Bakugou growled lightly as the greenette pushed past them all and began stomping across the street towards the school. And in a single instance, everything went wrong. A skidding noise got his attention and he turned to see a car barreling right towards him, a scruffy man with black hair and clothing looking horrified at what he saw. Kid, look out. You. Before he knew what was happening and before he could move. Screech. Bang. Ah. He screamed in pain as the car hit him head-on. The driver tried to slow down but still was going too fast to avoid the collision, sending the young boy careening across the street, face scraping against the road. The last thing he saw, as his consciousness faded, was the horrified face of a pro hero. Hey, isn't that Ira's head cool? With that thought, the inky void enveloped him. Shota Aizawa wasn't a man who was easily frightened, but watching a young defenseless kid take an automobile to the face was a great way to get his heart rate to skyrocket. Immediately following the collision, everyone seemed to freeze for a moment as the green-haired child just let out an unintelligible noise into the ground before passing out. Recovering first, Aizawa quickly hopped off the roof and shattered the window of the car, erasing the two men inside's quirks and yanking the door open. The driver tried to make an escape, but he was quickly yanked out the car and thrown to the dirt. The passenger put up his hands in surrender and just got out. Aizawa turned to try to hurry to the kid, but the driver wasn't done apparently, launching at the pro. Not having time for this now, Aizawa grabbed the man's hands in his capture scarf and yanked him forward, smashing his head of the door and falling into the dirt dazed. Sit right there, the pro demanded, before bolting to the child who had been hit, skidding to his knees and just gritting his teeth as they got bruised up in the process. There were more important things to worry about. Kid, can you hear me? Say something if you can hear me. The boy remained quiet and his heart jumped. He put his head down, quickly checking the boy's pulse and heartbeat at the same time. Still alive, good. He picked the boy up and turned to see the villains he'd been chasing trying to make a getaway. Fortunately, a teacher from UA, Miss Midnight, who had long black hair and a tight-fitting white spandex outfit, was walking out at the same time. Midnight. Villains right there. Get them quick, then deal with the kids in that forest. I'm going to the recovery wing. He quickly explained, sprinting past the confused woman, but a look back revealed she was following the command as desired. Letting out a sigh, Aizawa put his full focus into getting to the infirmary. Hold on, kiddo. Will just be a few moments until I got you to Recovery Girl. True to his word, the pro arrived at their destination in less than 5 minutes, completely out of breath. The nurse inside, Recovery Girl, an old woman with a short stature, turned with a look of befuddlement. Shota? Is that a child? Robbers hit him with a car. The scruffy man explained between breaths, setting the kid down on one of the beds. The nurse's face darkened and she hit the man hard. Oh, what was that for? You could have worsened his injuries, running like that. I swear you talk all the time about being rational, but one child gets hurt and you lose your own ability to act sensible. She scolded, immediately setting to work and looking over the boy Aizawa had brought in. How fast was the car going? Well, the driver tried to slow it down. Aizawa explained, taking a seat nearby to catch his breath. Still wasn't a good break. We were probably still traveling about 15 miles per hour. The kid was more effective than that handbrake. Remind me to never let you drive if you are going to use the bodies of children as a means to slow down. Recovery Girl huffed, as she prodded the teen in various places and checked his breathing. I wasn't exactly planning to. How is he? The scruffy pro asked as he leaned. But he couldn't believe this was how his day was going. He'd just been in the small little city down the road from the school when an alarm had gone off and he'd seen the two robbers making a break for it, using their quirk to cause havoc to prevent them from being followed. So Aizawa decided to just hop aboard the top of their car, clinging on for dear life with his capture tape so that they had nowhere to run. One of his more reckless plans, but he was the only pro around, and he didn't have many options. Now, all of a sudden, he had a kid who could have died because he was too slow to stop them. What was the little boy even doing in front of you? He was too young to be a student. Groaning, he sat back. Before Recovery Girl could answer, the doors slid open. Looking over, he saw Midnight with a concerned expression on her face. All right, police just came and got the villains and I have those kids waiting with the principal. What the hell happened? She demanded, and Aizawa sighed as he stood up and regaled the tale to her. Her expression turned from worry to horror at what had occurred. Is he gonna be okay? As long as Shota didn't add any extra injuries, I should be able to heal him up. Chances are we're gonna have to keep him here a while though, to keep an eye on him. The nurse explained as ran a hand over the child's head. Poor thing will probably be terrified when he wakes up. No. Don't. The child suddenly muttered, getting everyone's attention. They looked among each other, surprised. Must be dreaming. Recovery Girl muttered, ready to stop paying it any mind when the child spoke up again, with a phrase that deeply disturbed the 3 UA staff members. Catch can. Stop hurting me. It burns Kaken? Kaken? Aizawa questioned with a raised brow. Who's Kaken? Shota. Midnight spoke up, getting the pro's attention, and he saw an uncomfortable look on her face. Those kids you had me go get. When they were talking with each other, one of them called the other the same thing. Which one? The scruffy pro demanded, starting to worry about what they had just chanced upon. Blonde one loud. Honestly, kind of an a-hole. She explained, and the teacher sighed. What do you think he's actually dreaming about? I have no idea. Aizawa shrugged, before turning to her. Go get Nizu, he'll want to know about this. Shota. Look at this, Recovery Girl. And the pro turned to see the woman lifting up the boy's shirt sleeve, revealing a nasty burn at the top of his shoulder. I don't think it's the only one. Suddenly, I have an urge to go through with that children in place of breaks idea. Midoriya never liked his maths teacher. The man was mean and rude. He was also a heavy smoker, and didn't seem to care about what it would do to his students' own health or his own. Class had just got out and the man had stormed off, after a particularly heated shouting match with Bakugou, the maths teacher being one of the few teachers willing to get into arguments with the blonde, most of them too scared of the child to actually say anything. The blonde himself was still clearly seething over this, and Midoriya quickly tried to hurry out, not wanting to be the outlet for Bakugou's ire like he always was. He wasn't fast enough. Deku, come here. He demanded, and the greenette froze. He looked back and saw a look on his friend's face that made it clear he should just listen. I want to show you something. He slowly made his way to the blonde, terrified of being exploded, but the blonde didn't move to use his quirk. Instead, he picked something off the desk and showed it Midoriya, who gasped. It was their math teacher's lighter. Kaken, maybe you shouldn't dash. Shut up, Deku, and just. There's a little trick I want to show you. He explained, and the greenette gulped at his tone. The blonde just the lighter and made sure he saw the amount it was putting out. Now, I'm gonna make it way bigger. As he said that, the blonde took of the metal plating and started fiddling with a small part on it, looping it around over and over until he was satisfied. Tada! Kachan said with a grin, as the flame shot 4 times as high as before, almost like a miniature flamer now, and Midoriya's eyes twinkled. Oh, that's so cool! Midoriya said with a smile, surprised to actually be enjoying himself. Of course he should have realized he shouldn't let his guard down. Why don't you see it close, Deku? The blonde asked, grabbing the greenette's arm forcefully and moving the lighter closer. No, Kaken. Don't. Kaken! He shouted, trying to pull away but lacking the strength to break away from the blonde. He let out a howl of pain as the fire started to hit his body, and tears began to form in his eyes. Stop hurting me. It burns, Kaken. What's the matter, Deku? I thought you'd be used to them by now. Fissy dash. Boom. The greenette fell back, hissing in pain and clutching his arm while his chest ached from the force of the explosion that just knocked him over. The blonde just leaned over and dropped the lighter on him. The only thing you're good for is stress relief, so at least there's that, I guess. The blonde laughed as he walked off, leaving the boy alone and cowering. In pain and alone. Soon enough, the maths teacher came back as Midoriya cried on the floor, and instead of reading the situation properly, like any teacher, he just looked for the immediate excuse to punish the quirkless kid. The F are you doing with my lighter? He barked, pulling the greenette to his feet. Get your butt to the principal, you're gonna serve detention if you think you can steal my sheet. Midoriya just hurried out, not bothering to argue. He never did. What would be the point? No one ever took his side. He just continued crying as he went to be punished for being the victim. Young man. Just the freak no one wanted to deal with. Young man. His eyes shot open and immediately he realized something was wrong as he saw the white ceiling that wasn't his own. What? Ah, good to see you're awake now. A voice chirped, and Midoriya looked down, only for his eyes to go wide at what he saw. There was a bear or mouse or something hybrid, leaning on his bed. Behind him, there stood 2 people that made the boy's jaw drop. Midnight? Eraserhead? He questioned surprised, then he recognized the hybrid. Oh, you're Nizu. Laughing, the hybrid clapped his paws together. Well, it seems your memory is still intact, that's good. I'm surprised you can recognize all of us, though, especially Eraserhead. Oh, well, I really love heroes, the boy said, with a bright smile that caused Midnight to coo. I like to take notes and watch fights. It's hard to get notes on Eraserhead though. I only have 5 on him. 5 notes is quite small. Aizawa commented relieved, before the greenette spoke up again. Oh no, I meant 5 pages. I tend to have 7 or 8 on most people. The boy said, and the pro just felt his jaw drop. He knew professional reporters who had actively worked with the pro with less information than that. But why are you all ow ow ow? Suddenly the boy hissed as he put a hand to his chest, and Nizu frowned, while Recovery Girl came around and quickly set him back. Easy kiddo, you're in an infirmary right now. You're probably gonna be a little sore. Infirmary? Wait, you're Recovery Girl. The boy giggled excitedly as he recognized her, and the woman nodded with a small smile. Correct, I'm surprised you could tell. Most people lost interest in me after I lost my good looks. Apparently my old age turned people away. That's not fair. Izuku pouted, crossing his arms. You're amazing. That doesn't change 'cause you're old. Well, aren't you a sweetheart? Recovery Girl laughed. Now, how are you feeling? And what's your name, if you can tell us? I'm sore but I don't feel too bad, the boy said, and the woman let out a sigh of relief. And I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Ah, Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Midoriya, Nizu said with a happy smile, which got returned with one of the boy's own. Now, do you know where you are? No, sir. The child shook his head, and the hybrid laugh. Well, you're at UA High. Nizu revealed, and the greenette's eyes went wide. Mr. Midoriya? I'm at Udata High? He questioned back, and the hybrid nodded. With the confirmation, the boy's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fell back into his pillow. Well, I hope this won't be pattern. Nizu said amused as Recovery Girl placed a hand on the boy's head. Talking with him will be pretty hard if he keeps passing out. With that comment, the heroes waited once more the greenette to come to so they could talk to him once more. I'm at you, Izuku muttered quietly when he came to again, having only passed out for a minute out of shock. I'm at? Yes, though that does beg the question if you don't mind us asking. Why exactly are you? You're too young to be a student. Aizawa dived right into the heart of the matter, getting a light smack from Recovery Girl for it. Oh, well. At the boy's nervous look, Midnight gave her most comforting smile she could manage, sitting at the edge of his bed. It's okay, kid, no one will be mad at you. You're not in trouble or anything. She reassured calmly, patting his knee gently. The scruffy pro behind her just rolled his eyes. For someone with a history of being inappropriate, she had always been surprisingly good with kids. Well, Midoriya swallowed, eased by her presence. I came here with my friends. I didn't think it was a good idea, but the others were teasing me and I didn't want Kaken to think I was scared. The greenette suddenly froze up and didn't continue, eyes flashing with fear as if he'd said something wrong. It didn't help Aizawa's growing sense of unease that something wasn't quite right with the kid's life. Midoriya, who's Kaken? Nizu asked, having been informed by the teachers already of the boy's dream. The child didn't answer straight away, before opening his mouth. His answer was short and simple. My friend. And a complete lie. Maybe the greenette himself didn't realize it, but Midnight had been a teacher long enough to spot the more subtle tells that people didn't learn to hide. The slight flinch, the hesitation, the worry just bringing him up that flashed by his face. She gently reached forward and waited to see how he reacted. When he gave no negative response, she set her hand on his head and met his eyes with a kind smile. Midoriya, you appreciate us pros, right? She asked, and he nodded. Ruffling his hair slightly, she gave him a slightly more pointed look. And you know you should tell us the truth always, so we can help, right? But I'm not lying. Oh dear, of course not. She said, removing her hand. She then pointed to his arm. But I'm afraid you already revealed a bit about this Kaken kid in your sleep. The greenette paled at that. No one will be mad. We just want to help, okay? She continued to reassure, and the other teachers waited patiently. Just tell us everything, okay? We're on your side. Everyone says that. The greenette blurted out bitterly before his eyes went wide. I'm sorry. Kid, it's okay. Aizawa spoke up again, grasping at his capture tape, instantly understanding the implication behind what he said. We're not most people, we're pros and we want to help. But, the greenette bit his lip, clearly hesitant to continue at all. Finally, he spoke up quietly. No one ever means it. They always take Kaken's side because he's the one with the strong power. We won't do that, okay? Midnight reassured, stroking his leg. The child finally seemed to be opening up, a look of hope and yet apprehension on his face. When we were kids, me and Kaken, we wanted to be heroes. We still do. The boy explained, and the teachers nodded. I assume that's why you take notes? Preparing. Aizawa hazarded a guess, and the greenette nodded. Smart thinking. Means you're actually serious about this as well. But, when we were 4. Kaken's quirk finally came through. Izuku said somberly, grabbing everyone's attention. And what quirk is that? Nizu questioned. Explosion. His sweat can be ignited and creating small sparks to massive explosions. Izuku explained, causing Midnight to pale and Aizawa to quietly growl, because an explosion would definitely explain the burn. I think it's like nitroglycerin. That's what the quirk was reported as? No, it's just the closest thing I can think of that's similar. Same level of volatility and similar smell. The green net explained, causing yet another wave of surprise among the pros. The green net certainly must have had a knack for analysis if he could figure that out. But when he got his power... The boy stopped, and Midnight placed a hand over the child, rubbing her thumb over his hand. It's okay, keep going. Just be honest. When he got his power, everyone started focusing on him and him alone. He explained, flinching at how pathetic it sounded. Like he was some attention-seeking child. It went to his head, I think. Everyone told him he was the best, even me, and he doesn't like anyone suggesting otherwise. Oh God, Izawa muttered, irritated as he could already see where this was going. There was a quick way to confirm it as well, and maybe help the boy relax a bit in the process. Kid, why do you want to be a hero anyways? What's your motivation? The standard answer from a kid one always expected was simple. Because they were cool, because people liked them, because they made lots of money, even though that last one wasn't actually that true if you didn't get particularly famous. You could tell a lot about a potential future hero by their initial motivations. I just want to help people. The green net revealed, slightly surprising the scruffy pro. The green net gave the brightest and most genuine smile he had so far, causing Midnight to let out a little squeal. I want people to feel safe and happy. To know no matter what someone will always help them. Silence rung out, and the green net's smile faltered. Did I say something wrong? He asked worried, and Nizu quickly shook his head, clapping his paws together. Not at all, Mr. Midoriya. I don't believe I've ever heard a more pure motive to be a hero. The principal said happily. The idea that people like Izuku existed was what kept the hybrid creature from letting his bitterness for human take over, because there were kind souls like the boy before him. And you try to help everyone you can? Yes. The boy nodded, and the other three then catoned on to what Izawa was driving at. This Kaken kid, you tried to help him as well? Recovery Girl asked the question they were all wondering as she checked him over, and the boy's mood deflated once more. Why, a few times. Like there was this one time. He fell into a river. It was a long fall, so I thought his knees might hurt. I went down to just help him back up, he explained, unconsciously grasping at his chest. How did he respond to that? Midnight asked and got no answer. Midoriya, please. The green net shook his head, seeming to be arguing with himself. He's a good person. He suddenly muttered, catching them all off guard. He doesn't mean it. The teachers shared looks at that. They knew where this was going. Izawa sighed, deciding on his next course of action. Midoriya, no one is going to get in trouble, okay? Just tell us the truth. Your friend will be fine. Well, a little white lie was all right once in a while, right? Promise. Midoriya asked, causing the man to grimace. The last thing he wanted to do with a child like this was make a promise he intended to break, but for the kid's own sake he took the bait. Promise. He punched me. The green net revealed. He used his quirk so it would hurt more. Aizawa's nails dug into his own skin as he gripped his leg in anger. And he did that anytime someone helped him. One kid. He tried to play the hero in a game at the park. Kaken didn't like it, thinking he was trying to act better than him. Midoriya explained quietly. I tried to stand up for him, but Kaken and his other friends were too strong. And were these the only incidents? Aizawa asked through gritted teeth, sking in a breathe when the green net shook his head. Kaken, he picks on me the most, especially when I bring up heroes. He doesn't want me to be a hero, he revealed, face contorted into confusion as he never understood exactly why the blonde was so against Midoriya being a hero. Anytime I mention being a hero, Kaken always attacks me. And, do your teachers not put a stop to this at all? Nizu pondered with a frown. The green net's earlier bitter comment returned to their minds, leaving them worried about the answer. No. None of the teachers care. Only two have ever tried to get Kaken in trouble. He first one stopped because he was scared of Kaken. Midoriya revealed, and the teachers shared a look. The other teacher? She didn't let him scare her, but she was fired for making false claims. The green net revealed, causing Midnight to gasp. What do they mean, false claims? The school didn't want anything bad on Kaken's record. They know he could be a really powerful hero and they didn't want to ruin that, because they could get more publicity that way if people knew where he came from. Midoriya, Recovery Girl began quietly, having noticed something else while doing a checkup of the rest of his body quietly the whole time. What exactly is your quirk? The boy still had 2 joints in his pinky toe. She had felt them. It wasn't impossible he might have had something, but... The boy went deadly quiet and looked away, a look of hurt in his eyes. The words he spoke next were heartbreaking. I don't have one. I'm just a weakling. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Aizawa. Everything made sense. Why people would let such a young kid be so relentlessly bullied. Why no one would help and instead favor some kid with a powerful quirk. And you? Still want to be a hero? Midnight asked, surprised. Everyone felt their hearts constrict. Because now they were in an unbelievably precarious position. A kid who had been wronged by everyone around him, one who didn't see the problem with people literally burning him and who was only barely trusting them. A kid who wanted to be a hero. A kid who couldn't be a hero. Aizawa knew that instantly. He knew he couldn't let an impossible dream fester. The heartbreak would be too much. But he couldn't take that from the kid, not now, not after everything he just learned. Finally, Midoriya answered. Yes. I want to be a hero, even though I'm quirkless. I want to help others. Actual tears started to form in the kid's eyes, making it all the harder for anyone to think what to say. I wanted to be there for people like me. If there was any chance of them objecting in that moment before, it was absolutely gone now. There was nothing they could say back to that, nothing that would lead to anything good anyways. So Midnight just asked another question. And, just out of curiosity, why do you want to be a hero over, say, a doctor? They help people as well. I'd be a bad doctor. The greenette shook his head. If I get too nervous, my hands get shaky. If my hands get shaky doing an operation, I could kill someone. Someone suggested police work once, but they don't do much more than the bulk of pro paperwork nowadays. They can only get involved if a criminal isn't using their quirk, but if they're already committing a crime anyways, then they will almost always be using their quirk. The only way I can help people in the way I really want to help them is hero work. And the kid still had to have that DMN good logical reasoning. Aizawa would be impressed if he wasn't DMN frustrated. So, he turned to his colleague. Midnight, you should probably go explain to that after-school class where you are, by the way. He lied through his teeth, before turning to Nizu. We should probably try to contact Midoriya's parents as well. It's just my mom. The boy piped up, fishing through his pockets and pulling out a phone that had fortunately survived, giving it to them. My dad left when he found out. Midnight decided in that moment God did exist. He existed and he was an a-hole, and the second she got herself up there she was going to kick his butt for hurting this kid in so many ways. Well, we still need to call from a school phone. Aizawa lied. Besides, Recovery Girl might need to ask you some personal questions. We'll be back soon. With that, the scruffy pro left the room, dragging the other 2 teachers behind him. Inside the room, Recovery Girl cursed the man for leaving her with such a situation. Having no idea what else to do, she turned to the kid. So you said you took notes on pros? Oh yeah. Actually, my current notebook has a page on you and Miss Midnight. Do you want to see? He asked with that innocent excitement that the nurse just couldn't say no to. Of course, we can even update them a bit. She laughed. Nizu split off from Aizawa and Midnight along the way to contact Miss Midoriya. Meanwhile, the 2 teachers were making their way straight towards the teacher's lounge, though Midnight would be separating to go deal with the other issue. As he walked, Aizawa was having an internal crisis. Could a powerless child be a superhero? The logical and obvious answer was no. And yet Aizawa just couldn't bring himself to say it just yet. The more emotional part of him argued that the man himself would be a hypocrite, pointing out how he was essentially a quirkless hero against mutants. The logical part of his brain replied that he didn't fight mutants as often as emitters and transformation types. It also pointed out he had years of training with his capture scarf and combat skills. The emotional part argued right back Midoriya could learn to utilize similar skills. It was like a war was raging in his body. He did know, however, he was a terrible person to make decisions about people. He could read them fine enough and converse just fine thanks to his role as a teacher, but he could easily make mistakes when it came to people. A perfect example being his expulsion threats. He always threatened his first-year classes at the start of the year, with the idea of expulsion. He no longer meant it, knowing he couldn't gauge them so soon now, but a younger Aizawa had yet to see the flaw of his strategy. It had been the birth of two different villains, and while a lesser man might have used it as proof they were right, Aizawa was willing to admit he was partially at fault for their turns to villainy. And that's why, as he stormed into the lounge, he had everyone assembled quickly. Important question, need everyone's real honest opinions now. He explained quickly, confusing everyone as he walked to the center of the room. Everything all right, Shota? Vlad King, a muscular man with gray hair and fangs, questioned as he walked up to the man. Behind him, the pro heroes 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Power Loader followed. Yeah, you look like you've ran a marathon. A voice screamed, and the pro scowled as he turned and saw the blonde voice hero present Mike coming over, tailed by Lunch Rush and Cementos. At the man's glare, he realized he'd gone back to using his quirk and silently readjusted. Sorry. In the infirmary right now, there's a kid. Aizawa wasted no time, walking to be able to face all his colleagues. Power Loader groaned. One of my students didn't blow themselves up again, did they? He questioned, and the underground pro shook his head. No, I mean an actual kid. Can't be any older than 9 or 10. Villains hit him with a car outside. At that reveal, all the teachers immediately straightened up in surprise. He's all right physically now, but I'm just going to ask this question straight with no context, and then give you context after your answers. Well, all right. 13 nodded their head, confused. Could a quirkless kid ever become a hero? Silence fell over the room at that, no one having been expecting that question. The first person to speak up had been Snipe. Well, of course not, partner. I don't know about y'all, but seems darn obvious to me. This job is just too dangerous without. I mean, yeah, this job is dangerous, but is it really that different from what the police used to be before Quirks? Speaking realistically about this, it's not like you're that much more safe without a gun in hand, Snipe. 13 pointed out, turning to present Mike. You have a quirkless niece, right, Hisashi? Would you ever let her be a hero? Dang. That's a tough one. The protective part of me wants to say no, but if she did have a quirk, I'd be actively advocating for her to go into hero work. She'd be amazing for it from every other standpoint. Power Loader remained quiet, in thought, when Aizawa sighed. I think the general consensus will be no, Eraser. Vlad shrugged, before eyeing him suspiciously. You did tell the kid no, right? The scruffy pro shook his head. No, I didn't. What? Why not? You can't go giving him false hope. Aizawa held up a hand, stopping the muscular teacher's potential rant, sighing. It's not that I don't agree. I do, but this isn't an easy situation. This kid has been, hell, I'll just say it, the kid doesn't realize it, but he's been practically abused all his life. The scruffy pro revealed, causing saddened looks to appear on the other teachers' faces. His father left him, his friends attack him for his dream, with no teachers ever on his side, and then there's this one demon brat that This kid, do you know why he wants to be a hero? Silence as they waited for the answer. His whole motivation is just because he wants to help others. He wants there to be someone there, for people like him. He explained simply. Midnight tried seeing his reaction to other careers as well. He can argue his way out of them far too well. This isn't some flight of fancy like most kids. This kid genuinely well and truly wants nothing more than to be a hero to help other people, and no matter what. I can't find a way to say no, even when I should. Sheet. Vlad King muttered as he sat down. The other teachers followed, trying to think of a solution to that, only to come up empty. So, your choices are to tell him it's okay, and potentially crush him in the future or get him killed. Or crush his dreams now, and maybe kill his trust in anyone at all from now on. Aizawa nodded. Finally, Power Loader spoke up. How long is the kid going to be here? He pondered, and Aizawa thought for a moment. Probably about a week, based on the last time I saw someone get hurt like this. She'll want to keep an eye. on him for a while in case there's anything she missed. Then that gives us a week to figure it out. Powerloader said with a shrug of his shoulders. So why don't you let us meet the kid across the course of the week? See what we all think after meeting him. If nothing else, could be a good way to apologize when you have to say to no. Maybe. Izawa frowned, before smirking slightly. Though, I think we'll all be inundated with requests for autographs and that once the kid actually fully realizes the face he's surrounded by heroes. He seems like kind of a fanboy. Well, I'll prepare one ahead of time. Present Mike said with a thumbs up. Quirkless or not, little listeners always deserve my amazing signature. Izawa just shook his head at his friend's antics. It had been almost an hour since Midoriya had been brought in to heal when Izawa had took off to debate the question on his mind while Midnight went to deal with the other children. Nizu had been watching from his office, mainly on Midnight as she stormed into the room. There was no sound on the security cameras, but it was clear she wasn't exactly being quiet as she dealt with them, more than likely bringing up exactly what she knew based on the reactions of each student. 3 of the boys seemed to pale, looks of worry and likely despair crossing their faces. The principal wanted it to be for the Greenette but knew it was more likely they were simply upset they had been told by Midnight that they would likely never be heroes if this was how they treated others. There was one child right at the front of the pack though, a blonde boy with spiky hair and a manic look in his eyes who had started to tremble, before suddenly he seemingly exploded on Midnight. Only figuratively, thankfully. Nizu had no idea what he said, but whatever it was certainly hadn't done him any favors with Midnight, who had responded to it by knocking him out with her quirk. Sighing, he turned to the phone beside his desk, pulling up the child's phone he'd been given and scrolled through the contacts. It hadn't took long to find one labeled Mom, which the bear-mouse hybrid clicked on, holding it a few inches away from his more sensitive ears. It was answered almost immediately, with a worried voice coming through. Izuku! Where on earth are you? My heart can't take you wandering off dash. The principal flinched at the loud volume, though he couldn't blame the woman. He felt rather bad for her, still he also would have liked to retain half-decent hearing at least. Miss Midoriya, please wait. I am not your son. He explained quickly, causing the other side to go silent. I am Principal Nizu, from UA High School. U.A? What's going on? Why are you calling? Is Izuku all right? Is he dash? Miss, please, I will explain, just give me a moment. He assured, and once there was silence again he began to talk. Like I said, I am from UA High School and there was an incident outside about an hour ago. I assure you. Now, your son is absolutely fine but he was hit by a car drove by some villains. He was. A crash on the other side caused the principal to perk up in worry. Had she fainted? Before he could ask though a groan got his attention. He was hit by villains? It was so soft and scared, and it hit the hyper-intelligent creature all to suddenly how terrifying it must be for her to have a son without powers so obsessed with heroics. Yes, I'm afraid so, but our school nurse recovery girl quickly made sure nothing came off that. As for why he was here, it appears he gave into peer pressure from his other classmates about visiting this place. Bakugou, the woman muttered, none too fondly. Yes, I'm afraid so. The other students are currently being reprimanded by a pro, however for his own sake we need to keep Midoriya in the infirmary for a while to make sure he heals properly. Of course, this is something to discuss in person, so I hope I'll see you up here soon. You know the way. Yes, of course. I'll be up as soon as I can, she said, her head nodding practically audible. Thank you. May I know your name and appearance so we can let you in when you arrive? Inko. Long green hair, admittedly a little on the bigger side. Thank you. I'll see you soon, Nizu said before finally hanging up and turning his attention towards the cameras once more. He noticed Izawa had every single teacher in some kind of discussion, drawing up a schedule of some sort. Zooming in, he could just barely make out it was who could spend some time with the kid over the course of the week, to judge him. Admittedly, the principal did get a kick out of that. So how is he doing? Izawa asked, as he walked into the infirmary. He got shushed by recovery girl, and he stopped seeing her gently rubbing the Greenette's head. Just went to sleep, poor dear. Most of that energy he had earlier was just delayed adrenaline and nervousness from meeting us. She explained before pointing the notebook at the end of the bed. Fell asleep showing me his notes on that new Terra Brawl. The Earth-manipulating hero? Izawa asked with a raised brow. I thought he was pretty obscure. He is, but this kid still found out. She said with a fond smile, before moving away and picking up the notebook to give to the man. If you thought he was smart before, just look at Midnight's page or mine. Pages 27 and 64 respectively. Complying, he flipped over to his colleague's page and began to read aloud, though quietly. Midnight, Quirk, somnambulist. Her quirk lets her create a pheromone that puts people to sleep. Is not lethal even in large doses, fortunately. Combat style, stealth and head-to-head combat. Additional notes, attractive, well-liked, best at crowd control. Equipment, whip. Midnight wields a whip in combat and she is skilled in wielding it. She mainly uses this as a means of hurting villains, though reviewing footage of her fights, I think she could use it as a tool to grab things as well with the way it curls. Ultra-thin fabric suit, she can only spread her sleep-inducing aroma from exposed skin. The law states that a hero costume can't expose too much skin, so to make up for this, she wears a suit made of material that she can easily rip through. Thoughts, ideas, etc. I like Midnight's quirk. It's super ultra cool like Kaken's but is less destructive. It's an amazing hero quirk because no one gets hurt and nothing gets damaged by it, which is great for avoiding collateral. I wish she would be more creative with her uses for it though. She mainly just knocks out people before they can fight her and rarely uses it for a lot more, even when using her super moves. She could do so much though. She's used it a few times to control panicking crowds, but a much more useful extension of this could be restricting villains' movements. If she trapped a villain and spread her sleeping gas to specific areas, she could control exactly where they went and give her a massive upper hand. I also want to know if it's possible to contain it. It could be invaluable as she could for both her and her allies, trapping it in things like little smoke bombs so they don't have to walk into a fight. Note to self. Try to replicate gas at least in future, maybe could serve as a tool in place of a power. Silence rang out for a moment after that, before a voice spoke up. How the hell did I never think of that? Despite what the two women claimed, the scruffy pro did not shriek like a little girl. He let out a dignified yelp of surprise. How many times be quiet? Recovery girl berated, before turning to Izawa. So what do you think? Makes some really good points. He admitted, taking his seat by the bed. And while I still have no idea how I feel on this whole quirkless hero thing, at least he has the reasonable idea to try to create advantages for himself like tools. Is that the only example? Seeing as it's titled, Hero Notes for the Future, I should think not. The nurse said with a shake of her head, before turning to the younger woman in the room. So, you never thought of crowd control? Maybe in passing, but never even occurred to me to try to trap some of the gas. How old is he again? She checked, surprised by just how well written the notes were. 9? 9 years old, and he has some better ideas for a quirk I've had for over 20. Maybe having an outsider's perspective helps towards that. Izawa theorized before turning to her. So, what is happening with the other kids? Well, I gave them the truth in no unclear terms. If they don't pull themselves together and stop attacking innocent people, they have no future in heroics. She said simply. Most of them just were quite, but the Kaken one. I never expected to be called a fuckmonkey beach in my life, but here we are. I had to knock him out to be safe, but I think it's obvious he has to be at least banned from UA. Right. Izawa nodded, scratching the back of his neck with a sigh. I talked with the others. It wasn't as straightforward as I wished it was. We all agreed that seeing as he's going to be stuck here for a while, each of us should meet him and see what we think after that. That makes sense. And what do you think now? The R-18 hero pondered, crossing her arms. I have no idea. Silence fell over them once more, as they were caught up in their thoughts. It wasn't until a few minutes later that a noise outside caught their attention to someone walking down the hall. A moment later, the door slid open wide, revealing the principal along with a plump woman with worried green eyes and long hair. It didn't take a genius to figure out who she must have been. "Ah, Miss Midoriya?" Recovery girl asked, and the woman nodded nervously as she walked in. The nurse beckoned her over and the mother let out a sigh of relief as her eyes settled on her baby boy, who was sleeping just fine. As she took a seat beside him, stroking his face, Izawa decided to take the opportunity to speak up. "I was there when he got hit, and was the one who took him up here. He woke up a little while ago, but he seemed very exuberant when he recognized us," he said, causing a small smile to grace Inko's face. "I'm not surprised, he absolutely loves heroes. I hope he didn't give you any trouble at all over it?" she asked, and they shook their heads, Midnight in particular rather overdoing it. "Not at all. He's an absolute sweetheart," she gushed with a smile. It then faded, however, as she met Izawa's eye. "Though, I think there's something we should speak with you about." "Two things really," Nizu interrupted, ignoring the pro's glare at him over it. "Firstly, we learned a lot about young Midoriya's past. More than we really had any right to know, but nonetheless this has led to a few things to discuss of rather vital importance." At that, the woman looked back at them concerned. "Mainly, over the Bakugou child and your son's rather dangerous dream," Nizu explained, being careful with the look he was getting from the woman. "First, Bakugou, how much are you aware of how he has treated your son?" "I know it was rather bad when they were children," she said softly, looking away. "They used to be best friends, but Katsuki became a rather violent kid. Though I started to see less bruises, but maybe only because they were better hidden. Izuku would never let me see him right after school, always going to the bathroom and getting changed first. I always worried, but there was no way I could really check. Miss Midoriya, please take a look at your son's arms." The woman complied, lifting up the shirt sleeve. She let out a small, horrified gasp at the burn she saw. "All signs, I believe, point to this being fairly recent," Nizu explained sadly, paws behind his back. "As well as that, considering a dream your son had earlier that had him talking in his sleep. It doesn't seem too far-fetched to presume Bakugou is the culprit. Oh, Izuku. And it's for that reason and the way he reacted earlier to Miss Midnight that I'm putting out a call to ban Katsuki Bakugou from all hero schools," he said, getting a shocked and surprised gasp from Inko, looking up. "That is, unless he attends a therapist regularly, along with anger management classes, and can get approved by them both in time to lift said ban. I do not like taking a child's future away from them, but it would appear if I do not enforce consequences upon these actions, no one will." "I understand." Inko nodded, unable to say anything else. How could she, with what she was looking at? She didn't want to do it her friend and her son, but Izuku came first. "As for his dream, if you would please follow me for a moment." Izawa cut in, standing up and walking towards the door. After a moment, Inko followed him out and down the hall in case the boy woke up. "I know it's dangerous and not feasible," she spoke up, before Izawa could say anything, looking down. "Last time he asked me, I couldn't bring myself to say anything because I knew the answer would crush him, but I know." "You know? Funny. I don't," Izawa commented, getting her to look up surprised. "Quirkless hero is a phrase that sounds insane, but then again a long time ago superpowered police would have sounded insane as well, and look where we are in the world today. I'm conflicted on the practicalities of this, but your son has done more than most kids with quirks do to prepare." She was silent at that, mouth falling open in surprise. "More than likely he will be stuck here for the next week as he heals, after some discussion with the other heroes. If you approve, I'd like for him to meet them and to see us in action, so that we may come to a decision ourselves on if a quirkless hero is feasible." "You want him to meet a bunch of pros?" she asked, both a tone of happiness and amusement in her voice. That might be a lot of autographs. We'll make do. I cannot say what will have to happen just yet should we decide it's possible, but we hope at least if we decide it isn't, these visits can at least serve as an apology to him in that event." The scruffy pro said, rubbing the back of his neck. "All I need is for you to agree to it. All his life, all Izuku's wanted is to be a hero. It terrifies me. But If this is really the opportunity he may need for it, then I won't refuse. She said simply, meeting his eye. I can't take his dream away from him, no matter how much it worries me. Thank you. The man said, not even sure what he was thanking her for. He turned, still gesturing for her to follow. In that case, shall I show who he'll be meeting and when? Yes, please. She nodded, catching up. Will I need to return home after this? The train here isn't cheap for adults, and I don't exactly want to leave my baby in another city. Not at all, we can set up a place for you to stay temporarily. The pro waved away the issue, opening the door to the teacher lounge where people were gathered. Firstly, he'll be meeting Cementos and Present Mike tomorrow. To say Izuku was excited was an understatement. He was rocking back and forth in his bed, constantly unable to get up because of Recovery Girl's orders and grinning like an idiot. When he'd woken up, rather quite early that day, he had to be reminded where he was by Recovery Girl. Once he realized that, and realized the other teachers were gone because they had classes, he'd ended up hitting his head in frustration. I completely forgot to get their autographs. He'd exclaimed, upset only for the nurse to point to the bedside table beside him. There were pictures of each pro he'd met except Aizawa with their signatures. Shota put his in your notebook, he can't have too many photos of him getting out after all. The nurse had to explain to him, while he launched into an amusing spiel of a million thank yous and bows. Your mom is here as well, sleeping in a spare room in the teacher's dorms. So, I can go home then today? He asked, only to be met with a shake of the head. Not yet, I'm afraid. You may be healing, but I want to be sure there was nothing I missed. However, I will let you walk around the school provided you're accompanied by Midnight or Eraserhead. She explained, smirking at the excited glint in the child's eyes. She couldn't help herself. And I hear a certain other teacher is excited to meet you as well. Huh? Another pro? He asked, smile growing blindly bright. That sounds so cool. But, why would a pro want to meet me? Well, why wouldn't they? A new voice spoke up, causing both child and elder to jump as they turned to see Aizawa had sneaked in at some point. You're a smart, well-mannered and reasonable kid with a lot of little interesting quirks, funnily enough despite being quirkless. The greenette blushed at that, smiling. Oh my god, Eraserhead is praising me. You utter dolt. Don't scare me like that. Recovery Girl barked at the lanky pro, annoyed. I don't have the heart for it. Sorry. Just wanted to be here for this. He smiled with a creepy grin that didn't suit his face. Oh no, Recovery Girl groaned, causing Midoriya to tilt his head in confusion before suddenly the door banged up. Hey, where's this little listener I've heard about? Present Mike practically screamed as he walked in, before suddenly a cane flew through the air and hit him square between the eyes. Oh, hey. Keep it down then, you idiot. She complained, making Midoriya giggle as his eyes sparkled. Oh, was that your ardest throw? He asked, grin yet still wider. Ah, good eye, dearie. She said, patting his head, which he seemed to enjoy quite a lot, almost unconsciously leaning into it. RJ throw? Present Mike questioned as he sat beside her. Recovery Girl aim throw. Midoriya supplied instantly, unable to help himself. It's super cool because she was mainly a healing hero, but she got into a lot of fights while she was still active, so she became really skilled with throwing weapons. Her aim was on par with Snipes. Then, suddenly his eyes went wide as he realized who he was talking to while the nurse basked in the praise. Oh my god. You're Present Mike. Keen eye, indeed. Aizawa muttered sarcastically, getting hit with a cane for it. I listen to your show every day on the way to school. I usually have to listen to them a day out though. He explained, getting a grin from the blonde. Ah, a loyal listener. He cheered, reaching into his pocket. Shame about the timing then, but hey, a listener is a listener and that much I can't complain about. And here, for a little listener got to have something good. As he said that, he pulled out another photograph with the blonde's picture, signature written on it. The squeal the child let out was still more dignified than Shota's shriek in Recovery Girl's opinion. Oh my god, thank you. He said, about to go into a bowing fit again before Recovery Girl stopped him. Present Mike meanwhile was wide-eyed. How can a kid be this cute? Now kid, I don't want you getting cooped up in here, and my class are currently away due to internships, so I set up a few things over the next few days. Aizawa explained, masking the full truth. Mike, why don't you explain what we're doing today? Right. Well, you see kiddo, me and another pro, Cementos usually practice together down in one of the practice cities. Seeing as you're such a fan of heroes and all, I thought you might get a kick out of seeing US practice. The man explained, and for just a moment Midoriya's brain shut down. Really? He asked, just to be sure he wasn't being pranked, and the loud pro nodded. Thank you so much. I'd love to. No problem kid. The blonde said with a thumbs up, before making his way over to Aizawa and whispering in his ears. If anyone hurts that kid, I'm going to shout them to pieces. Get in line. Ah! Present Mike screamed at the incoming wall of cement that barreled towards him, causing it blow apart and spread all over the buildings around him, while Midoriya cheered and Aizawa rolled his eyes. So cool. The greenette gushed, holding yet another autographed photo in hand Cementos had handed him just before the two started. He hadn't said much more than a hello, but had listened with a smile while Izuku talked about how awesome his quirk was and how amazing his work as a hero was. Should probably put that away, so it doesn't get splattered, Midoriya? The teacher suggested, and the boy's eyes widened before quickly stuffing it away and making the scruffy man smirk. They'd been watching this back and forth for a couple minutes now, and while it was a little repetitive, Midoriya hadn't lost interest once as he observed. Present Mike seemed to understand it would probably start to bore even the kid after a while though, and he called for a timeout, before wandering over. So what do you think, little listener? He asked as Cementos walked over as well. Are we awesome or what? Yes, he nodded happily, before his features turned to ones of concentration as he began to think. Cementos was probably going to win soon though if you kept up like that. Eh? The loudmouth asked, jumping back in surprise while Cementos smirked a little. You were doing good holding it back head on, but he was moving you more and more, so he was getting closer to your side. Sorry, he suddenly apologized, blushing and catching them off guard. I just have a lot of thoughts that go through my head when I watch stuff like this. I didn't mean to imply anything or that. You're the pros, so I shouldn't dash. Kid, breathe. Aizawa instructed simply, and the boy complied. Now, don't worry about it. There's no such thing as bad improvement. He is right, of course. You're a bright kid from what I've heard. Cementos spoke up, forming a cement seat for the boy to sit on. Feel free to share your ideas. I noticed you were forcing your way to hit Present Mike sideways on. Smart, because it's his blind spot. He can't scream sideways or backwards easily, so it would have gave you more time to build up resistance in your cement and hit him. He should have took one of the explosions as an opportunity to disappear and come around the other side of one of the buildings to get a sneak attack in. That's a pretty smart strategy. Present Mike admitted, annoyed. Also, sir? If you don't mind me asking, how strong is your voice exactly? The greenette asked, and the man shrugged. I'm just curious if you could have used it to launch over the attacks by screaming at the ground. Explain. Aizawa requested, interested in where this was going. Well, I know there are some people who rely on the pressure of their quirks to manage levitation or even flight. I know it's not a common application, but I noticed that while pressure dissipates from his quirk, Present Mike does have a fair amount of strength when the scream is released though, so while I know he couldn't maintain altitude, I've always been curious if he could use it to leap of the ground much higher than normal. If he could do that, it would make Cementos have to readjust it likely more quickly than he'd have time for, letting Present Mike dodge the attack and immediately move into a counterattack. The three teachers looked among each other, stunned by the idea. Well, yes and no. Present Mike said, scratching his neck. That's a brilliant idea for using my quirk, and I am so finding a way to test that, but in terms of using it right now, not a chance, I think. I don't have the legs for the landing. The boy pouted, before Cementos spoke up. But, like he said, it is a brilliant idea. What about my quirk? Any ideas you wish to share? You've sparked my curiosity. Well, I don't get to see you as often, so some of these you might already have in mind, but I've always wondered if You could pool the cement you create around your body and create tools or armor made of cement if need be. On top of that, I always thought if you could learn to take the higher ground you might be one of the most versatile heroes ever. Oh, how so? Well, if you learned how to jump far enough and that, you could create platforms on walls so that you could avoid falling and give you access to an entire new battlefield. I know you already create singular platforms to cordon off fights from civilians, so you might already know that though. Well, the thought has crossed my mind, actually. The pro revealed, nodding at the boy. Your ideas are rather spot on, but unfortunately I don't have the build for it. Unlike present Mike, I couldn't train for it either. Oh, the boy sighed, before the loud pro's hand ruffled his hair. Still, you really have some good out there ideas, little listener, and that's a good thing. Present Mike assured, flashing him a grin. Oh hey, I got an idea. Why don't we play hide and seek? Me and Cementos get some training still and you get to have some fun. Surprisingly, it was Midoriya who reacted, but Aizawa, quickly pulling the child to him and using his capture tape to scale a building side. Laughing, the child called down to them. I think that's a yes. It is. Now lesson about being a stealth hero, you got to know when to stay quiet, all the time. Aizawa instructed, running through a window while present Mike loudly started counting to 10. Only exceptions is when you're trying to calm civilians, or already in a head-to-head fight. When sneaking though, silence is golden. Midoriya was about to say, yes sir, before realizing that would be noise, so instead he met the pro's eyes and nodded. The man gave him an approving glance before suddenly a large rumbling caught their attention. Here we come. Must you be so loud? All right kid, split up. Aizawa whispered, walking off towards the source of the noise. Let's see how good you are at hiding. The greenette nodded again, looking around. For the most part, it was an ordinary empty room he was in. There were a few desks and sofas around he could hide behind. No, they're pros, that won't work. He thought, before running as quietly as he could over to the other door. Opening it, he realized it was a supply closet. Hiding it was again too obvious, but another glance over of the room and the components inside had him smirking. He grabbed a rope, pen, small packet of glue, some rubber bands, a pair of scissors and 2 empty bottles of some sort that he took the caps from, before hurrying over to one of the desks and pulling out a chair. He tried to move as quietly as possible so all the things in his pocket now didn't give him away. Come out wherever you are. You sure you grew up? Not really. Better hurry. 5 minutes later. I knew you weren't as amazing as you thought at hiding. Present Mike grinned, Aizawa walking alongside them with it. Scowl. I was operating at the level of a child purposefully. This doesn't mean anything. He defended, having been caught within a small cupboard. Besides, I wouldn't have been found if you didn't almost cause my ears to rupture with the echo of that scream. Oh, you of all people are going to claim cheating is bad now? The blonde pouted before turning to Cementos. What do you think? I think all this talking will make it easier for Midoriya to avoid us. I blocked off the stairs so he should be somewhere on this floor. The cement pro explained, walking on ahead. Right dash. Shatter. At the noise, the three shared a look before hurrying to the scene it was from. They came into a hallway where they saw glass over the ground from a cracked window. Fortunately, it wasn't big enough for Midoriya to have fallen out of. Hey Eraser, look, Mike said, leaning down and picking up a plastic bottle cap. Think he dropped it? Maybe, but why on earth would he have a bottle cap on him? The pro wondered, before meeting his colleague's gaze. Well, he has to be close to here, let's split up. Me and Cementos will try the rooms nearer the end of the hall, you try the ones up here. Gotcha! Despite their numbers and years of experience, however, a tiny 9-year-old had completely outsmarted them. Because no matter where they looked they found no sign of him, and Aizawa was genuinely starting to worry. Okay Midoriya, not a game anymore, where are you kid? He asked as he looked around. Come on out now. You win. You guys not seeing him either? Present Mike asked as they all came back out into the hall, sharing looks. Nope, he's practically disappeared. Seeing as he's quirkless, I doubt he just vanished into thin air though. Cementos said, using his quirk to quickly clear up the gas. Mike, I think you're up. Oh, right. The pro nodded, before taking a breathe to prepare. Yo, little listener. Where are ya? You win. Down here. A muffled, quiet voice shouted, and the three pros exchanged looks before hurrying over to the window and opening it. That little Dash. Shota. Down there, far too amused, was Midoriya, sitting on the sidewalk in the street. After a moment to calm down, present Mike began to laugh. Ah, man, you got worried, Dad? The man teased, getting a slap over the ear from his friend. You were worried as well, now come on. Aizawa said, hurrying off. The voice pro turned to Cementos, still grinning. Notice how he didn't deny it? Hizashi. Soon enough, the trio made it outside where Midoriya had broken down, laughing over the situation. Okay, little listener, you beat us. Mike nodded with a smile, taking the whole thing in stride. So come on, you should have been trapped up there. How'd you get away? Oh, I left ages ago. You hadn't even caught Eraserhead when I left. The child revealed, before turning and revealing a little setup on a newspaper box they hadn't noticed. It had a rubber band looped up, with another bottle cap. Glued onto the side of the box, a crosshair carved into it. I got a few things from a supply closest. There was an open vent, so I sneaked out, and waited until present Mike and Cementos passed me. I got out at the stairs and used the rope to get down safely. I threw it back up, still attached to the little gate thing, so it closed it and hid the rope. Then I made my way down here. You probably blocked it off after that. And the shattered window? Aizawa questioned, causing the greenette to blush lightly. That was an accident, he said, gesturing to the contraption. I was aiming for the open part, so you'd all think I was still up there cause of the noise. The wind picked up when I was expecting it though, and it ended up going through the glass. I really thought that was going to give me away. And we all fell for it. Aizawa muttered, rubbing his hands against his face. The pros all flushed as the realization set in for them that they were pros with years of experience. And a 9-year-old just played them. Aizawa could hear Nizu's laughter from here. Aizawa was simultaneously annoyed and impressed. With a start, he realized that was the feeling he almost always got from his best students. Well, then I guess it must be said. Amazing work on that victory, Mr. Midoriya. Cementos complimented, patting him on the head. You definitely impressed me at least. The greenette let out a noise akin to some kind of happy and embarrassed squeak, getting laughs from two of the pros. Aizawa was still busy making sure this was reality. If the kid could keep that up, well, he had 1 point in favor of being a quirkless hero now. It was later that day that Izuku got to see his mother again, the two spending some time together while Recovery Girl did some more checkups. The rest of the day had been calm, and the day after that had been Midnight's turn to take the kid off to meet Vlad King and 13. From what Aizawa heard, nothing quite like what happened to him and present Mike occurred. However, both the teachers certainly had glowing reviews of the boy's personality and smarts once more. Neither had seemed to have much of an opinion change after meeting him, while with some thought Cementos and present Mike were starting to see potential in the kid. Now it was his turn again, on the Thursday, to take him to see Snipe. The boy was practically skipping along the way, much to the scruffy pro's amusement, not that he'd admit it. They were going to a place you normally wouldn't take a child, but then again, he supposed none of this was exactly normal anyways. When they made it to the doors, the man made a point to grab a pair of earmuffs before walking in and handing a pair to the child. It was Jim Delta, which also served as a gun range of sorts. Wear these unless you want to go deaf. Izuku didn't need to be told twice, scrambling to get them on. Then, with Aizawa making sure he had a hand on the kid at all times, they walked in. Bang, 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 bang. Instantly, it was revealed the earmuffs were a good idea as they watched Snipe shoot a smiley face into a cement target. Just a couple feet over for him, Ectoplasm was shooting at a target as well, though with much less precision. After they unloaded their clips, the two realized they were no longer alone and set down their guns. Well, was wondering if y'all had forgotten. Snipe said as he walked up to them. Hey there, fella. I hear y'all are a fan of heroes. Yes, sir, Snipe. All of you are so amazing. The boy said with an excited smile, holding it out to shake it. The pro complied, but when he pulled away there were 2 more pictures in the boy's hand. "Oh, thank you so much." "No problem, kid," Ectoplasm said as he put his own earmuffs around his neck. Snipe wasn't wearing any. "So, here to see what's going on." "Yeah. Though I think I can guess now that I saw," the Greenette said, and Snipe nodded his head as if to say go ahead. "You're both doing target practice using rubber bullets, Snipe to practice your quirk and Ectoplasm I assume to keep your skills sharp because yours clones are only as strong as you are. Hey, you even guessed the type of ammo, you really are a lil clever clogs," Snipe commented, and Midoriya shrugged with a smile. "That and the casing labeled rubber bullets is still open," he pointed out, causing the pros to all look and see Ectoplasm had indeed left the casing opened up. "Oh, so it is," Snipe commented before turning back. "Well anyways, I was thinking I could give y'all a lil show where I see just how good my aim can be." "That sounds awesome," Midoriya said, nodding enthusiastically, and the pro laughed. "Well then, partner, we better dash." Suddenly the pro stopped talking as Aizawa went to move, walking towards the benches at the edge of gym. What the underground pro failed to notice, however, was the tripwire his foot was about to go through. "Wait, there's still stuff from last class dash." It was already too late before the pro even started shouting though, as the wire snapped. Bang! 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 Amazingly, it was Midoriya who reacted before anyone else, eyes going wide, and he launched forward, grabbing Aizawa's waist and somehow mustering the strength to pull them both to the ground. Not without a price though. "Ah! Kid!" Ectoplasm shouted, hurrying over while Snipe rather violently disabled the contraptions Aizawa hadn't seen above, rigged to shoot. It was rubber rounds, with extra quirks supplied by a few general staff members to reduce the danger more so, but that didn't mean they were harmless. "Why the hell didn't you say something when we walked in?" Aizawa asked, twirling around and checking Midoriya who was clutching the side of his head. "Izuku, move your hand, let me see." The boy complied, trying to wave away the concern. "It's fine, just sore." The teachers, however, seeked and breathed at what they saw. There was a graze on the boy's ear and hair had been ripped straight from his scalp. Were a real bullet or even a blank really any closer, that could have killed him. "You know I'm the one who's supposed to save you, not the other way around?" Aizawa asked softly, taking out a roll of tissue he apparently had in his pocket and wrapping it around the teen's ear just in case. "We're even now?" the kid asked somehow playfully, and Aizawa let out a sigh of relief. "You should have left me, but thank you," the pro said, standing up and being much more careful as they made their way over to the seats. "Now, Snipe, you better have a really good show to make up for this." "Roger." And in all fairness, Snipe definitely did put on a show. Objects got progressively smaller and smaller until the gunslinger was shooting at literal pebbles. However, Aizawa constantly found himself distracted looking at Izuku, who hummed happily with each shot. Because it was far too easy to imagine what would have happened if that were a real bullet, and it wasn't something Aizawa ever wanted to see in his entire life. Meeting Snipe and Ectoplasm's eyes seemed to show they were thinking the same thing. Aizawa was starting to form a decision about whether he could be a quirkless pro. And that decision was no. Aizawa felt almost sick as he knocked on the door that Saturday, the final time he was set to see Izuku before Recovery Girl discharged him. Because this time, after a sleepless night, not that that was much of a rarity for him, he had made his decision. Izuku couldn't be quirkless hero. He had so much potential, but in an actual combat situation. Red stained Aizawa's mental picture and he shook his head, not wanting to think of that at all. Midnight had took him again last night, this time to go see Lunch Rush and Hound Dog. They'd taken Inko with them, and from what the pro had heard, the mother and the school's chef had ended up in a bit of a culinary rivalry of some sort that Midnight and Izuku had gotten some delicious meals from. He didn't mind missing out, he had his juice pouches. Besides, he couldn't look Inko in the eye right now anyways. He walked in and there was the kid, writing in his notebook all too happily. Looking up, his eyes brightened and it hurt the man's heart. "Hi Aizawa," he greeted, waving. The pro didn't even notice when the boy had made the switch, but he hadn't stopped the kid calling him it. "Maybe you should have." "Hey," he said half-heartedly, which fortunately just came out as his usual bored voice. "We're going to meet the last teacher today." Power loader. A gasp and right on cue. The support hero. The greenette announced excitedly. He teaches the support students, right? He's always been one of my favorite pros. Oh great, what a lovely way to cap of meeting one of your actual heroes. With your dreams being crushed. Not helping brain. Well come on, he's at the workshop. He usually has extra classes because the students tend to work overtime. Izawa said, turning so he didn't have to meet the child's. He heard the pattering of feet, and suddenly a hand grasped in his. He looked down to see Midoriya had instinctively placed his hands in the pros, leaning in ever so slightly. If someone had been recording the inside of the underground hero's chest, he was pretty sure that could have been pinpointed as the exact moment the cold black lump he called a heart split in two. He didn't let go though. It didn't take them long at all to arrive at the support department, and for just a moment Izawa held the kid back in case of an explosion. When none came though, they made their way to the door and knocked. "Come in!" A voice shouted, so they complied and made their way inside, finding Power Loader standing over his desk as he watched 3 students working on different projects. One that instantly caught Midoriya's eye was a purple-haired girl working on some big green robot as tall as All Might himself. "Ah, Izawa, and I presume Midoriya?" "Yes, sir." The boy said, eyes going wide as he looked towards the pro. "It's so nice to meet you, sir. You're one of the biggest inspirations in my life." "Well, yeah." The pro was a little bashful at that comment, smirking. "It's nice to meet you too, kid. Heard some good things about you." "Thank you, sir," the greenette said with a smile, while Izawa raised a brow as he noticed a lighter and some cigarettes on the desk among some other random bits and pieces, which he pointed to. "You really think you should have these in a school?" he asked, unimpressed, and the support hero just shrugged. "Hey, if you think your kids are stressful, try having them explode every day." The man defended, picking up the cigarettes and putting them away but leaving the lighter. He turned his attention back to Izuku and decided to get down to business. "So kid, I heard you want to be a hero even though you're quirkless." Yes sir. I know it's not exactly what most people think of." Izuku began to defend his decision only for the pro to hold up his hand. "We all have our dreams, you don't need to explain yourself to me. What I am curious of, I heard you had an idea for a gadget with Midnight's quirk." "Oh, sir. I was thinking if we could trap her sleeping gas, you would have an easy-to-access powerful sleeping agent with no real ill effects. It could make life so much easier for people like Izawa as well, if they were to say, put it in a smoke bomb-style container." The kid explained, Power Loader nodding along. "Not just sleeping bombs as well, you could also try other containers such as dash. BBBZ. All eyes turned to the robot the child had taken note of on the way in, as it suddenly came to life, eyes glowing red. The student who had been working it fell off their perch and their eyes went wide in fear. "No, no, no, no." The robot turned, and all to suddenly it shoot a laser right at the girl. Izawa managed to react just in time, grabbing the student with his capture tape and pulling her to safety. "What the hell is it doing?" Power Loader asked, pushing Izuku down out of sight and subsequently making the greenette unable to see what the robot was doing. "I don't know. I was installing one of those personality discs. I know I followed the instructions perfectly," the student explained, as Izawa wasted no time running forward and using his capture tape to draw the robot's attention to himself. "What kind of personality disc?" "Help or hostile, but I had it set up fine." "I know I did." "Was it a B6 or an A7 drive inside the robot?" "B6. Sheet." Power Loader cursed, gesturing for her to run to get help. "Go find someone. The robots were supposed to all be updated to the new drive. B6s just go hostile. Target acquired, firing." The robot announced in a wiry voice, firing more lasers which Izawa dodged with grace. He landed atop the robot with a thud and saw the side still open. "Get the disc, Shota," Power Loader called, running into server as another distraction. "Stay hidden, green." Assuming they meant him, Midoriya complied. He peeked out the corner just enough to see Izawa reaching inside the robot and struggling with all his might to try to remove something inside. "It's stuck. Damn it, Some of the earlier makes had super strong adhesives on the back. Power Loader said as he dodged lasers with rolls and slid over the robot. Suddenly the robot's claws came up and went straight for the Erasure Pro. Izawa, look out! Too late, the robot grabbed the man and threw him straight out the studio and into the glass. It then smacked Power Loader along as well and gave chase. Midoriya let out a shaky breath as he rose, once the robot made it outside by destroying the wall. Eraserhead and Power Loader did everything in their power to try to get near, but even when they did they had no luck. We need to heat the thing up, melt it off. Midoriya heard Power Loader call, and his eyes darted to the lighter on the desk. There's a little trick I want to show you. It was like the world went blank as he grabbed the lighter, pulling off the metal and giving plenty of twists to the limiter. He looked back and grimaced, no way he could get onto the thing and keep hold of the lighter at the same time. However, his eyes drifted to the Velcro straps and glue on the table. It was messy, but wasting no time, he slid his arm along the table and brought it all to the floor beside him, quickly working through the materials available. He grabbed the Velcro and rolled it out, setting down some glue in the middle and attaching the lighter. Once that was done, he had to use all his strength to rip off the unnecessary bits of Velcro before he wrapped it all around his wrist, lighter at the top. He aimed forward, angling his hand down out of danger, and pressed down on the flint wheel, creating a jet of concentrated fire. It was messy but effective for what he needed. He let go, letting the flames die, and took a few deep calming breaths. He couldn't be a pro if he couldn't be brave, and the robot was about to shoot Power Loader. That was when everything really went blank for him. He knew he was running but didn't feel it, knew he jumped onto the robot's panels but didn't realize. The two heroes shouted and he knew they were talking to him, but he didn't hear it. His mind hyper-focused and he saw the disc within the robot, so he took aim and let loose. The jet of fire quickly heated up the metal of the lighter's top, which pressed against the boy's wrist and started to burn, but he didn't let it stop him. A pop noise sounded and the plate fell off. The robot stopped and Midoriya took a breather while Izawa ran along and took him down. Holy crap, Izuku. You did it. He muttered, both angry that the kid had run in and much more impressed that he had actually won. Hey kid, you okay, still aware and all? Power Loader asked, and when the greenette nodded he walked to sit down beside him, grinning far too wide. So, what's that on your wrist? Sorry sir, it's your lighter, Izuku said through breaths. He wasn't even that tired, just in shock. I heard you say you needed to heat up the plate? He swallowed, finally getting to be able to speak properly. I just remembered how you could make lighters go much longer, and I saw the Velcro and I just couldn't stand there when I saw a way to help. He explained, looking at them. I'm not in trouble, am I? Not at all, kiddo. Power Loader reassured, still grinning. I'm actually impressed with your quick thinking, and I like your low-tech bit of kit. Bit like a wrist-mounted flamethrower. Probably would leave burns if used too long though. Aizawa's eyes went wide as he realized, in other terms, what Midoriya had done. You found a way to create homemade limited pyrokinesis. He said, stunned. You literally created a homemade gadget in like 5 minutes to replicate a quirk. Yes, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck. And this time, it clicked for real in Aizawa's brain as he looked up and saw the development studio. A workshop meant for advanced tech. But a workshop that could still had plenty of easy-to-grab materials. He looked back down and saw Izuku with all his smarts and his already existing ability to create the tools he needed, like from the hide-and-seek round. He remembered the idea for midnight sleeping bombs he'd brought up multiple times. He felt his own DMN scarf. And it settled in the pro's mind exactly how a quirkless hero could exist. It was so painstakingly obvious, and in his face it actually hurt. Gadgets. Support items. Things that had been making up for the downsides in quirks for years. Why couldn't they make up for a lack of a quirk altogether? If Izuku could give himself very basic pyrokinesis with next to nothing in a few minutes, why couldn't an inventor like Power Loader make much better high-tech versions? Or even just the low-tech ones Izuku could come away with alone? He began to laugh, startling the other two. Aizawa? Midoriya asked, concerned, and the man shot him a grin. Izuku Midoriya, the homemade hero. I like the sound of that. Huh. It took you 5 minutes to put together your own form of pyrokinesis. Aizawa reiterated before turning to Power Loader. If you were giving the kids some basic engineering lessons and some workshop experience. I've been waiting all week for one of you to catch on. Power Loader laughed himself, standing up. Every year I see people come in who could do so much with the tools they're given, but they all just want to support. I never push them, but this is exactly what I've been waiting on. I was worried I was going to have to burst into the office later and make some big dramatic spiel. I'm confused, Midoriya said with a frown, and Aizawa helped him up. Well, follow me and you'll figure it out soon enough. Aizawa said, taking off. The greenette followed immediately, not even realizing he still had the lighter strapped to his wrist. Power Loader just laughed before going back to his workshop. He had to set up for a new student after all. Nizu and Inko were in the middle of talking when Aizawa and Izuku burst in, the latter looking incredibly confused and both looking roughed up and sweaty. Oh, Izuku! The mother shouted, running and pulling him into a hug immediately upon seeing him. I saw what happened on the cameras. What you did was very dangerous. Agreed. However, it was also very brave and clever. Aizawa said immediately, still grinning like a madman. Well, Shota, considering what I just saw and your jovial mood, I have a feeling I know what this about. Nizu said with a smile of his own. You have no remaining issues with this? None at all. You realize there will be critics and objectors? Never cared before. I'll be mad if I don't see Izuku become a hero, even if I have to teach him myself. The underground hero said with no hesitation, causing said boy's eyes to go wide at the declaration. Well then, Mr. Midoriya, allow me to ask you a few questions. Nizu said, jumping off his chair and walking towards the child he was only a little smaller than. If you were to transfer schools, would you miss your current school? Please do be honest. Not really. But we don't have the money to go to another school, Izuku muttered sadly, rubbing his arms. Dad took all the money when he dash. Izuku. Inko cut off, not mean-spiritedly but not really wanting to go down that rabbit hole. Mainly because it was one of the few topics that could actually bring out Inko's temper. Well, UA is already doing just fine for money, so it's not like that will be an issue. The principal said, grinning. Well then, Inko and Izuku Midoriya, I have an offer for you. An offer? Izuku asked. Yes. Seeing as your own school place has been anything but acceptable and your dream of being a hero, as well as the ways you have already proven yourself this past week to be smart, cunning, and possess a hero's heart, Izuku's eyes went wide as it finally actually clicked for him what all this meant. We would like you, Izuku Midoriya, to transfer and become a private student of UA, who we will guide on the path to becoming a hero. We will provide you with a proper education suited to your level of intelligence and specialist classes in stealth and combat by Eraserhead and Midnight, use of weaponry by Ectoplasm and snipe and creation of support items by Power Loader. Nizu listed off, as Izuku felt lightheaded. Was this really happening? It depends on what you both say. If you both accept, this may be a decision that goes down in history, marking the first ever quirkless hero. It will be dangerous and difficult, but it would be even with a quirk. What do you both say? I accept. Inko said after a moment's hesitation, still uncomfortable with the mention of danger and what she witnessed. Izuku. Izuku's face broke out in a massive grin even as his eyes rolled back. Somehow, he managed to give his answer. I accept. Before he fainted, crashing into the ground. Unlike last time Aizawa had saw Izuku faint, he had not woken up again a few moments later. He had stayed unconscious pretty much the rest of the day, actually having to be taken to Recovery Girl. Of course, it was to be expected. Sometimes even his best students had fainted during their first training exercises, having not yet gotten used to the adrenaline pumping through them and such. And they were teenagers who were going in fully expecting practice scenarios. Izuku had been younger, with no idea what was about to happen and shoved into an actual genuinely dangerous scenario, so fair enough. He had every right to faint once it all caught up with him. Inko had worked out the Kainkas for her son in his absence, while he slept away the excitement, and now it was the start of a new week. A few days had passed and it was now Wednesday. After a fairly peaceful day of classes, both him and Midnight were waiting in Gym Gamma, sitting silent as they waited for the greenette to show up. "Hello, Aizawa?" "Namuri?" Izuku called out, walking in and getting their attention, the scruffy man shooting his colleague a questioning look at the child calling her by her first name. He was too cute to stop when he didn't notice he was doing. She said quietly at his look, before smiling brightly as she turned to the quirkless boy. "Hiya, Midoriya. Do you know why you're here?" Sort of. Prynik Bolnizu told me you had special class schedules for me," he said, biting his thumb as though nervous, and Aizawa found it very annoying. Not because there was anything wrong with it, but because he liked his heart as a cold, dead black lump, not melted by cuteness. "Well, that's mostly right," Aizawa drawled, reaching into his pockets and pulling out a folded-up sheet. "This is a timetable for your classes for each day of the week, which you have at least 2 classes for each. If you want to be a hero, you'll have to follow this for the next 6 years." It took a bit of convincing for some of the teachers, but even if some of them are nervous about the idea of a quirkless kid, they all want to make sure you have as much knowledge as possible. So don't let it be in vain, all right? "Yes, sir." He nodded, bowing lightly and taking the timetable, unfolding it to read while Aizawa began to list it off from memory. Monday's classes will be weaponry training in 2 parts. Firearms in the morning and melee weapons in the evening. Of course, you won't be wielding an actual gun for a good few years, but you will be holding fairly close safe approximations, at which point we'll let you decide if you want to abandon them. Understandably, not everyone is comfortable with them like Snipe is. We just want you to have a good understanding them even if you don't use them, as it could come in incredibly handy. The scruffy pro explained, readjusting his capture scarf. As for melee weaponry, that will remain necessary through all your years, as it will more than likely be a major foundational aspect of your potential hero career. Ectoplasm will be teaching you, as he is perhaps the most talented with such weapons thanks to the limited nature of his cloning quirk. It will be hard work though, as to quote him, "You will not be done with those lessons until you could beat King Arthur himself wielding Excalibur with naught but a spoon." That's a very high standard, but I will do everything I can to reach it. Izuku nodded determined, pretending to slice through the air as if trying to imagine the scenario. He began to mutter. "Would have to aim for the fingers, and smack them hard enough I loses his grip." "Oh my god, he's actually working on it," Midnight snorted, grinning like a mad woman. "Hey Izuku?" "Yes, miss." "Who gave you permission to be so cute?" she asked, smirking, which only got more pronounced as the child blushed and started to stutter over his words. "You're too much sometimes." "So Shota? What next?" "Tuesday will be rescue training in the morning and first aid training in the evening. The rescue training will be overseen by 13, who will be teaching you the fundamentals and intricacies of saving people during disasters and other such situations." He smirked, seeing the greenette's eyes light up. Should have known rescue training would be the most exciting part for him. First aid training was practically demanded by Recovery Girl. She wants you to be able to assess and treat any injury that might happen on the field. And between you and me, I think she also just wants a helping hand because of the amount of patience she ends up with. I bet it's a lot, if last Friday could happen to just support students. Midoriya muttered, missing the amused smile of the underground pro. Just support students? I think they go there the most. Today and every Wednesday going forward will be spent with us, Aizawa said, and Midnight let out an audible squeal as the greenette smiled, one of his unnecessarily bright smiles at the reveal. "Unlike the other days, you won't be split up from the teachers. Instead, both of us will be teaching you stealth and combat training. There will be more of a focus on combat in the morning and more of a focus on stealth in the evening. These will be 2 of your 3 most fundamental classes going forward, so you better internalize everything you learn." "Yes, sir. I won't let you down, Aizawa," the greenette said, balling his fist and giving another determined nod. Thursday has only 1 practical class in the evening. Support and workshop training with Power Loader. This is the other most fundamental class you will be attending. gadgets are what I believe will be your greatest asset to offset your quirkless nature, and so you better be prepared to learn everything you can about them," he said, very seriously as he pulled off his scarf and laid it to the side. "In the morning, you'll have your first standard class with present mic. You'll be learning multiple languages, though the main one will be English, which will let you communicate with everyone around you more effectively. Friday will be your last day of classes. In the morning, you'll be catching up on maths and Japanese lessons with whoever is available. In the evening, you'll be doing a special class with Principal Nizu." "Principal Nizu?" Midoriya questioned, pinning his head to the side. "What will he be teaching me?" "He'll be helping you hone your already impressive analytical skills," Midnight said, clapping her hands together excitedly. "In his words, he knows you're a smart kid, but you can always be smarter. He'll also be helping you with some other basic mental things such as improving memory and such. Might sound tame, but you'd be surprised how much it might help. But now we've wasted enough time explaining. You're here for class, and while we'll normally be focusing on stealth seeing as this is the very beginning of your lessons, I want to first make sure you are capable of basic self-defense. Once you're good enough that the average school bully wouldn't be able to fight you, we can move on to more stuff," Aizawa explained, crouching down so he'd be eye level with his young student. "So, rationally, the best place to start is making sure you can throw a punch. I want you to sock me right in the face." Are you sure, sir?" Midoriya asked, surprised by the request. The scruffy pro just tapped his cheeks as an invitation. "Yes. We all takes hits all the time, we will be fighting one another regularly one day, so don't worry about it. Besides, I've taken hits from super strength villains, I think I can handle a kitty." Without warning, Midoriya winded up and struck true, smashing his small fist right into the man's cheek and throwing him off his feet onto the floor. Are you okay, Aizawa?" he asked, worried as the man groaned on the floor and Midnight began to cackle. Who the crap taught you how to punch?" the pro asked, holding his cheek and standing up. "You're not in trouble, but what the hell, kid?" I just did what my mom taught me. Get faster once you're actually close so the momentum carries, and make sure you have the element of surprise," he said, tilting his head to the side. "Remind me to never get on your mother's bad side." Nemuri laughed, walking up beside them. "That's totally going to bruise." "Well done, Izuku." Aizawa just grumbled as his colleague and student high-fived. Maybe getting the kid caught up on self-defense wouldn't take that long after all. "Power loader, sir?" Izuku called out as he walked into the mostly empty workshop studio, before a clattering pulled his attention towards the back of the room where the teacher was fixing up one of the robots. "That one's not also going to come alive, is it?" "Fortunately no, and even if it did, it has no weaponry that's functional," the support teacher commented, turning and walking to the greenette with a smile. "I hope you're ready to brainstorm, by the way. I'll be teaching you what I can about engineering and inventing, but before that, I have a special lesson." "Sir? Come over here, please," the teacher asked, and Midoriya obeyed, hurrying over to the desk and seeing his quick 5-minute creation flamethrower waiting. Beside it, there was 3 different bits of paper. "So, you obviously know you made this. It's what has given us true confidence you can be a hero. But, it's crude and quick, with limited functionality and at least one major problem. The burning," Midoriya said quietly, getting a nod as the child scratched at the wrist that had suffered said burning. A few moments more and he'd likely be left with a permanent mark. Power Loader pushed the papers forward and a sharpened pencil. "So, you're a smart kid. I want you to make ideas for improvements. I want you to do this before you learn the ins and outs of making stuff, so you have a reference point from your currently fantastical viewpoint, for lack of a better term," he ordered as he picked up the creation and began to walk away. "And try to start small with just fixing problems before jumping onto bigger ideas." "Yes, sir." "Then get started while I go talk to Nizu for a minute. I want to check something with him." "Oh, and did you have a name for this thing, by the way?" Power Loader questioned from the door, and Izuku pet his head to the side, giving it just a couple seconds of thought. "Wrist shooter should do for now, right?" "Works for me." With that, Power Loader took off and Midoriya was left to focus on his ideas. The pencil touched the paper and he sketched out the initial design, listing the components and problems. It fits just fine on my wrist, surprisingly secure as well, but could maybe be less wobbly. Obviously need to find a way to eliminate the burning. I could just wear something that offsets it, but I should be able to use it at all times, so I could offset both the burning and wobbling with a case. He began sketching out a black box, pondering for a moment before marking it as a metal casing. It would need to be one with a high melting point, so in brackets he put the word steel down with a question mark. If it was metal, it would have to be rounded to avoid cuts. Of course, there would also be foam near the bottom to absorb any heat and protect his skin. There, if it's in the case, it can't move around the actual lighter as much and will protect the cartridge, though it might need more straps. Speaking of cartridges, aside from only having fire, it's also very small amount. I can't magically increase the size of the cartridge, but I can increase the amount of them. And that gives a desirable reason to use more Velcro. If I use well-designed straps in place of glue and make sure to use refillable lighters, I have reusable cartridges. I can just swap them out on the fly from my wrist. Quickly he sketched in the idea for the strap, managing to fit 4 extra cartridges by his estimation. Now his remaining issue was lack of diversity, only being able to do one specific thing, but now his brain was working overtime. They're literally cartridges. They're just containers. He began to talk aloud, smile bright and wide on his face. It's happenstance that they have the components to make fire in them. They have to get the butane and liquid in there somehow, which means there is definitely a way to replace it with other gases and liquids. So, what else counts as a gas? Midnight's quirk. If we find that way to trap her pheromones, then we could even put them in these. A quick spray under the nose and instant knockout. Then there's water as well. Probably won't do much without a lot, but good to keep in mind. We'll need to remove the wheel thing though for that, so maybe I should find another way to use the fire instead of the current way. Outside, Power Loader was smirking before he went off to the principal, having stayed behind out of curiosity. Let's see, the fire only appears because of the spark, but there's got to be a way to ignite it without the wheel, right? The switch is what sends out the actual gas. Okay. I might need to find a way to create an ignition from a switch instead of a wheel, but if I can do that, I could also add triggers. Altogether, that should make it one-handed, stable, relatively safe, and multifunctional. Thinking, I just need a way to get them on a hinge so they come down and press the switches, and that's enough to cause a release. He worked out, still sketching all the while. His grin never faltered. Looking at the near-finished design, his mind began to race again as he had a thought and estimated the size of 2 cartridges put together. I can glue 2 together and store them on their sides on a bigger strap. On their side they take up as much space as a single cartridge and have 2, so double the amount available. If I do that and have 2, then I just need to figure out what to store in each cartridge, and I could have up to 20 possible combinations. If his classmates could see him now, well, they'd probably laugh and say he's delusional, but if he managed to actually do this, he'd have jumped from the weakest of the class to at least mid-level in no time at all. With that, he finally set his pencil down and waited for his teacher to return. Classes with Nizu definitely seemed like they were going to be a favorite for the Greenette as they watched the most recent training footage of Class 2B from the day before. They had been doing a combat exercise in teams where one team guarded the exit as heroes and a group of villains tried to make their escape from the scene. As they watched, Nizu was having Izuku verbalize all his thoughts and idea about what they should be doing. And she shouldn't be using her quirk so flagrantly like that right now. If one of the villains comes around, in a real scenario they could be killed, which is not what you want to happen. Izuku pointed out, frowning while Nizu nodded along, suitably impressed. Correct, it is rather reckless. I would also direct your attention to this villain here. He is using a quirk with a time limit still, even though he is no longer fighting. That is a bad idea for obvious reasons, I believe. Yes, sir. Midoriya nodded, crossing his arms. Why doesn't the blue skin girl use her water quirk to move around? It would cause almost no property damage and let her get to higher ground easier. You did pick up on that, good. I've been wondering if it's possible myself. I'll have Vlad King drop the suggestion to her at some point, certainly. A few more observations were made before finally the villains won and the tape ended. Izuku turned back to his new principal, who clapped his paws together with a smile. So, do tell me please, Mr. Midoriya, what has been your opinion of your classes so far? He pondered and was happy to see a massive bright grin directed his way. It's been amazing. It's fun and useful. And I got to punch Aizawa in the face, he said cheerfully, before his mind caught up with him and he blushed at that last part. An understandable enjoyment. Nizu commented nonchalantly, not even batting an eye. I'm glad it has been going well so far then, and I hope it will continue that way from now on. If your school life has improved, then we are doing well. Now, I believe your mother is waiting to finally take you home at the front gate. Okay, sir. But what will I do from now on then? The greenette wondered, getting a chortle from the mammal hybrid. Just come up at regular school hours and have your mother take you to Recovery Girl. We'll give you proper passes to bypass the school gate. You might get a few odd glances at first from the students, but they'll get used to you with time. The principal explained, waving away the issue. Now, don't keep Inko waiting, you know your mother worries. Yes, sir. With that, the child finally went to leave you, leaving Nizu behind with his computer, where his smile turned the slightest hint more malicious as he moved through his computer files and found an MP3 one that was a recording of him and Powerloader talking. He wanted to be sure it was right before he set his plan into motion, so he pressed play to listen to it just in case. Rustling could be heard, and a door closing before footsteps, and then, Principal Nizu, sir. Powerloader, good to see you. What's that you have in your hand? Oh, this. Just a gadget one of my kids cooked up. Smart kid, shame he had to go to Aldra's middle school. Oh my, you mean that place with the bullying problem? Yeah, you know the one. Teachers who do nothing good for their kids, and just are all around kinda crappy. Principal is a bit on the off side. Now, just because it's a dumpster fire disguised as an education center doesn't mean we should be rude. Still, it's a shame. I almost feel bad just for having heard its name. Tell me about it. Remember the student last year? Of course I do. It was only because of their strong argument to the contrary I didn't push for a lawsuit. I still regret not going through with it, though if I find out another of my students suffered, I'll be sure to reverse that decision. Well, anyways, The file then very deliberately cut off as they went into a regular conversation. Satisfied that it would be just fine for what he needed, he pulled up YouTube and posted it as a black-screened video to a false account posing as an employee of UA. Would hate for an accidental leak to ruin a school's reputation and force them to clean up their whole act. Especially one with such a desire to have a good outward appearance. He thought, paw hovering over the publish button, which he clicked in without a thought. Whoops. Not even slightly remorseful, he shared the video to all of his employees with clear instructions to guarantee it went viral and to ask questions. Once that was done, he leaned back and took a sip of tea, which tasted more glorious than usual. Sometimes, hero work isn't just punching villains and rescuing people from burning buildings. Sometimes, it was just giving karma a guiding hand in the right direction. Within a week, the mammal predicted half the parents of Japan would be against the school. In a month's time, it would be one of the lowest-rated schools in Japan, and all would be right with the world. 3 weeks after the car crash. And now, show me on the dummy what you do if you realize they aren't breathing. Recovery Girl asked, going through her first lesson with Izuku. The greenette looked down at the dummy, noting its body was somewhat hanging off the table it was on, so he gently but quickly moved it onto firmer ground before placing the heel of his hand onto its chest. His other hand sat atop his first, fingers interlocking with it, keeping his fingers raised to avoid touching the imaginary rib cage. Then began to give chest compressions like the elderly woman had taught him mere moments ago, stopping after a couple moments and moving the dummy's head, tilting so its supposed airway would be open as the mouth fell. He then pinched its nose, closing off its nostrils and starting to give rescue breaths to it while keeping an eye on its rising chest. He then pulled away and watched it fall, before returning and doing the rescue breaths again, repeating the process once before going back to chest compressions. After another minute of this, Recovery Girl had finally seen enough. Alright, dearie, that's enough. He is breathing again," she said, making him stop and giving him a kind smile and pulling out a sweet dispense, placing a pellet into the greenette's hand. "Well done on following all the steps. CPR may be one of the most basic practices, but it's still incredibly useful to know." "Thank you," he said with his bright smile, quickly swallowing the sweet and waiting for whatever the nurse deemed a good progression for their training. Before she could, though, the door suddenly swung open and a brown-haired boy stumbled in, holding his face and hissing, "Recovery girl?" the boy asked, while feeling around as though he was unable to see. The elderly woman let out a frustrated sigh, before gesturing for the child to wait on a nearby seat, which he did. "It happened again. What did I tell you, you idiot child?" the woman complained, smacking the boy's leg with her cane lightly. "You have only yourself to blame. The girl clearly doesn't like you, stop trying to push your luck." But dash. Another smack, which made Midoriya giggle a tiny bit while the nurse set the teen down on a bed and began rifling through a drawer, pulling out a spray of some kind and spraying it over their eyes. After a moment, she kissed him and he started to heal. "You know she carries pepper spray on her dash." Suddenly, Izuku's eyes lit up as gears began turning in his brain. "So why would you even try to irritate her?" "Oh, for..." A much harder smack hit the top of the student's head, causing him to wince. "You acted like a pervert, didn't you?" "No, I just..." "Okay, yeah." The child in the room titled his head to the side like a confused puppy. "What's a pervert?" "Ah!" the student shouted in surprise, not expecting the child to be there before whipping around. "Who the..." "Nothing you need concern yourself with, dearie. Just don't be one, which I presume your mother has already made sure of. At the very least, not one like this hopeless case." The elderly woman sighed, before addressing the student's confused stare. "Ryozuku, this is Midoriya. He's learning first aid and some more advanced stuff under me. You'll both probably meet again considering how often you end up in here." "Oh, nice to meet you," Izuku said with a bright smile, which the student returned with a confused but genuine one. You too, kid. Hope your lessons go well." "Me too." After a few more minutes of talking, the brunette was eventually sent on his way and Izuku had ended up inquiring about the pepper spray. As it turned out, Ryozuku had a bad habit of irritating a certain general studies who always carried a mild pepper spray of her own making. In the future, the quirkless boy would sometimes wonder if Recovery Girl knew exactly what she was doing when she gave him the instructions on how to make it himself. Only 2 days later, Izuku found himself in the workshop, which was quickly becoming a familiar and favorite location of his. Some might have found the constant noise of working students irritating, but he liked it, giving something for his overactive brain to focus on when he didn't have anything else to do. "All right, kiddo, I looked over those designs you drew up," Powerloader said, pulling said plans out along with a bunch of basic materials and tools. "And I'm pleased to say, they all seem feasible so far without even needing to go high grade." "Oh, that's good. I was really hopeful because the more I think about it, the more I really like my wrist shooters." The greenette bounced in his seat a bit, bright, toothy smile on display once again. "It seems super cool in my mind now I can visualize it." "Well, glad you can see it. I gotta say the 20 combinations bit caught me off guard a little. You really did listen when I said variety, huh? However, you only had 3 things listed to put in. Got any other ideas now?" the support teacher inquired, and the boy hummed before nodding. "Just one for now, sir. Pepper spray," he revealed before quickly launching into an explanation at the man's questioning look. "I saw a student come into the infirmary after being sprayed, and Recovery Girl was able to heal him really fast. She had this medical cooling spray that stopped the irritation, so if I could get that as well, then I could help relieve it after when the fight is done. Recovery Girl told me the recipe for a decent mild spray that's just enough to stop someone being able to do anything else for just a couple minutes. Is that not a good idea?" "Oh, no, it's a brilliant idea. I'm just a little surprised you suggested it." The teacher shrugged, before grinning. "Well, that gives us 4 different kinds of cartridges to make. Before any of that, though, I say we should start building that case and wrist holders you had in mind." "Yes, sir." By the end of their lesson that day, They had made 2 cases and a modified cartridge that was spraying water when Izuku pulled in his fingers. It vaguely reminded the boy of a fictional comic book character, but he couldn't place his finger on which one. He was grinning looking at the result on the table as he packed up to leave, but before he actually did, "Oh, Izuku, one last thing." Power Loader called, opening his drawer and reaching into his desk. Curious, the greenette came back over and the man pulled out a bunch of small pellets the size of marbles and 2 gloves. "I got you a present." "Present, sir?" "Oh, why you are really didn't have tea too." IW wouldn't want to dash. Before he could protest, the support teacher laughed, pushing the gloves across the table. "It's fine, kid. Besides, one of these is more for practicality and responsibility anyways." He explained, and the greenette came forward, picking up the gloves to inspect them. They were reminiscent of paintball gloves the child had seen, except instead of plastic pads on the fingers and back of the hand, it seemed to be some kind of gel that was much slimmer and more streamlines that also sat in the palm. These aren't too easy to get because they're rare for people to need. They're absolutely perfect for you though. See, it's a thin material so it shouldn't get in the way of the wrist shooters, but the material itself is actually flame retardant. "Oh. So then, they're so I can fire off the shooters without worrying about burning myself?" he inquired, and the man nodded. "Bingo! As for the gel, no offense kid, but you're not exactly the pinnacle of human strength, and I heard you kinda bruised up your hands in your self-defense lessons. These will give your hits that little extra punch while protecting you from the impact at the same time." Power Loader explained, grinning at the shine in his student's eyes. "Thank you so much," the child said as he quickly slipped them onto his hand, giggling when they perfectly fit around his fingers. If it weren't for the slight weight of the gel pads, he might have not even been able to tell he was wearing them. "No problem. Now as for these, you've been talking about sleeping gas pellets for as long as you've been up here, so it's been constantly rattling around my mind," the man said, picking one of them up. "They're small but dense, so have too many and you're gonna be super weighed down. They're pressure activated, so throw them and enough gas to knock out a full-grown adult or 2 will come out." "They're that strong?" Midoriya inquired with wide eyes, getting a nod from the man. "Midnight's quirk is fairly potent." The man grinned, before picking them up and putting them away. "These I'm going to hang on to for a while though. When we finish your wrist shooters, Nizu is working on getting a kind of permission form to let you wear them at all times, but until that's done, best to keep the gadgets here. As well as that, I think I want to save these until our special lesson." "Special lesson, sir?" Midoriya asked, tilting his head. Power Loader just laughed. "I don't worry about it, kid. It's probably still quite a while away for now. Now you get going, your mom will start to wonder where you are if I keep you any longer." "Oh right. Thank you, Power Loader, sir. I'll see you soon." With that, the greenette left off and the support teacher chuckled quietly to himself. "Yeah, I'm fighting Miss Midoriya for custody." A month after the car crash, Izuku grunted quietly as he sat perched atop the wardrobe in the house he was currently in, waiting. With his breath held for Aizawa to take his leave from the room. Stealth training had been a series of games in the vein of hide and seek, all designed to simulate real stealth scenarios. They were currently playing the one that Izuku had failed the most consistently so far. The goal was simple. He had to get a briefcase containing important information away from Aizawa, who was guarding it in the building. Right now, his efforts weren't alone however, as under a nearby bed there laid Midnight, also holding her breath. When the scruffy pro turned to walk away, Midnight began to scoot out. Midoriya wished he had a way to communicate beyond really confusing finger signals, as he tried to gesture for the woman to knock Aizawa out. However, she instead took it as him saying to grab the case, which she had to follow in the spirit of the exercise. Knowing they were not going to get away with this if he didn't do something, he quickly tapped the wall beside him, prompting Aizawa to run outside and look for the noise. At the same time, he jumped down and got close to Midnight. "I meant knock him out." "Oh shit. Wait, sorry kid dash." Footsteps began to make their way back, and Izuku quickly gestured for her to go to the door. She quickly complied, and as soon as Aizawa walked in, pink sleeping gas entered his nostrils and he collapsed to the ground. "I really need to look into a way of communicating better that finger signals." Oh, and I should get a mask at some point to cancel out Midnight's. His eyes lit up with a new idea, but he first focused on hurrying out of the building with Midnight and getting to the entrance. They did, and the two shared a smile as they high-fived. Way to go, kiddo. Thanks, Namuri, he said happily, missing the small coo from the woman, still not realizing he was calling her by name. In fact, he was probably missing a lot because he got distracted by a new idea, as he pulled a notebook out his bag and began to sketch out a preliminary design for his idea. A few weeks later, he approached Power Loader with the design at the same time he finally got his 2 finished wrist shooters. They were a little oversized but still surprisingly light, and so the Greenette certainly wasn't complaining. He still needed to find at least one more addition to the sprays included so that he had 1 per cartridge, but he was happy with what he had so far. His arm was surrounded by a rainbow of colored lighters, as he decided to color code each one for the sake of remembering which contained which. He would probably have to consider some other way of telling them apart eventually, though, to blend in easier. The support teacher had taken one look at the design in mind, and had grinned wildly while claiming it was also something to incorporate into this supposed special class he'd mentioned before. He still gave no sense of when that would be. The design itself wasn't too special, it was a full face mask in 2 parts. He had a metal section designed to look like big smiling teeth, much like a certain pro he admired. Aesthetically it was cool, but it also was designed so that while he could breathe, air could very barely get in, meaning that while it was attached, gases wouldn't be able to affect him. The other section on its own resembled oversized sunglasses, taking up most of his face. They had bands that looped around the ear, keeping it in place, and the big point he'd been looking to was that the lenses had miniature LEDs installed. The idea was that at the push of a button on a remote he'd carry with him, different sets of the lights would turn on and off, allowing him to convey quick silent messages. In his humble opinion, it looked awesome. 6 months after the car crash. Rescue training with 13 was always a great time for Izuku. It was one of his favorite classes to attend, as it was the real stuff he cared about, helping save lives. Sometimes, admittedly though, the class could be a bit repetitive, as 13 liked to be absolutely sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that their lessons stuck. This was the 3rd time in the last 2 months Midoriya found himself shifting heavy rubble around a city wreck to find and save dummies acting as civilians. His arms ached as he slowly shifted yet another boulder, and he grunted internally. He finally had his wrist shooters attached near constantly, but he doubted pepper spray was going to do much for the rocks. This isn't working. These boulders are way too heavy. Need a way to break them. His eyes searched for any way to do so, and they lit up as they landed on one of the few non-destroyed stores. 13, I have an idea. I need you to keep an eye on this civilian though. Good, making sure they are okay. They nodded in approval, bending down beside him and holding the boulders as though making sure nothing would happen. He hurried inside one, looking around for aerosol cans and grinning when he found exactly what he wanted, computer duster. Guess Dad left me with one useful thing. He bolted back out, kneeling beside 13, who titled their head. What's that? I'm using a trick I somewhat remember from my dad before he left. His throat was the only part of his body designed to handle the flames his flame breath made, which caused issues, but he was able to do this dash. As he talked, the Greenette tilted the aerosol can upside down and waited a moment before spraying the rubble. I've still got to be careful. It's cold enough that frostbite's a risk, but this should. After a couple of seconds, the Greenette curled his fist and punched the rubble hard. It hurt like hell, but it cracked, thanks to being fairly small and turning brittle. That's gonna need a bit of adjustment. The boy muttered, shaking his hand before careful lifting out the dummy and carrying it to safety to assess its condition. As he did, the back of his mind continued going. So aerosol cans are just containers, so I wonder. I still have a free slot in my wrist. Shooters? Fire, water, sleeping gas, pepper spray, and this would make basically an ice spray of sorts? Something to keep in mind. We really need to look into doing something about your level of strength, kid. You could probably do with a bit more muscle on ya. 13 commented from the side, and Izuku just sighed. He'd been hearing comments like that a lot lately. Something else to think about, I suppose. 7 months after the car crash. Izuku's breathing was shallow as his back pressed against the wall. He knew he shouldn't be eavesdropping like this, he hadn't meant to. But he'd been walking along the halls, which had been oddly barren, and he'd heard some commotion from nearby. He'd hurried over curious, and All Might was there, but he looked like he was on the verge of death with bruises and bandages, hair wilting. He struggled along the wall, ready to collapse at any moment as Nizu watched him sadly. Maybe, if he had realized in time what he was seeing, he would left. Maybe then he wouldn't have heard what he never should have. Because he would never be able to unhear what he did. If you're looking for a successor, All Might, I'm sure we could find one here at Yua. You must retire. Who will be the symbol of peace until I find someone who fits the role? Even with All for One dead, there are so many villains out there. You can't even smile right now. You used your foresight on me? If you don't stop, you will die an unspeakably gruesome death. Midoriya had been rooted to the spot the whole time. How was a child supposed to process something like that? All Might had been the strongest person in the world since before he was born, and now. He looked down at his weak, quirkless hands. Someone as low down as him, he'd once been happy to just become a hero at all, but now. If someone could do this too, All Might, then just being a hero wasn't enough. It didn't matter if he was quirkless, he was going to surpass every hero he'd ever seen somehow. Because if everything he heard was true, he wasn't sure it was actually a choice. He never told the teachers he was there. 1 year after the car crash. All right, kiddo, it's finally time for your special class. Power Loader said with a grin, gesturing to the empty workshop they had all to themselves. I think you'll get a kick out of this. What is the class, sir? Midoriya inquired, crossing his arms in a way that was eerily reminiscent of Aizawa. We're going to be making you a hero costume. The support teacher revealed, laughing internally at the look of pure joy that quickly came onto the greenette's face. So I hope you have a few ideas. Yes, sir. Well, remember, kid, we gotta be sure to be functional for ya. Want to be able to hold on to as many advantages as you can. This is why I saved your mask idea and was keeping the sleep pellets. The mask is great, and the pellets need a place to be stored before I can give you them. Power Loader walked over to a closest and began to pick out various materials. Seems like the perfect time anyways. You've done a whole year's worth of training completely powerless now, so we can finally start introducing gadgets into the equation. Oh, while we're at it, sir, I had an idea how to account for my lack of physical strength. At least in fights. Midoriya said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a ring. This used to be my dad's, but he's not using it and my mom doesn't want it, so I thought I could use it for this idea. Already seems like it would hurt having that hit someone, seems like solid metal. What's your idea? The man inquired, and the greenette grinned. I want to add a current inside it, so it shocks people like a taser. He explained, and Power Loader let out a hum of surprise, before putting down the materials with a grin. Well, then if we're gonna get around to that soon, we better get started. With that, the two had quickly set off into one of the biggest designing sessions they ever had, going through many iterations and ideas. You'd never guess it with the final design though, that they had managed to throw together, and the support pro was now judging on his student, who had just come out a nearby room. He wore custom cargo pants that were designed to fit more tightly to avoid rustling noises and such, that were a green darker than his hair. He had a pure black tank top on, and between the two was a bright red utility belt that matched his signature shoes. His mask looked as amazing and creepy as one would probably expect, with the metal mouthpiece and cold black lenses that currently had circles conveying 0 messages, just as a tester to be sure they worked. He wore a black trench coat cut down to fit him over it all, which when the support teacher had questioned the greenette had explained it helped hide what exactly he could do. Plus it just added to the cool factor. That was the bigger reason really. His gloves were as black as the lenses, and sat upon one of the fingers now was the ring, which had black tape over it, attaching a miniature battery with copper coils. It worked on a very simple principle. When pressure was applied, it would zap whatever it touched. Currently there was nothing more than a light shock that would probably keep people irritated more than anything, but they would eventually get their hands on more rings and start to up the voltages. Midoriya did have one idea for an upgrade, but he kept that in the back of his mind for now, knowing he'd probably be told to wait until he's older. Looking amazing, kid. You're even starting to bulk up just a little bit, so maybe that ring won't be quite as big a necessity in the future. Power Loader praised with a grin. Now, we've been at this for longer than normal, why don't we take a break? Okay. Midoriya nodded, following the man to the teacher's lounge where they took a seat and the TV in there was turned on. Whatever Midoriya expected to come up, it was not what did. The news flickered on and the greenette gasped at the image displayed of his old school principal being led away in HNDCFFS to a police car. Many believe this might be the end of Aldra Middle School altogether. After certain leaks of information, investigations were conducted and the school's principal has been arrested for gross neglect of the safety and health of the children in his care. As well as this, many teachers have been laid off from teaching permanently. Suddenly the channel switched, but Midoriya didn't complain or say anything. He was too busy being confused. But if the school shuts down, what will happen to Kaken? He didn't ever get his answer. 2.5 years after the car crash, Izuku hummed happily as he walked through the familiar UA halls, in his makeshift hero costume. He nodded his head happily to each of the students he passed, many waving back to the now familiar little boy. He'd appeared out of nowhere to many of them, but now a UA without the random green-haired kid running about the halls wouldn't really feel like UA. Oh, hey Izuku. A cheery feminine voice called, and Midoriya grinned as a trio walked towards him. It had a nervous-looking black-haired boy who rarely met anyone's gaze, a strong and funny blonde that Midoriya couldn't help but look up to in the short time he knew the first year, and leading the two boys, a well-endowed blue-haired girl with a bubbly personality and abundance of energy ran to the greenette. The child and teen quickly shared a double high-five, giggling as she then ruffled his hair. Going to snipe Midoriya? The blonde Mirio. The greenette had talked with a lot of the students since coming up here, but the blue-haired girl, Nijire, had actively sought him out just to talk multiple times, which led to him getting to know her and her two close friends. They probably knew more about him than any of the other students. We're going to be handling a new type of weapon today, the greenette said proudly, with a relieved smile. I like his class, but I'm kinda glad to change. Guns are noisy, messy, and really boring. Huh, you said it. Nijire hummed happily, picking him up into a spinning hug which he didn't resist. Go make us proud, kid. I will. The greenette giggled, before hurrying off to the shooting range. It took him a couple minutes, but when he finally got there, he walked inside and was surprised to see the man had picked a crossbow to teach him. Ah, there you are, partner. Alrighty, lil fella, here's the plan. Today is just gonna be basic target practice, after I teach you how to load this here thing up. Midoriya had nodded, watching the man carefully as he instructed on how to load the contraption. When it had finally been the greenette's turn to use it, he'd immediately had way more fun than he did with the guns. Not that fun was a major factor in what was actually required, but he certainly took to the contraption a look quicker than he did to firearms. Shame this is so big and clunky. No way I could carry this into an actual battle with everything else. Well, I could, but would totally take up far too much space. Maybe I could find a way to loosen it? His eyes were aiming down the sight Snipe had attached, and as they did, they looked to the metal casing on his wrist. Maybe, if I could make it fold back and get some fireproof string. He fired the crossbow, hitting a bullseye. He couldn't help but wonder if that was a sign from above, encouraging him. A few months later, he'd come back alone, and had hit 3 more perfect bullseyes with much smaller darts. Smaller, because now they had to fit into his longer modified case. 4 years after the car crash, Izuku never lost his cute looks as he grew up, still retaining his baby face, but his muscles were definitely starting to grow. He still wasn't Hercules or anything, but he could lift a fair amount of weight, and his punches were starting to become much more serious, even without the addition of the powered-up taser strikes. Speaking of those, it was time he finally got around to making the upgrade he wanted now he was older. He could focus on that a little while after, though, as at the moment he was wielding a whip against 3 different ectoplasm clones coming at him with various weapons. He struck the first clone's sword out of his hand before turning and hitting the second in the head, pulling them and their knuckle dusters to the ground. The final clone grabbed the whip, so Izuku let go and let them have it, before running and swiping their feet from beneath them and holding his wrist shooter above its head. "Don't move or I let loose." The clones suddenly dissipated into smoke, and ectoplasm clapped. "Well done, Midoriya. You're really starting to get a hang of the whip. Midnight must be so proud." The man joked, making the greenette laugh. "So what do you think then?" "Well, it's really efficient, especially this kind that curls. It's a bit lacking on power though. Swords are way too sharp for my liking. The baseball bat was too clunky and the knuckle dusters are great, but they're more an addition to striking power. What I really would like is something that kind is between the flexibility of a whip and the striking power of a bat." "Yeah, well dash. Ding. Oh, sorry, hang on a moment, Midoriya." Ectoplasm apologized as he pulled out his phone, looking at the messages he got before frowning. "Oh dang it. Is something wrong, sir?" "Nothing important, just accidentally scheduled two things at the same time. My friend wants me to come up and help her with a bungee jump for her kid, and I accidentally told Vlad King I'd met him for a snooker game around the same time." He explained, rubbing the back of his head. "Try to stay better than scheduling than me, kid." "Snooker and bungee?" Midoriya asked, tilting his head as that look entered his eyes once more. Sir? Would you say a snooker ball would be more dangerous than a baseball if it hit you with force?" "Probably about the same, I'd imagine. Either way, in this day and age should be easy enough to heal." "Why, oh God, you have an idea, don't you?" "Well, it's just, what if I use something like Aizawa's capture tape scarf as a cord attached into a snooker ball?" Midoriya wondered as he picked up the knuckle dusters one of the clones had dropped. "'Cause I've tried his capture tape before and small amounts of it are bouncy, so I was thinking it could be kind of a cross between a capture weapon like Aizawa's and a fighting weapon like Midnight's." "God, you are so there, kid," Ectoplasm muttered, too quiet for Izuku to hear. "Well, if you do get around to making that, bring it in and we can give it a try at least. What would you even call it?" Izuku smirked as a name immediately came to mind. "Thunderball." "Okay, I admit that sounds really cool. Oh, and before I forget, what are you doing with those knuckle dusters?" "Oh right, I had this idea for my taser ring ages ago, that because it's meant to make my punches more effective, what if I applied the principle to knuckle dusters instead?" He explained. "I knew I'd be told to wait until I was a bit older and now I am, so I was hoping I could try it. Though they might not come back then. I had another idea that might make the dusters themselves a permanent part of my gloves. UA can replace them, I'll let Powerloader make the call on whatever you plan for that." Ectoplasm waved away, and the greenette thanked him quickly before running off. He did his damnedest not to let his voice crack. Just one more year. They grow up so fast. A week earlier, once more Izuku found himself trawling through rubble. Ever since he'd added the ice spray to his wrist shooters, and his strength had increased, it had gotten easier, but it was still a hassle. As he fought with the rocks, he frowned. A part of him wished he had the knuckle dusters already because it would make punching in the rocks that little bit easier and less painful. Another part of him realized with a start he was still missing a sharp weapon. Something to actually tear through things. That was something he'd have to consider changing at some point. He didn't actually have an idea for what though. Funnily enough, however, he would get an answer in his second class that day, as he put on a white coat and followed Recovery Girl around, helping with her patients. After all, after almost 5 years of non-stop learning in the infirmary and seeing the most common injuries, he had enough of a handle on them that he could probably help heal some of them on his own. He certainly wasn't a medical professional, of course, but Recovery Girl had deemed him smart enough to serve as her assistant, and he did with just as much care and reverence as he planned to bring into his role as a hero. One of the students to come in had been a second year who was friends with Nijire, who had solid metal claws that the greenette had to be extra careful of while helping assess her after she had been caught in a small explosion. He'd had to jump out of the way at one point when she suddenly moved and sliced straight through the metal bars. Now, Chinami, you're in the infirmary," Recovery Girl said in a calming voice, mindful of the claws as she inched forward. "You're safe and just need to heal, okay?" "Oh, Recovery Girl." She then twisted her head over and let out a sigh. "Sorry, Midoriya." "Well, you didn't hit me, so no harm done," the greenette assured, as Recovery Girl began to start properly checking the girl while Izuku ran around, getting whatever the nurse called out for. He couldn't help but note the strength of those claws. The bed frames were made out of literal tungsten to deal with students with more destructive quirks, and the girl had managed to tear right through it. She'd definitely do well as a combat hero, that's for sure. There was no way he could make something of those length or power, but he could make something still decently powerful, he thought as he looked down to his gel gloves he wore pretty much 24/7 nowadays. Might get in the way of another idea he had though. The next week, Thursday. "Hey, Power Loader." Midoriya began as he walked in with the knuckle dusters, taking off his gloves and putting them on the workbench he'd gradually claimed as his over the years. "Do you have any pens? Like the ones you have to click in that have the springs?" "Oh, yeah, I got more than a few of those, kiddo." The support teacher nodded, walking to his supply closest for the actual class filled with regular school supplies and revealing he basically had a whole shelf dedicated to biro pens. "What for?" "I've got 2 more ideas for ways to improve myself. One of them is basically like claws, and I have an idea on how to go about it thanks to what you've taught me. I think I even know how to go about it in a way that will make it easy to replicate for the most part, but I'm gonna have to dismantle like 20 of those pens for the springs and cases." "Well, not like we're exactly running short, help yourself." The pro shrugged. "Anything else?" "Well, the stuff we used for my electric ring, want to add it onto a set of knuckles dusters. We'll have to do that first though because once the claws are done I won't be able to take it off with the design I have in mind. As for the claws, for the first batch just need razor blades and some magnetic stoppers." "Gotcha, just give me a moment." Power Loader nodded, quickly bringing out the needed material, before suddenly raising a brow. "Wait, first batch?" Yeah." Midoriya nodded, looking up. "I want these claws to be effective as possible, so this is basically a test to make sure it works. Then I want to see what the best metal I can get is to replace the claws with the strongest ones I can manage." His teacher seemed to accept this, and left the supplies with Midoriya to start working with. It took a few hours but he eventually finished up his design, and looked up into the mirror before smirking at the image that greeted him. His wrist shooters had the lighter cartridges now carefully painted pure black, with strips of color showing through so that the color coding remained. His gloves had the silver dusters wrapped around the lower part of his hand, with black tape holding in small but powerful batteries that could be removed now to change voltages, and the pens had been incredibly useful. He'd used the plastic ends as holsters for the blades, along with a kind of string holding in the blades, along with the magnets he'd ask for attached to another string. If he spread his fingers out as far as possible, the string would pull each magnet away and allow the claws to fall a certain distance before they stopped. Spreading his fingers while his hand faced the ground would unsheath the claws, and doing it with his hand facing up would sheath them again. Of course, it was a little difficult to spread his fingers with the knuckle dusters on, but he could just barely manage it, and the restriction actually worked in his favor, preventing him from accidentally unsheathing them by accident. If he dared say it, he was really starting to look like a pro. Now he just needed to get started on the Thunderball. 10 months before the entrance exam. Izuku's trench coat swished behind him as he adjusted his shooters and quickly tested his claws, satisfied they were moving at decent speed. He folded his wrist shooter's case back, making sure the string was ready so he could use the crossbow if need be before putting it back to normal. On his waist, sitting above his utility belt, was his Thunderball, which he had painted dark green. All his cartridges were filled to the brim and he reached into his pouches, quickly checking each one. One pouch contained the remote to his tightly affixed mask, which had the mouthpiece hanging around his neck and the eyes set to the simple circles. The pouch also had cooling spray to help with the pepper spray and a roll of bandages. The second pouch contained 30 sleeping pellets, which actually managed to make it the heaviest pouch due to how dense the gas made them. Still, the greenette could handle it. The next 3 pouches all contained batteries, each pouch meant for a different intensity level depending on his opponent. The last 2 pouches contained replacement cartridges for if he ran out on both hands while fighting. He used the left pocket on his cargo pants to carry the arrows to his wrist bow as it was just big enough to hold them. He stepped out into the gym where his 2 teachers awaited him, and as soon as Aizawa and Nemuri's eyes fell on him, the R-18 Pro let out a squeal. Oh my god, Shota. Look at him. Our kid's all grown up, she said, grabbing the man by the shoulders and shaking him. Oh, calm down, will you? The man asked with a bored drawl as always, pulling away and meeting his student's eye. Okay, Izuku, here's what we'll be doing today. We've not done any real training with dodging in a long time, so me and Midnight are going to basically be throwing dodgeball and tennis ball at you. As you can guess, you only need to dodge them, or deflect them, but we'd prefer you focused on dodging when possible. Yes, sir. Midoriya nodded, before tilting his head. Though, could I please try deflecting the first dodgeball with my claws? I just want to test a theory quickly. The two teachers shared a look before shrugging, and Midnight pelted the ball at him. His fingers spread, the claws fell, before he quickly swiped through the area and ended up tearing almost all the way through the ball. Okay, so that's good to know. Aizawa never played fair, and this was no exception as he began throwing tennis ball at the teenager, causing him to have to immediately spring into action. Always be prepared. The scruffy man said lazily, probably hiding a smirk under his scarf. Midoriya rolled and dived, before sliding over the bonnet of a fake papier-mâché car and pulling out his thunderball. He gave it a test twirl before batting two incoming ball out the air and spinning it quickly enough to serve as a sort of makeshift deflector. This continued on for the next 20 minutes, as his two teachers chased him through the city. At one point, Aizawa took to the roofs and began to pelt him from above, and Midnight began using his own suggestion about using her quirk to control people's movement. They were quickly boxing him in, making it much more difficult to make any kind of escape. What none of the three noticed was what was left over from another class that had been around, that being a bucket with gasoline still within. When Aizawa eventually inquired, he'd find out Vlad King had been training Class 1B, which had a student in it who had needed the gasoline for their quirk. The reason didn't really matter either way. What did matter is Aizawa catapulted a ball right at the greenette, who had decided to test his flames, seeing if they had enough pressure to push the ball back. It didn't, and he moved out the way, but kept the flame on the ball on instinct, which ended up being a bad idea as it bounced into the gasoline, which caused it to ignite. The greenette had stumbled back, and the barrage stopped for a moment as the bucket caught on fire. Fortunately, it didn't spread, but the ball kept rolling forward, and then, to Midoriya's fortune, it rolled into Midnight's sleeping gas. The flaming ball quickly soaked up the oxygen and began to get rid of some of the sleeping gas, which let Izuku put on his mask and bolt for it. He held his hand up before either of the teachers could begin again, however, picking up the flaming ball with his gloved hand. Because the gloves were always meant to be flame retardant, he barely even noticed as he picked it up, before he quickly switched to his ice spray on one hand and put out the fire. He has that look again. Midnight chuckled as the underground hero landed beside her. So he's got yet another idea. If I could keep these in a coating of gasoline before going out, or some other flammable substance, I could ignite them with the wrist shooters. Midoriya muttered, spinning the ball in his hand. Fireballs. Hey, well, you can go talk to Powerloader about that soon, Midnight said as she bounded over, placing a hand on her student's shoulder. It's about time for us to wrap up anyways. The greenette didn't feel like that was right, but sometimes the classes ended at different times, so maybe that was just one of these occasions. So he just nodded and dropped the ball for now, pulling off his mask. Oh, hey Izuku? Want to mess with Aizawa a little? Midnight asked quietly, with a sheet-eating grin which Midoriya matched up quickly as well. She whispered in his ear and he laughed lightly, as said man made his way over. Okay, you two, got everything before you leave? Yeah, I have everything, Dad, Izuku said, completely straight-faced, and it took all his willpower not to laugh as the man went rigid. However, as Midnight giggled, he was so not done. What about you, Mom? Suddenly the woman stopped laughing, before her face lit up, and suddenly the teen was being suffocated in the woman's breasts as she held onto him for dear life. Can't beef, he somehow managed to get out, and the woman loosened her grip a bit but still held onto him tight, nuzzling him with a massive smile. And now you've done it. Aizawa muttered, amused, but he very clearly was trying to hide his own face behind his scarf. Oh, I'm so happy, Midnight cooed, before suddenly her grin turned sultrier and teasing. Aizawa would groan, but he didn't have the chance before she spoke. That makes me a MLF. Oh god damn it. What's a MLF? Is it a compliment? Both teachers' eyes moved to their student's curious gaze, forgetting that even for his age he was an innocent soul. Aizawa shot a warning look at his colleague, but it did nothing to dissuade her. Yup, it's a great compliment. Midnight laughed, wiggling her eyebrows at Aizawa. It only got better with the greenette's next words. Oh, then I hope I can be a MLF someday. Izuku said with a genuine smile, tilting his head like the cutie he was while Midnight roared with laughter. I'm sure UW will be the greatest MLF. She managed to get out between snickers while Izuku just tilted his head in confusion. Oh, excuse me, I gotta go. She quickly tore off, unable to contain her laughter, and Aizawa just sighed, turning to his student. I can't believe I'm going to have this conversation with you, but a dash. I know what one is, Dad. Izuku said, this time genuinely unintentionally causing Aizawa to freeze again. But I saw an opportunity to make her laugh, so I took it. You are way too sneaky for your own good sometimes. Thank you, Dad. Izuku said with a sheet-eating grin. You're still calling me Dad. I know. Oh, well, good I guess. The man said, nodding, before walking off while Izuku laughed to himself. They really were like a family to him by now. Most of them were uncles and aunts to him, but Aizawa was like a father, Midnight a second mom, and Recovery Girl was basically a grandma. And he wouldn't have it any other way. The day of the entrance exam. You are absolutely sure you wouldn't rather take part in the recommend course at least? Nisa made sure, as Izuku clipped on his belt and adjusted his wrist shooters. He knew the exam only consisted of fighting robots, so he'd abandoned his sleeping pellets and cartridges, using the space to stock up on more fire and ice sprays. He made sure his thunderball was ready and took a calming breath. I can still make the adjustments now. Yeah, kiddo, kind ballsy to take on the entrance exam on your own. Present Mike said as she helped the greenette check he had everything. You'll be competing with way more people. That's fine. I'm grateful for everything so far, but I need to do this. Izuku said with a determined look, cracking his knuckles. I want to make sure I still absolutely earn my way in. You've gone from being a cool cute kid to a cooler cute kid. Hisashi commented, ruffling his hair. Midoriya grinned, leaning into, before he realized, and pulled back, stretching. You're not gonna change your mind at all, are you? Not even if you held me at a gunpoint. Then, I guess it's time to put everything you know to the test, kid. Present Mike said, while Nisa began to wander off. Midoriya presumed he was going to help the new teacher that had been hired, which the principal had actively refused to tell Midoriya who it was for some reason. The teacher and student walked in, and the blonde showed the teen to his desk right at the front and center, where he was examinee number 00001, having been put down before anyone else to take part. Out of curiosity, he looked to the number beside him, reading what was listed. Examine number 00002. Name, Hagakure, Tur. Beside him, he read another name he didn't recognize, and vaguely he wondered if Kaken would turn up. He wasn't dumb. He figured out pretty soon after the Aletra scandal what really happened to the blonde, but by then he began to learn what actual care felt like and had seen what he'd been doing by defending the blonde. Still, he'd never actually talked with anyone about it, so he could only be left to wait and wonder until finally the first of many examinees came in. Midoriya didn't pay much mind to the first couple of examinees who walked in, beyond giving them polite greeting nods that most returned, eyeing his get-up oddly before moving to their seats up above. After a couple of minutes, however, the first examinee who actually caught his attention was a floating set of clothes. Specifically the common sailor-style school outfit many girls wore, with the blue skirt and white shirt. It sat down next to he boy, before turning to him with a small feminine hum. Hiya. I'm Toru. Hagakure, nice to meet ya. Oh, hi, he greeted, confidence quickly faltering. So it was Invisible Girl. A girl of his age. The one type of person he still struggled at times to talk with. Izuku Midoriya. That's an interesting outfit. I thought we had to wait to go into a changing room before we could swap out of our school uniforms? She asked, presumably picking at the card in front of her with how it was twitching. A moment later she also let out a laugh. And relax, I don't bite. Sorry. I'm just not used to interacting with other people is all. He admitted quietly, unaware that this had put a confused and somewhat saddened look on his conversational partner's face. I don't go to a normal school, so I didn't have an outfit I specifically needed to come here in. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Hagakure hummed as if satisfied, before leaning back in her seat. Not going to lie, I'm like super nervous over all of this. Like probably more than most people. Echa? Why? Midoriya asked, even though he had a solid guess at what the answer might be. Well, you can guess what my quirk is, right? She asked as she gestured to her body, and he nodded. She let out a small sigh. I mean, I enjoy my invisibility and all, but it's not exactly flashy or powerful. I know the entrance exam involves fighting faux villains of some kind, but I'm not exactly a strong physical fighter. I have a feeling I'm going to be outshined by a lot of more flashy quirks. I mean, I might as well be quirkless when it comes to a physical fight. Yeah, I get that worry, Midoriya said, laughing despite himself. Wanting to make sure the girl was in the right state of mind when she went in, he flashed her a bright smile. But hey, if I can go in there and do my best to succeed, then so can you. After all, you'll still have an advantage over me at least. How so? The girl asked confused, and the quirkless boy showed her his wrist and the gadget attached. He normally didn't freely admit to being quirkless due to all the bad memories of what occurred when he did, but he was feeling good with the fact that he was exactly where he wanted to be right now and wanted to help, so he just let it slip. I'm quirkless, he said simply, and before the girl could say anything he moved his wrist closer so she could get a look at the wrist shooter. Genuinely, no powers at all, but I'm still going to do my best with what I can do. If I can do that, then you should be able to do amazing. Really? She asked, looking to him presumably in shock. You're quirkless and you're still doing this. That's so cool. She suddenly gushed, causing him to blush a little as he rubbed the back of his head. Still, aren't you worried? I doubt it's safe. It's not safe normally either. The greenette pointed out patiently. It was a common thing even his teachers had been guilty of time for time, without even realizing. Everyone focused too much on the quirkless needing to be safe, when they were in danger themselves all the time. He didn't hold it against anyone, but it was a bit annoying. We're always going to be in danger, it's a part of a hero's job. Fair enough. She hummed, before sighing. Still, not looking forward to this a lot even though I want in. Looking around, he smirked for a moment before leaning in. Well, don't tell anyone I told you, but here's a little bit of information they always forget to share. The robots we're fighting have off switches near their heads, if you can just reach them. Count to your score and you don't need to destroy them. Wait, how do you know it's robots? And how do you dash? Suddenly the lights cut out as a spotlight came onto the front stage. Hello, listeners. Present Mike called out to them all, and so the explanation started. The exam was underway. The greenette didn't fail to notice Bakugou never came in. Midoriya stretched as he stared down the intimating gate he had stood before so many times in the past. Training City B. He stood right near the back of the crowd, a random assortment of people before him. In amongst them was a brown-haired girl who seemed to be doing her best to calm her nerves and a tall, intimidating blue-haired teen glaring out at everything before him. Midoriya wasn't sure he liked the boy, who he'd already gotten a taste of the personality of when he interrupted Present Mike to deal with a non-issue that he apparently thought was shameful. He was intense and also ended up berating the greenette over his attire. That had certainly not done any good for Midoriya's opinion of this Tenya Ida, as he said he was called. Suddenly a disembodied voice talked into his ear. Nervous. It was Hagakure, and he looked for the source but found nothing. Right in front of you. He looked forward and saw nothing, but a light bulb went off in his head. Oh, you can go fully invisible. Well, kinda. She said with a nervous stutter, before her voice quietened. I have to go fully naked to do this. Izuku.exe has stopped responding. Please reboot and upgrade to Windows 15. Hello? She asked nervously, and he shook his head as a massive blush came across his face. Sorry. Was not expecting that answer, he said, hiding his face, and an awkward laugh came from the girl. Yeah, I get it. We're doing it in front of a guy as well, but only way to fully use it, she explained. Well, at least you have that trick, he muttered quietly before turning to the gate. And hopefully when we dash. You with the curly hair, a sudden harsh voice said, and Midoriya cringed as he saw the blue-haired teen approaching. Oh no, others are trying to focus. It certainly would be easier if you stopped that incessant muttering. Is this exam just a joke to you? Hey! Hagakure suddenly butted in, before the greenette could defend himself. Leave him alone, you JRK. We can talk if we want to. Who the dash? And begin. Midoriya wondered if Present Mike was watching at that moment to have good enough timing to stop the argument. Either way, he was off ahead of the others as soon as it began, his instincts kicking in. What are the rest of you waiting for? There is no countdown in real fights. And suddenly a stampede was approaching him from behind, but he led the charge far enough ahead that he didn't have to worry about being trampled. It was all calm until he came up to a corner where 2 3-pointers came around the corner, one immediately moving to strike him. Aizawa's voice came into his head. Use your enemy's movements, their attacks and momentum against them. Turn their advantages into disadvantages. He jumped out the way as his fingers stretched, letting his claws unsheathe. He'd upgraded them the week before he came to take part, having the metal replaced with a metal strong enough to pierce through the robot's casing. As its arm got stuck, he jumped onto its casing and slid over the head, flicking the switch on his way and leaping onto the next robot. It aimed at him, but before it could do anything, his claws went straight into its eyes, where he pierced straight through its internal processor and caused it to shut down. After that, he leapt off and took off into the nearby alley, watching from the shadows for any roaming robots, preferably 2 and 3-pointers, to get the drop on. This was how he continued for the next while, jumping out when he could and either tearing his claws into the robots, turning off their switches, melting or freezing their inner components. There was one more way he could fend off the bots he wanted to try, and he finally got his chance as he saw a cluster of 2 and 3-pointers just waiting about. He bolted forward, swinging his thunderball around and getting atop one of the 3-pointers before it could see him, before leaping off it onto the 2-pointer and bringing the thunderball down through its head with all his strength, caving in the robot just enough that it started to freak out. He jumped onto one of the remaining 2-pointers for safety, clawing its eyes out. A beeping noise caught his attention and he turned to see one of the 3-pointers about to fire off a missile at him. It obviously wouldn't be something deadly, but he knew it would hurt if it connected. To his surprise, however, it suddenly just stopped, dropping down. The 2-pointer after followed suit and he quickly dealt with the second 3-pointer himself before it reacted, throwing both his fists through its eyes and letting the pressure activate his strongest voltage on his knuckle dusters, shorting out the robot quickly. He jumped off and looked around, seeing the robots had all been dealt with, and smirked when he realized his savior couldn't be seen. Thanks, Hagakure. I was hoping I could leave you all confused and be all mysterious, she said with a pout that the greenette could practically hear, but she came up to him after a moment, as he was able to barely just sense her presence near him. How are you doing for points? Think I'm at about 27 now, including those we just took down, he said, and an impressed whistle escaped the invisible girl. You. Dang, that's awesome. And 34, but I really lucked out near the start, found a massive cluster who I think might have been a little defective. All kept crashing into each other, she explained, as they both looked for any more opponents to take on. I'll talk to Powerloader about that later, he said simply, missing the confused noise that escaped Hagakure when he said that, as his eyes landed on another cluster near the end of the street. 2 3-pointer and 6 2-pointers. Hey, wanna team up for a minute? We can both get into the lower end of the leaderboard, I bet, if we both take down a 3-pointer and 2 2-pointers over there. You don't mind, do you? I know I'm not quirkless, but like I said, sometime I might as well be, so we gotta stick together, she said with an audible grin, hitting her fist into her palm, based of the noise of flesh hitting flesh. Let's do this. Then follow my lead. The greenette instructed, bolting forward straight towards the robots. They turned as he approached, and he gave a quick single behind him for the invisible girl to go around the side as he slid under a strike from one of the two-pointers, before aiming his wrist into one of its seams and freezing up the wires inside, causing it to slow down. His attention turned to the next two-pointer, which he quickly and gracefully clambered onto, puncturing its metal skull with his claws and breaking it before jumping back to the previous two-pointer and putting it out of its misery. Much like before, the three-pointers took aim at him, but this time he didn't hesitate to leap at one while the others suddenly shut down, indicating Hagakure had managed to make her way around and began picking her targets. Izuku meanwhile dodged over the top of the missile barely, getting over it just before it launched and pushing his claws down hard into the robot. He turned to see the last two-pointers aiming at him, and he leapt towards one as the other shut down, lifting up its head and shooting fire onto the inside, shutting it down. That was so cool! Hagakure gushed once they were finished, suddenly crashing into him and causing his face to go a shade of red never before seen. Oga derbrest sar pressengrai tinot miogid hel felp dash. Oh, sorry. I just kinda like giving hugs when I get excited. Should have asked first. It's okay. He quickly waved away, looking away quickly to the sky. Just give me a moment dash. A sudden rumbling and crashing noise quickly grabbed both their attention and he let out a heavy sigh. Crap. Forgot about that. About what? The invisible girl asked nervously, and the greenette just pointed to the nearby buildings where a robot as big as the skyscrapers around it began to peer out. That's the zero-pointer? Yup. Midoriya nodded, remembering the tales he'd heard of it from Nijire and Mirio, who had wanted to give him a heads-up the week before. It was just as terrifying as one would expect, causing many students to bolt away, but Midoriya remained. Ow! And his gaze was suddenly brought down to the brown-haired girl he had seen before, whose leg had gotten caught under some of the rubble. He cursed under his breath, quickly running forward. Hagakure, come on please. You gotta be kidding me. The disembodied voice shouted back, but the sound of flesh smacking against cement made it clear she was keeping up with him. He winced a little with each impact. Having to ditch her shoes to go fully invisible must be horrible for the soles of her feet. They quickly reached the girl, and Midoriya sprayed the rock covering her with his ice spray before punching it hard with his knuckle duster, splitting it apart. It's okay, we got you. We gotta move now though. W.E. The girl asked, somewhat dazed as Izuku lifted her up, and suddenly Hagakure started to support her as well, quickly pulling her far along to the other side of the street. I'm Hagakure, he's Midoriya. Raka. Nice to meet you, now let's get you away from that thing. Midoriya said, as they approached the end of the street. The good thing about the zero-pointer is that it was slow as hell thanks to its size, so they managed to quickly get the girl to safety. He set her down on a rock, as Hagakure looked her over with confusion. Why are we stopping? That thing's still there. Yeah, it is. Midoriya nodded, before suddenly beginning to walk back into the street slowly. Look after Uraraka, I'll be right back. It was gigantic. Looming above them all, its power unrivaled by anyone in the exam. It was a truly terrifying villain that would seem impossible to beat to even some of the most amazing pros. That was the idea behind it. Izuku had inherited a lot from his teachers, at least in part. Midnight's combative grace, Aizawa's stealth abilities, and some of his snark, Power Loader's technical prowess, ectoplasm, and Snipe's skills with weaponry, and he'd even gotten more intelligent by spending time with Nizu. One thing they would all be saying right now though, even those who believed in him most, would be to run. Instead, his feet planted firmly in the ground. I can't just be some random hero. If someone could do this too, All Might, then just being a hero wasn't enough. It didn't matter if he was quirkless, he was going to surpass every hero he'd ever seen somehow. I have to be the greatest hero I can possibly be, and that means I can't back down no matter what. Though they couldn't see it, Hagakure's eyes widened as she took in Izuku's gaze and realized what he was about to do. You're not going to? Yep. Are you insane? He turned to her for a moment and gave her a bright smile only he could. Certifiably. And with that, he took off into a sprint. The zero-pointer let out something akin to a roar through its voice box and Izuku's features hardened. I need to use everything I've learned if I want to stand a chance at this. Everything. A giant fist, the size of a house, came barreling towards him, and two terrified screams rang out from the girls behind him as they had about to connect. He wasn't to be defeated that easily though, tearing his claws into its metal shell and jumping, clinging on for dear life as his gloves served as anchor points. He quickly climbed topside, and saw 6 red angry orbs glowing and glaring at him. He pulled out his claws and began running up the length of the arm as it began to lift. He didn't need to get all the way, just close enough. The other arm lifted into the air, ready to swat him into a paste, and he smirked, foot planting firmly into the paneling. The arm came down and he leaped into the open air at the last moment, while the robot tore its own arm off its hinge. He began to descend, but he managed to reach its chest paneling just in time, forcing his claws into it barely in time to stop him from a long and painful fall before he began his ascent. I won't let the size or power of a villain like you scare me away, now or ever. He said simply, more to himself than the robot. I'll face you all down, because that's what a real hero would do, power or not. I may be quirkless. He finally reached the neck, and saw the robot struggling to figure out how to attack him as he got onto its shoulder. Right near its neck he saw it, and grinned wildly as he bolted forward, finding a seam where he knew a switch would be hidden. His arm reached inside, and he pulled it down as he finished his thought. But I refuse to be powerless. The robot's movements suddenly ceased, as the lights died and it shut down on the spot. His work wasn't done, however, as he looked out over the arena, where very barely he could see people looking up, presumably in shock and confusion. Now he just had to get down. He took a giant breath, mentally preparing himself and looking to the nearby skyscraper. Mom, Dad and other mom were going to kill him for this. He took a running start and leapt at the building, putting up his arms and crashing straight through one of the windows a moment late, rolling across the ground through shattered glass. He let out a small relieved laugh as he looked up to where he crashed through, smiling before a thought went through his head. Wait, I've never checked if they were easy to break before. He blinked in surprise, before his eyes widened. Oh God. Izawa and Namuri were going to kill him, bring him back to life and kill him again. For now though, a nap sounded really good despite the broken glass and, hey, was he bleeding? All too suddenly, darkness overtook him and the world lapsed into silence. When Izuku finally came to, his vision was blurry and his ears rang as he painfully pushed himself up in the bed he was laid out upon. He rubbed his head, letting out a small groan of pain before looking up and grimacing as he saw Izawa, Namuri, Recovery Girl, Power Loader, and Nizu all sat before him with varying looks of concern and frustration. Then what he did came barreling back into his mind and he let out a nervous chuckle. I'm alive. You absolute biscuit. Recovery Girl suddenly exclaimed angrily, catching the greenette off guard with the odd exclamation he'd never heard from her before. If I didn't know better, you would be getting such a whacking from my stick right now. What on earth possessed you to think any of that was a good idea, you silly child? I couldn't bring myself to back down. He explained, looking down at his bed sheets and picking at them. He could have sworn he heard Power Loader quietly complaining about the power of cuteness. I want to be the best hero I can possibly be, which means I have to put my all into every single fight. I know sometimes it's better to run, but I needed to. You needed to give us all heart attacks? Shota asked with a glare and crossed arms, but anyone fluent in Izawa could pick out the worried tone in his voice. You could have died, Izuku. No. I needed to beat it for myself. So I knew I could handle this, he explained quietly, and the looks of frustration dropped as Midnight made her way to the quirkless boy's side, pulling him into a tight hug and planting kisses all over his face. Cut it out. No. This is your punishment for the heart attack. I guess I understand where you are coming from. The sultry woman relented, holding him tight. It was the fall more than the robot. When those two girls carried out your bloody body. Hagakure. Uraraka. What happened to them? He suddenly asked, looking around and hearing snickering from Power Loader. Outside, don't worry too much. They refused to leave until they knew how you were. Recovery girl dealt with the brunette's head injury and a couple of cuts on the invisible girl's feet once you were stabilized. The support pro explained, a teasing note coming into in his voice. Our child already has girls all swooning after him. I'm so proud. Oh, shut up, you oaf. Recovery girl tooted, giving him a light smack with her cane while Izuku blushed. Then a somehow even more serious look came onto her face as she addressed the greenette. I'll let the others judge how you handled the zero-pointer themselves. What I will judge for them is your absolutely reckless and stupid decision to jump into a skyscraper window. You had so many cuts, I was worried you were going to bleed out. You had one right in the back of your head, any deeper and you would have brain damage right now. What on earth were you thinking? I wasn't. I got caught up in the adrenaline. Izuku admitted quietly, gently leaning into his mother's side. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to scare you. Have you learned your lesson? Aizawa asked simply, walking over to him and setting his hand on the quirkless boy's shoulders. Despite the situation, Izuku looked up at him with a sheet-eating grin. Never. God f***ing damn it, problem child. The man hissed, looking down exasperated. You will be the cause of death listed on my autopsy one day, you know that right? You sure you're not secretly some villain trying to infiltrate us? Ah, you saw right through my evil plan. Unfortunately, it already fell apart when I started thinking of you as Dad, the child said matter-of-factly, smirking when it stopped the man cold and the other teachers cooed at the two of them, Midnight muttering about Dadzawa and Midnight as Mom. You know exactly how to play us, and that is not fair. The sultry pro pouted, pulling out her phone. Do I need to call your actual mother? No, but you probably should anyways. Actually, I wanted to talk with someone about that. The child said, getting odd looks from his teachers and surrogate family. I know there's not exactly much to be done about it, but I think Mom gets lonely sometimes with how often I'm up here, and if I got past the exam, which from self-scoring I think I at least got incredibly close, I just want to find a way to help her not feel too lonely. That's a fair point. Midnight frowned, before humming. I'll actually be away from work on the first day of school. If I get the chance, I'll visit her and keep her company for a bit. Thanks, Mom. Izuku smiled before nodding to the door. Now, maybe we should let the girls know I'm alive? Yes, just give me a moment. Recovery girl nodded, hopping from her seat and making her way to the door. She opened it wide, revealing both Uraraka and Hagakure sat outside, the invisible one somehow being more visibly worried than the brunette, who happened to now be wearing an outfit similar to Hagakure's instead of her tracksuit. He will see you now. Thank you. They both said, walking in before looking around confused at the amount of teachers all gathered around the child. Don't worry about them. They're all more incompetent than they look. Izuku said aloud, massive teasing grin on his face and getting plenty of glares in the process. You're lucky we haven't grounded you, mister. We can and will change that. The R-18 pro still holding onto him reminded him with an incredibly light slap to the head, only meant to remind him she was there. She then let go and stood up, some of the other teachers following. Don't mind us, girls, we'll be on our way. Oh, you were the two who fished him out from the building, right? Nizu finally spoke up, hopping out of his seat and walking up to them with a bright smile. They nodded together and he clapped his paws together. Wonderful, I thank you for saving my nephew Dash. Izuku couldn't help but snicker at the shocked look that came onto Uraraka's face, presumably mirrored on Hagakure's. And as a token of my appreciation, I would like to give you your exam results early. He said, surprising even Izuku. Both girls leaned in nervously, waiting for him to continue. Normally we wait until the letters get sent out, and that is, I'm sure you are aware, but this was the last of this year's entrance exams for the hero course. As a result, combined with my quirk and my position overseeing every exam, I can already calculate who has passed, and I made sure to keep an eye out for you two's score after you helped Midoriya. Achiko Uraraka, and Toru Hagakure, correct? Yes, sir. The both confirmed, and he gave them both bright smiles. Then, much like my nephew, you passed. He said, causing both girls to let out small happy squeals and Izuku to smile bright from his bed. "Congrats you too," he said, before suddenly he fully processed what he had actually just heard. "Wait, I passed. Well, I would rather have let you stew for a while as minor punishment after your stunt, but maths is a specialty of yours. You would have figured out pretty fast you passed anyways," Nizu explained as he began to walk off. Before he left completely though, he turned to the quirkless boy in the room with a knowing grin. "Oh, and I was told young Mr. Hoitsu wanted you to come into town if you passed. I believe he'll accommodate you if you bring a party." With that, the students were left to themselves, both girls turning to Izuku. "So, you probably have a bunch of questions." The greenette laughed nervously, and suddenly the floating sailor outfit hurried to his side. "Yeah, but most importantly, are you okay? You looked so banged up when we found you." The girl's tone betrayed her worry as she gently placed a hand on his head, checking him over despite his now healed state. "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, Recovery Girl is an amazing healer." He waved away the injuries like it was nothing, which honestly would probably get on the nurse's nerves. The invisible girl beside him fidgeted with her shirt, barely noticeable because of the sudden disappearing and reappearing creases, while Uraraka made her way to the other side of the boy. Remember when I hugged you just before we went to help Uraraka? Do you dislike hugs, or was it just because of my situation?" Hagakure asked, her voice laced with nervousness. The greenette blushed, scratching the back of his head. "Just the situation, though to be honest that's the first hug I've gotten from someone other than my mom's in a long time," he explained with a bashful chuckle that was unfairly cute in both girls' opinions. "Then can I hug you again? Want to be sure this time so you don't shut down," Hagakure requested, and through a blush Midoriya nodded in surprise. "I mean sure, but why?" he asked as he felt two surprisingly muscular arms wrapped tight around his neck. Uraraka looked on with a small smile, looking contemplative. "Why? Because you're my friend and you had me worried," the transparent girl said, matter-of-factly, causing the quirkless teen's eyes to go wide. "I'm your friend?" he asked, voice painfully surprised and making the other two's heart constrict for reasons they couldn't understand. "Well, yeah. I mean, you made me feel better about myself this morning going into the exam, and we made an awesome team together. Did you not want to dash?" Before she could finish, Izuku wrapped his own arms around her waist tight and just held her for a moment, even as his blush worsened. Are you okay, Midori? It's just nice to actually have a friend," he let slip without realizing, before slapping a hand over his mouth. I mean Dash, you don't have friends?" Uraraka finally spoke up, having been respectfully quiet so far for the two, having assumed they were close friends before being proved wrong just now. "I mean, I have Nijire, Tamaki and Mirio. They're students here, but I rarely see them, and I guess I've never had anyone my age actually say it," he explained, looking down. Hagakure's grip on him tightened at that reveal and the brunette girl frowned. "Well, then I'll be your friend as well," she said determinedly, causing Izuku to look up surprised. "I mean, you both saved my life, and if we all made it in, it would be nice to have a few friends already. Plus I owe you too, not that I wouldn't want to be friends anyways, but it just adds to it." "Heck yeah. I'd love to be friends with ya, and you can bet but I'm going to be yours as well, Midori. You won't escape my friendly hugs." Hagakure giggled, and he put on a straight face and his most monotone voice in an impression of his dad. "Oh no, what a horrible fate." His sarcasm etched into every word, making his two new friends laugh. It's kind of weird to ask, but can I?" Uraraka fidgeted as she gestured towards them, and after a moment they realized she was asking to join the hug. Sure. We don't want you feeling left out," Hagakure said happily, and Midoriya just nodded, holding his other arm out and letting the girl wrap her arm around the two of them. "Nothing is better than a group hug." "I wouldn't know." "Me neither." Hagakure let out a dramatic gasp as they said that, before somehow squeezing even tighter than she was before, despite the fact she now had to stretch her arms much further. "Well, then we have to change that. People not knowing how awesome hugs are is unacceptable." Dr. Hagakure prescribes at least one hug every single weekday. Good luck with that if you treat it like medicine. Recovery girl's voice suddenly cut through, causing all eyes to turn to her as the girls let go of their new green-haired friend, which he would be lying if he said didn't make him the tiniest bit sad. Izuku has the annoying hero's habit of constantly avoiding doing medically sensible things. The amount of times I've had to practically force-feed him painkillers after a particularly intense training session of some kind is ridiculous. Sorry, R.G. He chuckled. Nervously, confused looks once more coming onto the girls' faces once more. Anyways, I was just getting the results from a test and it would appear you are fit to go now. You'll be sore for a while, but hopefully that will remind you jumping through 16-story high windows is a terrible idea. Unlikely. Izuku. The nurse said with a warning tone, and he held up his hands defensively with a nervous smile. Sorry. He laughed, pulling himself out of bed before turning to the two girls. I assume you two need to get home soon. Actually no. I have an apartment to myself in the city, that it turns out now I know I'm in the school I will be living in for a while now, so the only real rush for me is to call my parents and let them know the good news. Uraraka explained, but her smile was more sad than happy as she said that. Hagakure let out a small whine from the greenette's other side as he stretched. Well, I do need to get home sooner or later. I live with my parents in Muzudafu. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. So I have to get on a train back. You're kidding me? Huh. Me and my mom live in Muzudafu. Izuku laughed with a small grin, catching both girls off guard. Really? Oh, we should totally meet up sometime then. The invisible girl said excitedly, before nervously turning to the brunette with them as realization struck. Oh, sorry. Nah, you're fine. She waved away. Well, anyways, do you think you could both spare 20 minutes? Izuku asked, both looking at him confused. He just grinned. It would be a shame to leave without really getting to know each other, or in an infirmary as our last meeting place for that matter, so I was thinking we could all spend a little time at the cafe in the town down the road. No worries about payment. Echa? Well, if you're sure, I guess. Are you sure about payment? I kind of don't have much money. Uraraka said, nervously scratching her head. No worries at all. I got a special deal with the place I'm thinking of. Izuku laughed, making his way towards the door. We should get going though if we want to have time. Right. Coming. Hello and welcome to Midoriya. Good to see you. A man with long black hair, red eyes and a kind smile greeted the leader of the trio as they walked in. The owner of the small town's only cafe, Takata Hoitsu. Who are your friends? And did it go well? Yeah, about as well as it can go with me involved. The greenette laughed, pulling out a chair for Uraraka and Hagakure to be polite, which they quietly thanked him for as they sat down. Considering I passed, I'm happy. Oh, and this is Uraraka and Hagakure, we met at the exam. Nice to meet you both. Hoitsu greeted with a massive grin, before it turned more teasing as he looked towards the stairs. Yumiki. Guess who just turned up? The sound of footsteps racing down the stairs caught their attention, and suddenly two practically twin girls rushed down the stairs. They both had black hair, with gray twinkling eyes. There were a few differences setting them apart, however. For one, their bangs went off to different sides, Yumiki's to the right and Shime's to the left. Secondly, their demeanor was totally different, Yumiki looking confident and amused while Shime looked bashful and like she had regret over something. Finally, Shime had a scar over her eye as the only real injury on her, while Yumiki was missing an arm altogether. Hey Midoriya. Yumiki greeted, holding up her hand in greeting while her sister's look of quiet embarrassment worsened. You passed the exam? I'm getting into U.A. He said excitedly, and the one-armed girl ran up to him, holding out her hand. All right, high five, she said, and he returned it with a smile before she turned back to her sister. You know what that means, Shime? Yeah. I'll get started on the katsudon, the girl sighed, turning and hurrying away. So what's this about? Hagakure asked, confused, and Midoriya turned to her with a small smile. I come here sometimes with Power Loader, one of the teachers on staff. One of the very first times I came here though, my sis was kind of a major JRK. Yumiki said, fixing the greenette with a look. Don't even try and deny it. She outright said she had no faith in you ever getting into the school. That's horrible. Uraraka cried, face morphing into one of displeasure at the thought. Yes, it was. I never raised her to act that way, and you can be sure I made sure she received appropriate punishment for it. Takata spoke up, jerking a thumb to where his daughter had disappeared to. Along with that, we made a simple bet with her. If Midoriya got into the school, she would have to single-handedly make him a dish of his favorite food on the day for free. Though I always give examinees free stuff on their way out, usually if it's nothing expensive, helps with the nerves. Speaking of, do you two want anything? If you're with him, I'll put it on the house as a part of the bet, just this once. Oh, do you have mochi? Uraraka asked, and the man nodded with a smile. Oh, can I have that as well, please? Hagakure asked, and the man gave them a thumbs up, opening the door and calling to his daughter to bring through a big plate of it. While he did that, the invisible girl turned her gaze back to the greenette with a hum. So, you know all the teachers and the people in town? And a lot of the students. Midoriya chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head as Shime walked out with a large plate of mocha all stacked atop one another, which she set down in front of them. As she did, she looked nervously to the quirkless teen, fidgeting. Sorry. Again. It's fine. I forgave you a long time ago. He waved it off with a smile, letting her leave. He did find a little bit of joy in the fact that every time she said it, it sounded more and more genuine since she began a week after the egregious comment. Izuku still wasn't sure what exactly her punishment was, but it meant she became quickly reserved any time he ever appeared to them. So, how do you know so many people? Uraraka asked, intrigued, and he chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Well, it started with a car crash. Bye, Midoriya. Hagakure and Uraraka shouted, waving from where they were in the windows. He waved back happily, as the train began to chug along, and slowly they disappeared out of his view, leaving him with a massive grin and his phone in hand. He had gotten both their numbers just before they left so they could stay in touch, and now they were gone to return home. He couldn't wait until they could hang out again. If he wanted to talk with them soon, however, he'd have to get back himself, so with that thought he turned and hurried to the entrance, bolting his way up towards his school with a giant grin, waving at bystanders on his way past. He made sure to be extra careful as he came to the streets, his recounting of the moment his childhood changed for the best leaving him cautious as he hurried along. His life couldn't be more perfect than in this moment. Budding friendship with two people his age, who were girls who were both nice and pretty no less. He didn't care if he couldn't see Hagakure, no way someone that nice wasn't good looking. He had the best surrogate family possible, and he'd finally be going to the school of his dreams, no past bullies there to hold him down. It was everything Izuku wanted as a kid and more. He'd returned to the school, and once more for the 5th time this week gone up to see Nizu and asked to meet the new staff member. Once he was inevitably refused again, being told he'd see them when he was finally in class. He would go see his mom and dad, and just hang out in the teacher's lounge for a while before someone would drive him back home to his real mom, falling asleep soon after and waking up for a new tomorrow. Only 2 weeks to go until it began. Of course, he didn't know that is also when plots would begin to set in motion. Plots he never could have seen coming. Elsewhere, in the depths of Japan. Tamura, you are certain you are all ready? Yes, master. You have your more valuable members close at hand? Yes. Remind me who they are, in case any prove disloyal. There is only one potential risk, master. Otherwise I only have our Nomus and Kurogiri. And this risk? Who is he? Katsuki Bakugou. Hagakure, Uraraka group chat. You? Did you get home safely, you two? Uraraka, yeah. Hagakure, what about you? Uraraka, so what now? I have nothing to do, so if either of you want to talk? You? I'm able to talk. Hagakure, same, any topic in mind? Uraraka, oh drat. You? Well, we were all at UA, so clearly we all like heroes to a degree. Either of you have a favorite? Uraraka, oh, I'm a really big fan of 13. Their attitude is so cool and they're such an amazing rescue hero. You? 13 is an awesome person in general. Their classes are a lot of fun. Hagakure, you even get classes from 13? Lucky. Uraraka, so jealous. Angry face. Uraraka, what about you, Hagakure? Hagakure, puss. I don't have any real one pro I look up to. All Might, I guess, even though that's kind of a boring answer, just 'cause he's always in the spotlight and I wanna be. Kinda easy to overlook the invisible girl. Uraraka, I promise I won't overlook you. You? Me neither. You already stand out to me with your personality. Hagakure, thank you. It means a lot. Hagakure, what about you, Midoriya? You, it's a tie between Midnight and Eraserhead. You, so I told her, I may be small, but in a fight I give it my all. Uraraka, so cool. Sound like you're gonna have a head start on us when school starts though. You, I think it's a fair trade. Tongue sticking out. I can't have a quirk to help, so I get extra experience instead. You, if you want I can help you in our spare time though, little tips to perform better they might not teach us in class. Uraraka, you do that? Of course. I'm more than happy to help my friends. Hagakure, thanks for today, I had so much fun. You, I should be thanking you, you're the one who suggested it. Hagakure, yeah but I didn't know it would be so fun. Hagakure, not saying you aren't fun. Just, didn't expect it to be as exciting as it was. Do you practice parkour like that often out of your lessons? You, sometimes I enjoy the adrenaline rush. Personally I preferred the quieter moments though. Eating and talking is just relaxing. Hagakure, can't argue with that, especially if it gets me free food in the future. You, if you're lucky. Izuku had the widest smile on his face as he looked into his reflection in Nizu's office, his reflection staring back equally beaming with energy. He was finally in Yue's official outfit. The blazer was a bit loose on him and the trousers fit perfectly, allowing him breathing room to move while still being on tight. His tie was a total disaster but everyone seemed against giving him any advice on how to fix it for some reason, so it was simply in a messy knot and barely reaching his chest. His actual physique was hidden by the clothing. It wasn't like he was a pinnacle of muscle or anything, he was more lean than anything and really he preferred it that way. Midnight and Aizawa were both more agile fighters than brawlers, so it was much more in his favor to retain as light a form as possible while still having some decent striking power with what muscle he could afford to put on. I must say, the outfit suits you rather well, Izuku. Nizu said with a bright smile, paws clasped behind his back as he inspected his nephew. It's about time we finally got you into it as well. How do you feel? Like I'm on top of the world. The greenette said quietly with a smile, when the door opened up and pulled both teacher and students' attention to it. A moment later in casual clothes walked in Nemuri, whose eyes landed on the greenette before she suddenly let out a loud, delighted squeal. Oh my god, you look amazing, Izuku, she said, hurrying over and pulling him into a tight hug, cooing and kissing his face while he tried to pry away while smiling all the while. Mom, he whined playfully, pushing her away. I thought it was your day off? Oh, it is. The sultry pro nodded, standing tall with a sweet smile and laughing. I'm going to meet Inko soon, but I had to see you in your outfit first before Shota. After all, I think you already know who the homeroom teacher of Class 1A is. Yeah, it's going to be weird. The quirkless teen said with a nervous laugh, scratching the back of his neck. I'm used to Dad as a teacher one-on-one, but this is going to be different. More different for him than for you. Midnight said with a wink. You know the man has a tendency to be over-reliant on scare tactics. Yeah, I've seen a few of his classes in the past. And calling him Mr. Aizawa is going to be weird. Izuku laughed while scratching the back of his neck. Nizu snickered, catching both Nemuri and the greenette's attention. Well now, I'm not saying that you have more leeway than the average student to abuse or anything, or that I could veto any decision to punish you, the hybrid began, with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. But I will say I can always use more entertainment and Aizawa's frustrations are always a good way to gain said entertainment. Translation, be a little sheet. Midnight supplied with a cackle, patting her student's head. Well, I wouldn't put it so crudely. Nizu sighed, before winking at Izuku with a smirk which was quickly returned. Do you think we're too mean to Dad sometimes? Maybe. Not even slightly. With that, the three shared a laugh. Izuku would feel guilty, but it had become something of a running GG he'd picked up on, messing with Aizawa. If he really cared, he'd have made a proper genuine complaint by now, but he found his own personal amusement in it as well, they were sure. He just refused to admit as much. Well, anyways, I better get going. I hope you have a wonderful first day, sweetie. Midnight called, walking towards the door. If anyone gives you trouble, what do? If verbal, just ignore them and tell one of you. Izuku began reciting with a smirk. If physical, knock them out, then tell one of you. You learned well. The sultry pro laughed, grabbing the handle and beginning to close the door. I'll see you later, Izuku, give Shota hell. I will. The greenette laughed, before turning to the principal once she was gone. You called me here for a reason, by the way? I doubt it was just over the outfit. Yes, I have something important to discuss with you regarding another student in your class. Nizu explained, pulling out a folder and throwing it across the table to the boy. One of your classmates will be a transfer student from America. She's still learning our language, however, and has a habit of slipping back into English without realizing her. She's good enough, there shouldn't be issues usually, but I thought it would be for the best if we paired you up in the same class still to be safe. You can help her learn more of our language normally, and help translate if we need to, thanks to your lessons with present Mike. Understood, sir. The boy said with a bow, his more serious demeanor quickly settling in. Looking at the file, he saw a photo of the girl, with big blue eyes, long wavy blonde hair and two massive horns on her head. Pony Tsunatori? I'll keep an eye out for her. Good, just ask her name and you'll understand why I want you helping her. Now then, it's almost time for classes to begin, so I won't keep you any longer. The mammal waved Izuku off, who opened the door and began to make his leave. And remember, the most amusing Aizawa is a flustered one. Laughter reached the hybrid's ear as the last thing he heard from Izuku before the boy left. Izuku walked alone through the halls of UA to his class, basking in the warm glow through the windows as the sun shined in. They were the same halls as always, quite obviously, but they felt different somehow. Like they were more than before, and it filled him with excitement. He continued on silently, only a hall away from his classroom, when suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around his head and he felt pressure on his face. His hands shot upwards but stopped as he realized he could still see despite the feeling of fingers around him. Hagakure. Guess who? Not sure it really works in this scenario, he said with a small smile, infinitely glad his mind caught up before his instincts. He didn't want his third meeting with the girl to start with her splayed out, unconscious on the ground. Oh, come on, play along. She whined lightly, and he could practically hear the pout on her face making him smile a little. He flushed a tiny bit, knowing a girl's hands were on his face, though thankfully being friends with Nijire and having Midnight as a teacher had helped him adjust to people who had a habit of invading people's personal space. Santa, he said, having picked a random name only to hear a gasp, the invisible hands dropping off his face. He turned to see a floating UA girl's outfit backing away. Are you calling me fat? Crap. No, that's not what I meant. He quickly began defending himself as he raised his hands defensively, trying to think how to fix his mistake and not hearing her small amused laughter she was trying to hold back. I was calling you joyous? You make me happy, that's how you're like him. That's it, totally. Good save. She snickered, throwing her arms around his neck. But I was just teasing you. Thank you though. Hagakure, he whined lightly, even as he smiled himself while she let go of him. That was unfair and you know it. I know. She nodded without a hint of remorse, getting an eye roll from the greenette. They came up upon their classroom, both taking a moment to prepare themselves before they walked in. The first thing that greeted them as they walked in was the majority of their new classmates, all eyes briefly turning to them all. In amongst them, one that immediately stood out was the tall blue-haired teen who had been present during the entrance exam. He merely looked away upon seeing the two of them, which they quickly returned the favor of by not talking to him. It seemed only one or two people were engaged in small talk, everyone else taking time to adjust to their new surroundings before starting up any new conversation. You know where your desk is? Izuku asked invisible friend, quietly, the wrinkles in the girl's collar indicating she had nodded yes. Number 16. The invisible girl muttered, taking a seat at the front desk furthest from the door. Izuku saw his own seat. 18 was 2 behind her, and his eyes widened slightly as he spotted who was sat right in front of him. Excuse me a moment, he muttered to Hagakure, before walking over to the desk behind her. The girl sat there, looked up confused, and he gave her a small but genuine smile. English-speaking countries refer to each other by first name, right? Should keep that in mind. Hi, you're Pony, right? I'm the pony-horned bird, yes. She nodded, and Izuku blanked for a moment before smiling, holding out his hand with a small chuckle. So that's what Niza meant. Izuku Midoriya. English transfer student, right? He asked, slipping into said language at the end. The blonde's eyes lit up on hearing him speak, and she fixed him with a big smile, nodding. Yes, I've only been in the country for a few months. My Japanese is getting better, but it is still faulty, she explained, both not registering the slightly confused looks they got from most the rest of their classmates. The only one who didn't seem totally lost was a tall black-haired girl at the back of the room who remained quiet as they conversed. You speak English? Yes, I've been learning it for several years. The principal actually told me about you, which is how I knew who you were. Oh, and it's Tsunatori, by the way, no need to change how you say it at all, as it's your name. Ah, thank you for the heads up, she said, tilting her head to the side with a soft smile that was frankly adorable. No problem, I was told that's why we are in the same class. If you need any help at all with your Japanese, just ask, I'll be happy to help, he said, grinning wide before a voice spoke up behind him. You can speak another language? Uraraka asked, having shown up when he'd been distracted in conversation. The greenette laughed, with a sheet-eating grin coming onto his face. Vek kat en, he said, amusement growing at her shocked expression. Hey, Uraraka. Show off, she muttered with a small smile. Izuku's eyes shifted to behind her, and he grinned upon noticing the shadow in the corner of the room that most would have more than likely brushed off as a coat or something. Looking around, he noted how all the students in were present when he accounted for himself. Walking over, he pressed his finger towards it and spoke up. Teacher, not stalker, Mr. Aizawa. That's your job description. You noticed, did you? The man grunted, walking out as many of the rest of the class had their faces morph into ones of confusion at the sight. All right, everyone, sit down, shut up and listen. Izuku quickly hurried over to his own chair with the instruction, Uraraka following his lead and all eyes remaining on the scraggly man. After a few seconds, the few small conversations died down and the man let out a suffering sigh. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. 8 seconds before you all went quiet, that won't cut it dash. Izuku's hand flew up into the air while he maintained a straight face. Aizawa sighed again. Yes, Midoriya? It was only 6 seconds, sir, he said, trying not to smirk. The man glared at him for a moment. Thank you. The scruffy pro bit out, a warning look in his eye before he addressed the rest of the class, pulling out a basket of freshly cleaned UA gym uniforms. Right, Dad's apprehension tests. Hope I manage a decent score on them without a quirk. I want you all to go to the changing rooms and put these on. We'll meet in the courtyard. Sir? The raven-haired teen from before raised her hand with a confused look upon her face. What about orientation? It's a waste of time, now hurry up, the man said simply, turning and walking out the room. Everyone shared confused or concerned glances for a moment before Izuku rolled his eyes. I'll bring a map tomorrow, he said, only sowing confusion deeper into everyone who wasn't Uraraka or Hagakure while he stood up, grabbing one of the uniforms before anyone else. He let everyone else walk out ahead of him, holding his 2 friends back while everyone else was gone. So, our teacher is interesting, Hagakure muttered, waiting to see what the boy had to say about him. He gave her a slightly apologetic smirk, knowing the man could be a little rough to deal with for new students. Yeah. Just a little heads up, Dad has a habit of using scare tactics on the first day. He just wants the best performance he can possibly get, so don't let even his more extreme threats scare you, okay? He explained. He didn't want to undermine the man's authority or anything, but he really needed something better than threatening straight expulsion on the first day. It was ridiculous when you thought about it for more than a few moments. Plus he did still owe both of them for getting him out that building. Thanks, well keep it in mind. We should probably hurry now though, Uraraka said, looking to the door. The two girls left and Izuku followed slowly behind them, knowing full well he wasn't alone. So, you decided to play this game in front of the class. Aizawa spoke up, appearing him beside him as though from the shadows themselves. Izuku didn't even flinch, just smirking. I have an image to maintain, you know. Good luck, Dad. He said with a snicker. I can punish you, you know. No you can't. Of course I dash. His eyes widened in realization. Oh God, Nizu put you up to this, didn't he? Yep. Izuku laughed, beginning to walk ahead. He did turn for a moment though, meeting the man's steely gaze. Though that doesn't mean I wouldn't have done it anyways. Sometimes, students aren't the only one who have to be kept in line. Oh you little dash. Love you, bye. Izuku called with a laugh, hurrying off before the man could reboot, though he did come back for just a moment, smirk still on his face. You wouldn't have got me in trouble anyways. It hit him that was completely accurate. He wouldn't be able to bring himself to for the minor offense, and if he did, Nizu would just throw it away or Midnight would undermine it. It hit him. Oh God, we've given you too much power. And all too suddenly, Aizawa feared the next 3 years upon him. Izuku smiled as he walked into the locker room for the boys, looking around his new classmates. He stopped taking proper steps forward, simply sliding on his feet towards a locker marked with his name. He got some odd looks from some of his classmates as he did, ignoring them as he opened up the locker and smirked upon seeing his gloves and utility belt. Midoriya? A voice called, getting the green-haired boy to look around and notice it was a red-headed teen with spiky hair. That's your name, right, dude? Yeah. Something the matter? He asked as he took his gloves and slid them on, before attaching his utility belt. Was just wondering what took you so long? Also, what's that stuff you got on there? He pondered curiously, before then tacking on as an afterthought, Kirishima, by the way. Nice to meet you. Izuku beamed, before opening one of his satchels and showing the pellets inside. Also, this is support gear. Oh, do you need that for a dazzling quirk, like mine, mon ami? A blonde boy who seemed to be literally sparkling asked. Izuku just laughed. Un camarade de classe français? But no. Izuku said, stretching before looking around them all. Actually, the reason I need these is because I don't have a quirk at all. There was a moment of silence, before the blue-haired teen from the entrance exam, Ida, looked up in confusion. You can't be serious? Then that outfit you were wearing? It's essentially my hero costume. I didn't have a school to represent, which is why I was wearing it throughout the whole exercise. He explained, slightly cold, but that act quickly dropped at the look of shame which came onto the taller teen's face, standing up and bowing. Midoriya, I apologize wholeheartedly for how I treated you during the entrance exam. I had presumed you were not taking it seriously at all, yet clearly if you went to that much effort, then you were taking it completely seriously. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. The blue-haired teen apologized, catching Izuku off guard. After a moment though, the quirkless teen simply smiled. Well, it's more than what most students have done in the past. Thank you for your apology. I accept. He said simply, before a thoughtful hum from another boy caught their attention. Wait, if you don't have a quirk, how were you sliding on the floor a minute ago? Asked a boy with bright yellow hair that had a black streak running through it, in the shape of a bolt of lightning. Izuku simply grinned as he sat down and lifted his foot, showing the soles of his feet, revealing the small wheels in them. The teachers let me wear heelys to add to my speed. He laughed. Easiest gadget to make in my entire arsenal, seeing as I just buy them from a store and have Power Loader change them to all-terrain wheels. DMN dude, lucky. So wait, what are those gloves for then? Kirishima asked, before getting a cheeky smile from the green-haired teen. Now, I can't reveal all my secrets right away. Where would be the fun in that? He laughed, finishing up getting changed and stretching one more time, making sure to keep his fingers closed so his claws didn't come out before he turned and made his way to the door. Don't take too long, by the way. Mr. Aizawa is never too happy about having to wait on someone. With that, he left his fellow male classmates behind in a state of confusion. It didn't want long to gather on the P grounds of UA after Izuku arrived. All of them were currently waiting to be told what they were here for by Aizawa. You have all participated in a series of physical fitness tests before, correct? The man began, getting various nods from the students. Okay, good. Tsuyu Azui, step forward. A girl with long green hair tied into a bow and frog-like features walked forward with wide, confused eyes as she kept a finger pressed to her lips in what was, to Izuku at least, an adorable pose. What was your farthest softball throw in middle school? The scruffy pro inquired with bored eyes. 38 meters, sir. Azui answered, before suddenly their teacher handed her a softball and gestured to a spot for her to stand at. All right, now, throw this ball but use your quirk. He instructed simply. The girl took a moment to think before throwing the ball in the air, and a long, powerful-looking tongue shot out her mouth, grabbing the ball as she began spinning on her heels before eventually letting the ball go and causing it to fly. After a few moments, Aizawa turned lazily to the class and held up a display pad with a score on it. 303 meters. Holy, one of the girls muttered under their breath as everyone but Izuku looked on wide-eyed. The quirkless boy instead just smiled, even offering the frog girl a thumbs up for her score, which she smiled at. At least, Izuku thought she was smiling. Her facial expression didn't change that much really, so he couldn't be sure. This is what you all will be doing using your quirks. On a series of fitness tests to see how useful your quirk really is. The entrance exam only judges so much about each applicant's capabilities. I'm going to make sure you actually have what it takes to be a hero. The man said, that looks fun. One boy muttered, making Izuku flinch. Oh, bad choice of words. Yeah, I want to go. A girl spoke up. Seriously, stop before dash. Fun. Well, here comes evil dad mode. Heroics aren't something you do for fun, you will be taking this seriously. To ensure that much, whoever scores the lowest on these tests will be judged to have no potential and thus, be expelled. As the class burst out into shocked shouts, Izuku looked to see both Toru and Achiko seemed slightly stunned but nowhere near as shocked as the rest of the class thanks to his earlier warning. He also chose to ignore how some of the boys were now giving him looks of pity. That isn't fair. One girl with pink hair and equally pink skin said, looking like she was about to continue, but before she could, Aizawa cut her off. Life isn't fair. People taken hostage by villains, people who lose family members in natural disasters, the people permanently injured due to villain attacks will all tell you, life is not fair. The man said simply with his harshest glare, so fair. So for them to put their trust in you, you need to be the best of the best. So prove you're meant to be here, plus ultra style. Aggressive but motivational. A harsh slap in the face to get the class going. Izuku was sure that's what his dad was going for. Which is why he just walked forward with sparkling eyes and a sheet-eating grin. So, can we get started now, or are you going to keep doing the whole Grinch teacher act? Because the sooner we get through this, the sooner you can sleep. There was a beat of silence. God damn it, Izuku. Aizawa muttered under his breath. Everyone, go to the 50-meter dash. He pointed to the nearby dash as he did so, before fixing Izuku with a light glare. Izuku just smirked back, before continuing to walk, finding himself side by side with his friends. Do you deliberately try to undermine him? Hagakure asked as they joined the crowd, Aizawa calling a shoji and Siro forward. Yeah. It's basically a game. If he punishes me for my goading, I win and he's fully aware of it. He explained before waving it away with a small smile. Don't worry, I still respect him and won't do it when things are actually serious. Still, Dad could stand to lighten up a little for the first day. As long as you're sure you won't get in trouble. Achiko hummed with a small frown, not wanting her new friend to end up in detention or something on the first day. I'll be fine, he said with a small laugh. Achiko Uraraka, Pony Tsunatori. Aizawa called, so the brunette ran forward to the start line, leaving Hagakure and Izuku alone. Looking to his invisible friend, he frowned as he took in her posture. It was ever so slight, but she was slightly hunched forward, more than what was normal for her, and based on the creases in her clothes, her head was hung forward. It would be difficult to read the emotions of an invisible person without being really good at analyzing. Fortunately, Izuku was quite literally trained to read people and his environment by Nizu, and he could tell his friend was upset. Hagakure? What's the matter? He asked simply, tilting his head to the side. You look worried, he said simply, surprising the girl. Why, you can tell? She asked with a confused tone, getting a nod from the boy. With sigh, she just gestured forward to Pony and Achiko, who had both just finished up their brunette friend with a time of 7.15 seconds and the American blonde with a time of 4.56 seconds. It just kinda hit me, these are fitness tests. I'm probably going to be screwed here. That explained it. With a small smile, Izuku set his hand on her arm. Hey, remember what you told me in the exam? He asked, getting a confused hum from the invisible teen. You said we've got to stick together, and you were right. Plus, most people would have just laughed at me when I told them I was quirkless, but you didn't. You even came and found me in the exam to help me. So I'm going to stick by you now. You've got this, Hagakure. Midoriya. He gave her shoulder a light squeeze, flashing her a bright smile. Just give it your all, okay? I'll be cheering for you every step of the way. Toru Hagakure, Denki Kaminari. Aizawa called out, and Izuku felt his hand get squeezed for a moment. You are so getting hugged later, the invisible teen said with a small giggle, her voice sounding slightly more relaxed before she hurried over to the start while Achiko took her place on the other side of Izuku. Look forward to it, the greenette said with a grin. Uraraka giggled a little, having heard the end of that conversation. Do you think she'll do good on the tests? The brown-eyed girl pondered, getting an enthusiastic nod from Izuku. Oh yeah, she'll be fine. Like she said, we have to stick together, and I have a plan to make sure she will end up with some good scores. 6.36 seconds. The robot that tracked times announced as Hagakure crossed the finish lines. It came to life again a moment later when Kaminari, who turned out to be the yellow-haired boy from earlier, passed it. 7.02 seconds. Toru sprinted back after that to her friends, letting out a slightly excited giggle. I think that's the fastest I've ever run in my life. You did great, Hagakure. Achiko cheered, throwing an arm around the transparent girl's neck. Izuku Midoriya, Aijiro Kirishima. Aizawa's voice rang out once again, making Izuku grin as he took his place on the left track, the red-headed boy from the locker room on the right track with a grin of his own. Izuku's faltered ever so briefly though as a thought came to mind, while he prepared his wrist shooters. For use. I bet Bakugou would have used his explosions as propulsion if he was here. These won't make anywhere near as much of a difference, but even a small advantage is still an advantage at least. Then again, maybe using them like this will be more of a hindrance. The distance recording machine made a sound like a gun going off and the two boys launched forward, Izuku quickly taking the lead. He rapidly had to make the choice between using his arms in a natural way or relying on his gadgets, and he ended up choosing the later, arms flying back as he pressed down on the pressure switches and flames shot out in massive streaks. Some people let out shouts of surprise at the flames as he finished quickly, with a bounce at the end that propelled him past the finishing line. It was cheating, sure, but that was the whole point of these tests in the first place essentially. 5.3 seconds. The recording machine announced Izuku's time in its chirpy voice, before then being set off again by Kirishima. 5.86 seconds. Izuku just grinned as he walked back to Achiko and Toru, both looking at him amazed. Now he just had to keep up the impressive showings for the rest of the tests. Hey, Hagakure? Izuku called out to his invisible friend across the room. They were inside at the moment, taking part in a grip strength test using machines. The floating UA gym uniform that was Toru at the moment hurried over, letting out a small groan. Dang it, I don't think I did too good on this test. It wasn't hard to figure out why she thought that, as nearby a group of boys had gathered around Shoji, a muscular masked student with short, sharp gray hair and 6 arms, who had impressed them all by managing to reach a score of 540 kilograms. "What about you, Izuku? Are you about to take it?" the girl asked, getting a small snicker from Izuku. "Will your gloves or something give you an advantage?" "Maybe a small one, but that's not how I'm going to get my big score," he said with a grin, making sure she was watching as he pointed his left wrist at the machine and let it hit the back. He didn't want to leave it too long and break the thing altogether, but he did make sure the plastic paneling was made softer before he pried it off with a claw. These things specifically are kept more safe than the other machines, but all of them are able to be tampered with. After all, we're supposed to cheat. It just so happens they make it about quirks normally. But all cheating is allowed. "Wait, really? So then you're going to force the machines to give you high scores?" she inquired, making him grin as he found a knob and began cranking it up as much as he could, one that affected the sensitivity of the machine. "There, if I counted correctly, 10 pounds of force should now be 100 to this machine." "Not exactly. Dad will still try to stop us from doing it, to keep everyone on their toes, and he knows to keep an eye out for me." He looked up at her with a grin. "I'd need to be invisible or something to do it while he's distracted." He even went as far as to throw a wink, just in case he was being too subtle somehow, as he took a tight hold of the machine in his grasp. "Holy crap," Hagakure muttered under her breath at the reading on the machine, and Izuku looked at it before grinning as he saw it was giving a reading of 551 kilograms. "Thank you, Nizu and Power Loader, for showing me how these things work." The standing long jump had come after the grip strength test, with Toru and Achiko having their turns before Izuku once again. The gravity-defying brunette had seemed slightly hesitant to use her quirk, but with some quick encouragement from Izuku and Toru, she decided to use it on herself and floated over the pit without issue. Afterwards, though, she'd had to lean on Izuku for a little bit until she regained her bearings from the nausea it caused her, while Izuku called Aizawa over during Toru's turn. It was the perfect excuse, simply making sure Achiko would be saved until last in the next round so they didn't have any incidents, while he tried not to smirk as Toru, instead of clearing the jump in her now naked state, instead tampered with the machine in a similar way to Izuku, causing it to make the noise that would signal a student clearing the sandpit. Once she got her clothes back on and 1 or 2 other students had had their goes, it was finally Izuku's turn. He took a deep breath as he prepared himself. This was one of the tests where he would have to rely completely on his skill and experiences alone, as none of his gadgets could help him here. Fortunately, he'd been training for a long time to be agile, nimble, and, at Nemuri's insistence to add it to his list of descriptions, flexible as possible. Along with that, he had attended a great many parkour lessons over the years, giving him as much of an advantage as possible. He let go of his breath and launched forward with a graceful technique, gaining him as much distance as possible. He soared through the air, landing perfectly and looking back, sighing with relief when he saw he'd cleared the sandpit by mere inches. 3 tests down, 5 more to go. The sidesteps had been another event that had come down more to skill for Izuku than anything, though in the end that ended up being just fine, as only 2 people ended up being able to use their quirk to achieve high scores, so the quirkless teen had been able to surpass most of his classmates. Toru and Achiko hadn't done too bad themselves either, clearly putting their all into it, even if the invisible girl was likely going to tamper with the recording machine barely minutes later to change her score. It was the event that came after that Izuku finally got a chance to show off his gadgets again, as they had finally returned to the ball throw. Toru, of course, couldn't tamper with the machine in Aizawa's grasp, so she had to settle for the simple 52-meter throw she managed. The quirkless teen still congratulated her for a good performance for someone with no enhancement abilities. Pony had gone right after the invisible girl, her horns firing off after she threw the ball into the air and causing it to gain quite a few extra meters, getting a few impressed looks from the class. She'd ended up walking back to near Izuku, so he'd given her a thumbs up and a quick smile. "Well done. Impressive throw. Thank you very much." She'd simply beamed, before the freckle-faced teen's attention was brought back to the next student going up, as it was Achiko. She'd used her quirk on the ball, throwing it with as much force as she could at the same time. And then, they had to stand there for a good 10 minutes in silence before their teacher finally took pity on them and showed them the score Achiko reached was, somehow, infinity. That's insane. One boy muttered in surprise, absolutely flabbergasted by what he just saw. Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa called out, ignoring the shocked teens. Izuku just smiled as he took his place, taking the ball and a deep breath. Dude. Do you think he was telling the truth about being quirkless? I thought he was joking before and had a weak quirk or something, but he hasn't used actual powers a single time yet. One boy asked, causing some of the girls who hadn't met Izuku to have their eyes to go wide in surprise. Izuku was ready to tune the conversation out as he folded back his cartridge holder to reveal the crossbow, priming it for use as he was sure it wouldn't have anything nice to say about him due to habit. He was glad to be proven wrong a moment later. He must have been telling the truth, dude. Which means he got through the entire entrance exam quirkless. Dude, that's so manly. Kirishima said with a massive grin, causing a few people to nod in agreement at that statement. Wonder how he's going to deal with this then. Izuku just smirked, throwing the ball high into the air and as far forward as he could before snapping his arm upwards, taking aim like Snipe had taught him and shooting a dart forward. He'd never used them at the time, but they had been darts intended for the entrance exam he'd simply ended up not using in favor of his other gadgets. They were small, designed to be rapid in speed and powerful enough to pierce the solid metal armor of the villain bots. Which meant it had no issue going straight into the softball with enough force it rapidly disappeared into the distance, Izuku having borrowed the idea from Pony after seeing her horns in action. He looked over to his teacher with a grin, who held up the display pad while hiding his likely smiling face behind his capture scarf. 291.6 meters. Izuku stood side by side with Toru and Achiko, all three somewhat nervous as they waited for the results. While they were aware the threat of expulsion was a lie, they still hoped they scored decently well. The last three tests had been fairly simple, nothing to write home about. During the sit-ups, Izuku and Achiko had been keeping count for one another, and the quirkless teen was able to simply blaze through that particular test as he was used to much more intense training by now, easily earning a high score. After that, Izuku and Toru had been assigned to count each other during the toe touches and had once again found a way to cheat the system. His gloves gave him a little bit of extra reach, providing an advantage he hadn't even accounted for, and with Aizawa needing to check multiple students, he couldn't keep a consistent eye on the two to make sure their counting was accurate. Izuku had practically got away with admitting he was lying as well, by pointing out with Hagikure's invisibility there was no way for him to know if his count was exact, so the pro simply had to accept the number Izuku thought it was, giving the invisible girl a slighter higher score than what she really achieved. And now the moment of truth was upon them. For Achiko to see how well her quirk did and for Izuku and Toru to see if their little plans had worked out for them. Aizawa pressed a button and the results flashed up. 1 is T. Momo Yai's. 2 and D. Shoto Todoroki. 3 RD. Tenya Ida. 4 H. Fumikage Tokoyami. 5 H. Mizo Shoj. 6 H. Mashareo Ojiro. 7 H. Izuku Midoriya. 8 H. Ijuru Kirishima. 9 H. Pony Tsunatori. 10 H. Mina Ishido. 11 H. Achiko Uraraka. 12 H. Koji Koda. 30 Rikidu Sadu. 14 H. Siu Azui. 15 H. Toru Hagikure. 16 H. Kyokujiro. 17 H. Antasiro. 18 H. Yuga Oyama. 19 H. Denki Kaminari. 20 H. Minoru Mineta. And I lied, no one is going home. Aizawa announced as he closed the results. Some of the students shouted in displeasure while Izuku just rolled his eyes. That was just a ruse to ensure you gave it everything you could on the test. He looked over them all momentarily before sighing. All of you get changed back into your normal school outfits and return to class. You will meet your next teacher once you're back in class. I have other things to deal with. With that, the man walked off, leaving his class behind to just stare confused for a moment, most of them absolutely stunned at the bizarreness that was Shota Aizawa. Once they collected themselves though, they all began to make their way back, as a grin spread wide on Izuku's face, turning to Toru. Hey, didn't you say something about a hug earlier by the way? Oh, you want that now? The girl asked with a playful giggle, before suddenly jumping him. I thought you'd have waited to the end of the day. I like your hugs. He simply admitted quietly, enjoying the embrace for a moment before noticing the look on Achiko's face. I'm pretty sure you can join to you, Rarika. Yep. Toru said happily, holding an arm out, and as soon as she did, the brunette made her way into the embrace as well with a smile and slightly red face. Gotta love hugs. Personally I find they make my fur bristle in irritating ways, however that may just be a me problem. A new voice spoke up, getting them to look around and see Principal Nizu standing there, smiling at them. I find myself rather glad Aizawa still holds these tests. It made finding you rather easy. I hate to drag you away from your first day of class, Izuku, but I wish for you to come with me, it's important. Yes, sir. Izuku said, going into business mode as he let go of the hug, waving the two girls away before following the principal through the school. May I know what exactly you need me for? It's time for you to meet the newest member of UA's staff. I believe you already know of him, the principal said simply, not elaborating any further as they traversed the halls to the hybrid creature's office. He didn't step inside, instead letting Izuku make his way in first. Of the many things he thought he might see when he walked in, the last thing he expected to see was the symbol of peace himself. All Might was here. To say Izuku was shocked when he saw the symbol of peace himself standing before him was an understatement. Were it not for years of being trained to always be on guard just in case, Izuku surely would have frozen up then and there in shock. The All Might? He asked in disbelief, getting the man to look his way. The muscular blonde looked conflicted about something, though what it was Izuku had no idea. Ah, you must be the student Principal Nizu was talking about. The pro said with his usual smile and boisterous voice, though Izuku could read the subtle tells like his twitching fingers that whatever this was about was something worrying the man. He was hardly subtle, so it took almost no time for Izuku's trained eyes to pick it out. Nice to meet you, young man. As you observed yourself already, it is I, All Might. There was a beat of silence, then every lesson on composure, defense, constant perception and observation, and every other lesson ever instilled into him about how he should act all immediately left his brain as he quickly bowed, kicking into full fanboy mode. It's so nice to meet you, sir. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm one of your biggest fans. I know there's a lot of them, but I mean it, you're such an inspiration to me. Never wild have gotten where I am no without he inspiring me andis the Reanikan Psychologit an autograph? Anna wait hats redessery I just I'm so excited. It's really Ehavial mostly armerchand have watchadever a recording gond hazit just me oris theorem likrunin realilo one oxygen, anotadon sounds stupidoi. Iden twanta sounds stupiden frontofiu zurigus twanta convey how makitmian stomtamit one dash. Izuku. Nizu spoke up, with an amused twinkle in his eyes, while All Might looked like he had paled slightly at the sheer amount of words one boy could produce in the span of 3 seconds. His own dark eyes shot a concerned, confused glance Nizu's way. Breathe. Perhaps I should have given you a bit more warning to prepare. But you need to remember to keep yourself under control. Alright, yes sir. Sorry Nizu, sorry All Might. Izuku apologized sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head as he flushed at what he'd just done. Here he thought he'd been doing quite well at restricting his muttering to only while he was building and analyzing as well. You're sure about this? All Might asked Nizu quietly with a confused voice, meant to be quiet but Izuku still heard. Nizu chuckled. Yes, this one is on me. Izuku is quite a big fan of yours, you should see his room dash. You Uncle Nizu. However, that has nothing to do at all with why I asked what I did. I merely wished to see Izuku's reaction where your new role was a surprise for my own amusement. I have much more valid reasons for asking what I have of you. Echa? You're asking All Might to do something regarding me? Izuku asked, confused, raising a brow. The blonde coughed awkwardly. Nizu smiled with his usual twinkle, putting his paws together. Why yes, however we can get to that in a minute. First I would like to formally introduce you to. Please, be seated. The hybrid creature gestured at the 2 seats in front of his desk, which Izuku and All Might immediately sat down on, the younger student on the left and the older pro on the right. Now then, Izuku, All Might here, you obviously know as a person, but he is also our new staff member as a UA teacher who will be teaching you first years. All Might, this is UA's longest enrolled student and our star private student, Izuku Midoriya. He has been training in these halls for far longer than just this year, and when he finally graduates our course, he will be one of the most historic students to ever leave these halls. All of us here at UA are quite eager to see him succeed and leave as a true hero. Historic? All Might inquired curious. You must be one hell of a kid to be getting a private education and Nizu's approval like this. I must admit I am curious, young man, what would make your graduation so historic? I can handle this if you'd like, Midoriya. Nizu spoke up, but Izuku shook his head with a sigh and a patient smile. Thanks, but it's fine. All Might? I don't have a quirk. Izuku would deny. He got some amusement out of the undignified, confused noise halfway between a snort and some choking noise that escaped the muscular man at the reveal. That's why I've been getting a private education for so long, and no, when I graduate, it would be historic, because then I'd be the first official quirkless hero the world's ever seen. I see. All Might said, before frowning as he processed this information. Finally, he spoke up, voicing his thoughts with a heavy sigh. Forgive me, I do not wish to hurt anyone's feelings or try to imply any criticism of your judgment, Nizu, but is allowing a quirkless person to be a hero really safe? Nizu kept a close eye on Izuku, but instead of hurt or worry flashing over Izuku's face, his patient smile held as he adjusted himself, the only real difference being his smile looking slightly more tired. He always knew he'd have to deal with this, from just about anyone, and he was patient. He could prepare for it, and as he told Toru when she asked the same thing. Not at all. In reality though, it's not any more dangerous than any other hero in the field. I can cite a few examples, like Pointer Kid. He's still a hero, but honestly, I would argue I could handle a villain attack better than he could. Not to be rude to him, it's a simple fact, I have taken several measures and classes to ensure I can keep up with everyone. This job will always be dangerous no matter who takes it on, and just because I don't have any natural powers doesn't mean I would be in more danger than anyone else. All Might opened his mouth to that, before closing it, gripping the armrest of his chair as he mulled that over. The conflict was clear on his face, he wasn't convinced yet. Izuku sighed slightly, but he still didn't let it faze him. I suppose that makes sense, it's an odd thing to hear. Well, you'll see for yourself soon enough. The only opening for teaching positions were the Hero Studies course and Lunch Rush's Culinary Arts course. I have seen the video of you trying to make a salad on that one talk show. Izuku hums, and the number 1 pro goes beet red in memory. So you'll definitely be seeing me in action soon enough. I'll just have to prove myself then. I suppose so. Nizu seems to have faith in you, so I suppose I am more just letting my own natural instincts to worry take over. All Might offered, before turning his attention to the principal who had been eyeing the whole conversation with a curious gaze. Now the spotlight was back on him, however, he smiled and clapped his paws together. Wonderful, now that we're acquainted we can move on. Nizu smiles. Izuku nods. Sounds good. I doubt you'd bring me in just to meet a new member of staff if we were going to meet on our first week anyways. Izuku brings up, knowing there had to be more to this. The mouse bear thing that was Nizu hummed in acknowledgement. So I assume this is to do with whatever you wanted him to do regarding me. Quite right. As I've already told him, what I wish for All Might to do is tell you a secret of his. Nizu said simply, keeping it vague. Izuku titled his head curiously. A secret? Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that. Izuku admitted, looking to the man curiously, giving him a once-over. I can only guess what it could be. Based on the fact we've never met before now, it can't be anything to do with just the two of us more than likely, and he was reluctant to share in part because I'm a fan, so that means he's likely not sharing with any of the students, therefore the only other connection we can have is through the staff, so this is something all staff members will know and by extension, something I likely would learn anyways due to how much time I spend with you all. All Might went wide-eyed at the green-haired teen's deductive skills while Nizu clapped with a proud gleam in his little black beady eyes. Thank you, Izuku, for perfectly encapsulating part of exactly why I am asking All Might to tell you this. You see, All Might, with a mind like young Midoriya has, and with the fact he will be with us far more often than the average student, there is an incredibly high likelihood, if not outright inevitability, he would find out your secret anyways, which would make it far easier to nip this in the bud now. Especially as Izuku doesn't tend to let secrets stand before him. Izuku shrugged, not apologizing. Secrets could be necessary, sure, but often they were messy and drove conflict when things could be resolved much sooner. His only secrets were the kind he kept out of villains' hands, nothing else. So yes, he found secrets to be quite irritating. The blonde sighed, scratching his neck. He seemed to be slowly easing into the idea. I suppose it makes sense. It's something incredibly important to me and could fundamentally change a lot were it to leak. I understand it might be annoying to be brought in to only find out about a secret and not what it is, but it is not something I reveal to just anyone and never with a light heart. You've never met me before, so you have no reason to tell me anything. I get it, no obligation. You can't put faith in a stranger with something that affects your whole life. Izuku easily surmises. All Might nods apologetically and Nizu's smile grows. I was anticipating you would think that All Might. So I hope your faith in me holds strong as you have claimed it has before, while I tell you about my own faith in my student. Have you heard the old line about peer pressure, All Might? If your friends jumped off a cliff, would you also jump off a cliff? Allow me to repurpose it to explain. Were, in this very moment, Izuku of sound mind and body, to jump off a cliff, I would follow him with 100% faith. I would simply know, with all my trust, he knew what he was doing. I would know I would be fine, for I know he would have done all due calculations. I would land and I would find myself there with him, as he gave me a sound, logical reason for his actions that made everything he did in that moment make perfect sense. If Izuku jumped off a cliff, the appropriate next move is to follow him off the cliff. That is my faith in him, far beyond that of any simple trust in a non-disclosure legal agreement like most employees of mine. Enough that were he to tell me, of all people I had made a miscalculation, I would know I would need to check and reaffirm myself. The faith in an employee is based on shaky grounds and threats of legal action. It compares nothing to my faith in my student and my friend. That is what I want you to understand when I ask you to trust him. Izuku felt his throat tighten slightly, as a slightly wobbly smile came onto his face at Nizu's faith in him, trying to ensure he didn't just end up wailing there on the spot after he'd gone so long managing without crying at every little thing. All Might's face was stunned as he soaked that in, before he looked to the teen once more. His conflict slowly gave way, a simple look of tiredness overtaking him. Okay, if you're serious about this. Young Midoriya, I need you to promise you won't freak out when I do this. I'll look quite different in a moment. Izuku titled his head confused but cleared his throat, readjusting, giving the man a curt nod and serious look. I promise. All Might sighed as steam suddenly began rolling off him. Then, to Izuku's shock, the man literally deflated. His muscles regressed and he shrunk. In his place, while still quite lanky, was an ultimately shorter man with a body so skinny Izuku immediately found himself concerned about his health. His eyes were sunken and defeated. Young man, this is my true form. Izuku took a deep breath to adjust to this revelation, before frowning. Sorry sir, give me just a moment. You're still the same person? Yes, I am the exact same. However, when I'm not in my muscle form, this is how I look. You have met All Might, but I am the man behind the hero. My name is Toshinori Yagi. The now skinny pro explained, coughing slightly. Izuku's worry only increased when he saw a few small flecks of blood on the edge of his thumb. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but allow me to deal with the one I assume is burning brightest in your mind. I'm not healthy, not anymore. My muscle form used to simply be my real form, yet that changed in recent years and I have slowly been losing my ability to access my muscle form over the years. Nowadays, I can only maintain it for about 3 hours a day. Which would be why Nizu wanted me to know, because the more you have to use it to hide your identity. the more it weakens me when I actually require that strength precisely. All Might nodded, glad to see the quirkless student was catching on quickly. So the more I can stay in my real form, the less danger there is in case something like a villain attack does occur, and the less likely I am to miss classes. So that's what happened with your injury, Izuku said, talking more to himself than anyone else as he processed this information, before looking up to see both teachers had completely frozen up and were looking at him like he'd grown a second head. What? Is there something on my face? Izuku, that injury is one of the best-kept secrets in Japan, even more than All Might's true form. So how on earth did you already know before we told you, young man? Yagi asked, shocked more than anything. Izuku flushed and scratched his neck as discomfort set in. Right? Well, because I was there when you were healing. Izuku spoke up, making Nizu perk up in sudden realization as his small eyes quivered and he sighed. Yagi gaped before shaking his head. When you wouldn't stay in bed, I was. It had been about a year since I began taking classes at UA more or less. I can't remember which class I was going to, all I know is I was about to turn the corner and I saw you, All Might. I saw you bloodied and bandaged and crawling along the wall. Oh dear. Yagi looked down, gritting his teeth, clearly not enjoying remembering that time. You could have only been a child then. I am so sorry you had to walk in something like that at that age. But I won't lie and say it didn't affect me. Izuku admits, putting his hands together with a heavy sigh, a part of him finally happy to get this off his chest. I spent whole nights just sat motionless. Sometimes I'd cry, others I'd just sit there. The strongest person in the world that I knew, the strongest, needed a successor, had been injured to the point of not being able to continue on himself, to hear the closest thing you know of to a god on earth was going to die. Everyone shuddered as the word hung in the air, before Izuku pressed on. I was too shocked to react at first. I didn't know what I was even meant to say. How was I supposed to bring something like that up? So I didn't. I was scared of acknowledging it, so if I just didn't bring it up, somehow it could stop being true. I learned better. So yeah, it messed me up at first, Izuku sighs before looking straight at All Might. Yet in some ways, I'm thankful. Not that you got hurt, of course. I don't want anyone to, but I want to be the kind of hero that saves everyone, that can smile no matter what and save everyone. Yet back then, a part of me was happy to just be a hero at all. I forgot to keep pushing myself. When I finally registered what it meant, I had a wake-up call. I can't just be a hero, some random hero lucky enough to get on by despite being quirkless. I need to be the absolute best hero I could ever be. I have to be trying to surpass you every day, no matter how weak I am, how little power I have in comparison. I will save everyone, and to do that, I have to be the strongest, greatest hero I could ever be. Nizu and All Might both sat stunned for a moment at the green-haired teen's impassioned words, his reaction to such an event he was never meant to see. All Might swallowed for a moment. He still couldn't say he was quite sure what he thought of this quirkless hero thing. He needed to give it more thought. But he couldn't deny Izuku was strong when it came to his mind. To find strength where others would find terror. It was inspiring in a way. Certainly, that kind of will was befitting anyone with a heroic heart. That much he knew. It's not hard to see why Nizu thinks so highly of you now, I have to admit. The skinny pro chuckled, scratching the back of his head. He mentioned you have a notebook collection? Izuku blinked in surprise, before nodding and reaching into the inner pocket of his blazer, having asked for a bigger pocket on both sides, one specifically for this. Why yeah, I always try to keep at least one notebook on me at all times in case I see any new quirks I want to analyze or find something really important I need to keep jotted down. This one is my most recent one. All Might nodded, quickly skimming through it, smiling at the back half being empty. Well then, young Midoriya, I heard you have plenty of other signatures already. Shall I add mine to the list? Yes, please, thank ya. Izuku immediately said, eyes sparking and making the teachers laugh, the somber mood from before beginning to disappear. The blonde borrowed a pen from Nizu, writing his signature within. I have to commend you on your attitude, young man. It takes real strength to be able to handle something like that and turn it into fuel to better yourself instead of something far more negative. Yagi complimented him as he put the finishing touches on the signature before handing it over. I was hesitant, but I think this arrangement can work out. Just remember, you cannot tell anyone else about my injury or true form. The panic it would cause is far too great. I understand completely. Izuku nodded, to the number 1 pro's satisfaction as he began to bulk up again, opening the door. Then I had best be off. I am still planning lessons with the help of my fellow coworkers. Now please, excuse me as I disappear, with style and grace befitting of justice. With that, All Might turned around and took off in a dead sprint down the hall, making Izuku chuckle before he turned back, only to see a deadly serious look in Nizu's eyes. The secret wasn't the only reason you called me here, was it? Izuku asked with a sigh. The serious look was something Nizu only gave on rare occasions. It demanded the same level of attention and reaction as any villain attack. No, it was not. I would assume you remember our conversation from last week. Nizu asked simply as he frowned. Izuku felt his skin crawl as he could feel silent anger pour out from the hybrid despite it not showing on his features. Despite his serious yet neutral gaze, molten rage could be boiling beneath the surface. And for once, Izuku knew the cause already. He wanted to deny it, to think anything else, but he knew he couldn't. They talked about only one thing that demanded this kind of treatment last week. Carefully, as though extracting the delicate heart of a child in the midst of surgery, Nizu pulled out a manila folder, pushing it across to Izuku. I gave it a once-over myself. As we have established to All Might multiple times, you're smart, and even an idiot could figure out the truth hidden within these documents. I can't believe I'm agreeing to let you investigate this case on your own. I know, Uncle Nizu, but I think in the end it's for the best. Izuku always thought his dread would be minimal and his excitement would be endless when he got his first real hero job. Sure, there could be risk, but he'd finally be a hero and he could deal with it. Instead, however, it was like the opposite had occurred, dread crawling through every inch of his body as he lifted the folder. He wouldn't be looking it over until later, but he could still see part of the first document. The one who had caught his attention. Vigilante alias, Viscera. Real name, unknown. Note: name refers to the crime scenes having been given a name by the media. When he is done with his criminals, all that is left is Viscera. Izuku sighed. He did not look forward to what came next. Izuku was trying his best not to think about the folder that felt like it weighed 1,000,000 pounds with the information within his hands, walking down the halls alone with his thoughts. Both about the folder and the new information he had about All Might. The number 1 pro was the new teacher here, and he was too sick to keep doing hero work forever. He was both excited and dreading what the results of that could be. He didn't get much of a chance to dwell on it, however, when he ended up almost bumping into Ida of all people when he rounded the corner, finding the tall teen alone and filling up several water bottles at one tap. Oh, Midoriya, the girls had mentioned you were taken by the principal. I assume whatever it was about has been resolved. Ida asked upon spotting him. Izuku nodded quietly, tilting his head in curiosity at the stickler for the rules being the one, wasting class time by filling up so many water bottles. I see your curious gaze. A girl with a frog quirk in our class, Tsuyu Azui, she overworked herself too much in the quirk apprehension test. Aizawa sent me to fill these up to help rehydrate her. Oh, that makes sense. Here, let me just... Izuku walked in, grabbing a few of the bottles Ito was struggling to carry and filling them up at the second tap. We can carry more if it's both of us to help her. Smart. Thank you for the assistance, Midoriya. Ida thanked and Izuku brushed it off with a shrug. Well, I'm not gonna let one of my other classmates fall sick, especially so soon. He said simply, feeling a bit awkward. Sure, Ida had apologized, which Izuku was grateful for, and he did mean it when he accepted it, but being in a one-on-one setting was still something they hadn't dealt with to that point. However, it would seem Ida wasn't willing to let that stand, noticing the tension and clearing his throat. Still, it is appreciated. I also would like to apologize again for how I acted during the entrance exam. Eicha? You already apologized though. I told you I was over it, didn't I? Izuku asked, getting a small shake of the head from the taller teen as they filled up the last 2 water bottles. Still, I feel simply apologizing once isn't enough. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how badly I could have hampered your chances were you of a more nervous disposition, and my conscience cannot allow me to go on without rectifying this mistake. So please, just say the word and I will do whatever I can to make up for my actions. Izuku paused for a moment, before smiling to himself as they began to walk down the hall. Ida really wasn't such a bad guy after all, he just needed a bit of guidance into handling other people a bit better. With a roll of his eyes, the quirkless teen spoke up with a chuckle. All right then, you can join me and my friends at lunch. I get you're a stickler for the rules, Ida, but that doesn't mean you need to be uptight all the time. You need to loosen up a bit. A rigid hero isn't flexible enough to deal with every challenge that comes their way. That is an interesting bit of advice. Ida hummed, raising a brow. Izuku chuckled to himself as he readjusted one of the water bottles so it wouldn't fall out of his grasp. It was combat advice Midnight had given to him a long time ago, but he felt it could apply fine in this situation as well. Yeah, my mom always told me that. It's pretty useful advice to keep in mind when you feel like you're stuck with only 1 or 2 options. Izuku hummed. Ida nodded as they turned the corner and neared their classroom. She sounds like she is a wise woman. The blue-haired teen said seriously, only for the hallway to briefly echo Izuku's loud cackle at that, before he flushed red and looked to see a shocked Ida, gaping at his reaction. Sorry. It's just, she has her moments, but you will not be saying that when you meet her. Izuku chuckled, walking up to their classroom door. When? You'll find out soon enough. Izuku chuckled, opening the door. All eyes briefly turned from Aizawa to the 2 entering teens. Achiko and presumably Toru smiled a bit more at seeing Izuku returning while everyone else turned their attention back to Aizawa except Sue, near the front. Izuku could immediately tell she was one needing the water based on the quiet panting, so he wasted no time walking over and putting down his set of bottles. Ida followed up a moment later. Thank you. She croaked out quietly, both boys nodding before they went back to their seats. Izuku looked over to Aizawa, nodding. The scruffy pro's gaze hardened the second he spotted the file, and Izuku just shook his head with a frown. Aizawa sighed before turning his attention back to the class. Right, well now that that's handled and everyone's back, it seems it's just in time for your English teacher to arrive. Everyone, behave for present Mike. I will see you all at the end of the day. Hyalu. Izuku and Aizawa face palmed at the same time, with the exact same shake of the head that made everyone who saw it go wide-eyed, before they both looked up to the blonde. Quirk. Sorry, everyone. The man apologized sheepishly with a laugh. It happens sometimes. Izuku sighed, rooting around his pockets for earplugs he always kept on him in case he needed them for dealing with his Uncle Yamada. He could never call him Uncle Hisashi. Brought up odd feelings. While he did though, he noticed the purple-haired girl to the front and right of his desk was clutching her ears in pain more than anyone else, noticing mutations on them. Ah, that's the Jiru girl, right? He frowned as he realized her quirk more than likely affected her hearing. With a quick look up, seeing the 2 adults distracted with Aizawa scolding his coworker for the millionth time, Izuku quietly got up and put the earplugs down on her desk beside her, quietly whispering. Here, they've not been used yet. Might help in this class. Present Mike does this a lot. She looked over confused, before meeting his eyes and nodding her head with a silent thank you, putting them in. Izuku smiled as he sat back down. His ears would complain before long, but he was far more used to dealing with the loud pro, and it always felt nice to help someone else. After that, the class went on, well, Izuku wouldn't say without incident. Present Mike was the definition of a walking disaster zone half the time, yet they got through unscathed. The only real moment Izuku had to intervene was to fix the man's voice box a bit before he accidentally activated his quirk again and caused a metal panel to come flying out and smack a student in the face. Aside from that, it was a normal class. He could sense just as many impressed gazes as jealous glares at how easily he took to the class thanks to his old lessons, letting him blitz through the introductory course. The only person who far surpassed him was Pony, which was something he could be more than proud of as he came behind her by only a single point. The girl who had scored first place on the apprehension test, Momo Yaoyorozu, had come in only a few points behind him. He could be more than proud of that, being almost equal with a native speaker. They had a double PRD of English, so it was quite a while before they got to meet their next teacher. Izuku couldn't help but giggle as the mood of almost the entire class dropped after hearing mathematics was next. It had been a long time since he'd been in an actual class, so it was fun getting to experience all these moments with other people again, this time without any painful caveats involved. He personally was fine with the class, blitzing through the material again. This time wasn't due to being familiar with it though, but simply because maths was one of his better subjects. Throughout it, he tried to help his teacher by asking several questions he already knew the answer to try to encourage the other students who actually did need that kind of help to speak up. After all, ectoplasm, their teacher, could always look quite scary, but the man was quite helpful in reality if you just approached him. Izuku understood the fear of approaching him though and was doing his best to offset that, smiling when he slowly started to see more and more students actually raising their hands and working with the man to improve themselves. The mathematics class was also a double PRD, but nestled in between the double PRD was an hour-long lunch break, leaving the students to all go to the cafeteria and enjoy the food. Izuku had already decided near the start of the day to stick with his classmates for lunch today, as he was quite excited to spend time as a normal student for once, getting to see what it was like. Plus then he could talk to Toru more, which never failed to keep his mood bright and happy. They were joined by Ida, as the boy requested, and the girls were able to make do with it, accepting Izuku's reasoning. In fact, while he was still a bit overly strict, they quickly found themselves enjoying the taller teen's presence as well when he slowly began to settle in and contribute to their conversations. For the most part though, Toru had seemingly decided to put most of her focus on teasing and messing with Izuku, as she had started to compliment his looks and attitude a lot more than he was sure was normal. Whatever she was up to though, he gladly struck back with equal force, much to Achiko's amusement. They weren't joined by just Ida either, as Achiko had spotted Pony wandering around, looking somewhat lost. Izuku had spoken to her in English, inviting her to their table when he found she was conflicted on where to go, as she wasn't sure how to ask people if she could join in Japanese. Izuku quickly began educating her on the subject while settling her in at the table, happy when the others welcomed her easily as well. Their impromptu lesson also more than once devolved into occasionally bantering with each other about whatever the group was talking about in English, teasing the others when they wouldn't share their exclusive English jokes. After lunch, they had another far more productive PRD of mathematics, getting through the entire class exercise with relative ease thanks to their willingness to interact with ectoplasm that Izuku had helped instill earlier. Following the end of that class, they had a single PRD with Cementos, discussing modern literature and simply getting to know their teacher and each other. Cementos easily ran the most relaxed class of the bunch, allowing everyone time to talk and interact, encouraging them all to converse with one another as much as him about the subject. They could occasionally veer off course, but, especially with Izuku's help, they always managed to steer back on course without outright stopping any discussion or cutting anyone off. It was quite a positive environment that it was clear was working quite well for the whole class. Izuku was quite appreciative of it, as well as if his Uncle Ken had been harsher in his teaching methods or at least less open, Izuku would have been in the one class that he would have been doing quite poorly in. After all, he hardly had any literature lessons while training on his own, due to it being a more general class than something that could easily benefit heroics. Finally, their final PRD was upon them, and it was simply more homeroom. Usually it was meant so that on days with hero classes, the students could all finally calm down properly and relax before going home, while getting a reminder of whatever last bits of news they needed to know. For the day, however, Aizawa had caved under Izuku's silent gaze and sighed, letting them all interact with one another once the news was done. Izuku smiled as he saw the class all interacting, while he took the time to help Pony develop her Japanese skills further. Aside from the hiccup at the start of the day and at lunch, she was actually quite a competent Japanese speaker. She just needed to work on her confidence about whether or not she was correct in what she was saying. Then finally, the final bell of the day rang and Izuku couldn't help but let out a content sigh, as it meant he'd finally had his first real full day at UA as an actual hero course student. Everything he'd ever worked towards, And he was finally doing it. And it felt so good. With that thought, he smiled as he walked the others to the door. He turned to Pony first. Need me to bring you to the station to find your train? No thank you, I know where I'm going for that one. Plus someone is picking me up, so once I'm off I'll still be fine. Thank you for offering though, Izuku. See you tomorrow. The blonde happily chirped, before taking off. Achiko smiled as she and Toru walked up next. Izuku sighed, smiling slightly sheepishly. Sorry guys, won't be able to walk you to the station this time if Pony doesn't need my help, got some stuff I need to do. He apologized and they nodded in understanding, not being too fazed. Bye Midori. Achiko said happily, hugging him for a moment before backing off and waiting on Toru. He tackled Izuku and began kissing his cheek, making him go nuclear. Bye cutie. Toru? He questioned in confusion as he flailed slightly, hearing her laugh with mirth. He would maybe focus on how cute it was if he wasn't at risk of dying from sudden blood overload in his face. Told you I could fluster him before the end of the day. Toru cheered towards Achiko, who giggled herself playfully. Okay fine, you win the bet. I'm so glad I didn't put money down on it. Achiko giggled. Izuku pouted at both of them, crossing his arms. However, he made sure his voice had a hint of playfulness to it as he spoke up. You JRKS. So you get my hopes up for nothing, huh? He asked playfully, sticking his tongue out. You get your sick kicks by using your cuteness to tease people so cruelly. Toru chuckled herself, creeping back in, and despite it not being visible, Izuku knew she had a sheet-eating grin on her face. He could sense it as she giggled. Oh, you saying you want more? Hey dash. Because that's why I think you're really annoyed. You just want to get all the kisses. Quick think of a good response to get her back. You're a really good kisser is, all? What the hell was that brain? Come on. Well, then I guess I was right, someone enjoys dash. They were all cut off by a rough voice clearing their throat, turning to see Aizawa. As cathartic as it is to see my problem child finally being the one on the receiving end of the teasing, he really does need to get going. Power Loader wanted to see you as soon as possible, Izuku. Right. He sighed, still blushing slightly from his slip-up as he turned to the girls. Sorry guys, I really do have to go. Okay then. They sighed, before Toru giggled. But you're only safe until tomorrow. More hugs and kisses? How horrifying. Izuku chuckled. It was embarrassing, but it was also really fun to joke around like that with his friends. It would also be a complete lie if he said he didn't enjoy being kissed by Toru, but he brushed that off as it just being something nice in general. With that, however, he couldn't put it off any longer as his friends waved and walked off. Izuku sighed, getting ready to go. So you got the folder? Izuku froze for a moment. Tonight. I'll find out tonight. Just remember to be rational, whatever you decide to do with what you find. Izuku just nodded as he walked off. Bye Dad. Love you. It didn't take Izuku long to make his way to the workshop where Power Loader would be, hearing the sound of work being done inside. He waited just a moment, making sure everything was okay within before he opened the door, walking inside. At his usual desk, he saw the man he was looking for sat at his desk, clutching his head as though suffering the worst migraine of his life as he groaned. Looking around, Izuku saw the only student still left over working was a girl with bright pink hair in various bunches, running about as though she had all the energy in the world. She wore green cargo pants, a black tank top and the UA blazer wrapped around her waist, arms and face covered in soot, with goggles resting atop her head. Then there was also the hovering babies. Those were fun ones. But they had too much fuel, so they caught on fire. She was ranting about something Izuku hoped he misheard, trying to put the mental image of flaming infants out of his mind. Then there was, hey Green. Careful where you step, I got wires out. Izuku looked down to indeed see there was a massive collection of wires on the floor, needing him to be mindful of where he stepped. Power Loader looked relieved when he looked up to see him, and Izuku saw the girl, presumably a first year like him who was now in the support course, with a dangerous familiar gleam in her eyes. Familiar, for he'd seen it in his own more than once. Izuku instinctively hid his wrist shooters under the cloth of his sleeves. Izuku, Thank God you're here. Power Loader heaved out a sigh of relief. Izuku nodded with a smile, accidentally letting his wrist shooter come back out into the open where Mei spotted them. Oh, what are these? She asked, curious, recognizing them as some kind of gadget. Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya and these are my wrist shooters. He sighed, knowing he couldn't hide them now. Got it, the wrist shooters that is. Your name is gone already, the girl said cheerfully, running a finger along the cartridge. Be careful with those, if you activate the left one you're gonna get a face full of fire. The other and it's pepper spray. Izuku warned her simply, making her let out an ooh of interest. Dang, and I thought you didn't get to carry gadgets unless they are necessary to your quirk. Is that what this is? Oh, not exactly, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Actually, I'm quirkless. Always have been. Power Loader and I work together a lot to make gadgets to offset that fact. I'm a hero course student so? A quirkless hero course student. The girl repeated, stunned and actually topping for a moment. She seemed to have a moment of thought before she spoke up again. Midoriya, right? Why yeah, that's my name, he said as she backed up for a moment, clicking her tongue in her mouth. I'm Mei Hatsum. I'll keep an eye out for ya, she said simply, the sudden reveal having caught her off guard. Then, all of a sudden she was back to normal as she met his eye confused. So you work with our teacher, right? So why are they so low grade? Look like something I'd make as a kid in a garage. I mean this is UA, surely you got way better tech to work with here. Izuku chuckled, understanding the confusion. Well, there's a few reasons. For one, the least practical one but important to me, these were the first things I ever made, these wrist shooters. Sure, I could replace them with some high-tech design, but I don't really want to. They have sentimental value as much as practical value and they still work just fine. Sentiment? I guess I can get that. I still haven't touched my first baby's original designs. Mei shrugged. Don't normally let it stop me, but fine then, I'll leave em alone if they're that important to ya. Yeah, though there is also a bigger practical reason. Because I'm quirkless, if I lose my gear in the field, that's me without anything but my quirkless body to defend myself. If it's all made out of material I can scrounge back up, however, worst comes to worst, I can get some stuff I need back together and try to quickly gear up again with what I can restore. So in some ways, it's safer than higher tech which would be impossible to restore in the field if it broke in the wrong way. Alright then, that's fair enough. I still think you could do with more than some shooters on the wrist, but I guess I'll find out more in future. Back to work, the girl said excitedly, turning and launching back into fixing her invention. Izuku chuckled, amused by how much energy she seemed to have as he turned to Power Loader, only to see the man staring at him shocked. What the hell are you? How did you tame the beast? He muttered quietly, making Izuku tilt his head in confusion. Huh. Nothing. So, how did your first day go? Power Loader asked with a stressed sigh, rubbing his head with his hand. Gadgets all work well? Yeah, they work just fine. Dad's apprehension test was a piece of cake, made it into the top 10. And you modified the shirt like I asked for, right? Yeah, your hero shirt's got those 2 magnets in the back like you asked. You'll have to see Snipe though about whether your new toy is ready or not, the teacher told him, tapping his metal fingers against the desk. Great, hopefully it's nearly done. Izuku chuckled, going to say something else before he noticed a pressure valve on Mei's invention. He frowned as he realized it was a UA standard, on top of a non-standard pipe. Hang on a second. Hatsum, you see this valve here? Yeah, what about it? She asked confused, noticing his gaze. He took it gently, keeping a placating and calm tone so she knew he was aware of what he was doing and wasn't trying to call her out or anything of the sort as he began unwinding it. They're a bit tricky, 'cause the UA standards still haven't quite caught up with the new standards set elsewhere. You've got this 3 notches down, but with how these pipes work, you're gonna get too much pressure build up and, well, kaboom. Unless you're working with UA piping, it's always better to stick to 2 notches for these then adjust later so it doesn't immediately explode. Once he finished, he flashed her a smile. There, just keep that in mind in future. Explosions may not be the be-all and end-all, but always better to be able to prevent them and not lose hours of work. Good advice. Thanks, Midoriya. Hope you show up around here more. I'd love to make some babies with ya. Hatsum said cheerfully, making Izuku go beet red and causing Power Loader to facepalm. Of course. The teacher sighed, before turning to Izuku. Before you go, you're sure there's no other gadget ideas or anything at all you want to bring up? Oh, you got any defensive stuff, Midoriya? Hatsum spoke up, tilting her head curious. Izuku frowned with a sigh. Not really, nor am I all that likely to get any, to be honest. I had to make a choice pretty long ago between agility and defense, and I've always stuck by my choice of agility. Everyone who taught me how to fight is an agility-based fighter, not a powerhouse or a defensive type. So to stay as effective as possible, I have to try to minimize as much weight as possible to stay as effective as I can be in my fighting style. Sure, something like a Kevlar vest could be great if someone tried to attack me, but at the same time, with how my fighting style works, I shouldn't be getting hit in the first place. Any shield would just be unwieldy and get in the way, and when I'm in costume, my face is completely covered with metal and polycarbonate plastic, so I am not all that worried about my face. So all in all, any defensive items I could use typically come with a major disadvantage to my style of fighting and movement. Power Loader sighed, with clear tiredness added on from it, as it was a recurring conversation that always seemed to end more or less the same way. Well, we can discuss this more in-depth again later. For now, you shouldn't keep Snipe waiting. He said he'd wait at his class for you. Thanks, Uncle Higuri. Love you. Izuku called, making Mei look up with some surprise. Bye, Hatsum. It was nice meeting you. Hope we can work together in future. With that, he took off down the hall with a grin. One more stop, then he'd be on his way home. It only took Izuku a few minutes to reach the school's shooting range, hidden just out of sight from most people so first-year students couldn't find it by accident, not too far from the workshop, so any bangs would be attributed to said workshop instead of the shooting range. Walking inside, Izuku's smile lit up as he saw not just Snipe sitting at a table waiting for him but also the big three. Nijire, Mirio and Tamaki all sitting around. There he is. Hey Aizu. Nijire called out happily, waving. Izuku nodded, back hurrying over and pulling out a chair to sit down. Hey guys. Hi uncle. Izuku smiled at them. The cowboy pro chuckled. Why do I get the feeling you've been saying that a lot today, partner? He asked, and Izuku shrugged with a chuckle. Not my fault people's reactions to it when they don't know is funny. Izuku defended before looking to the third years. How are you guys? Good first day back. 50-50. Tamaki muttered quietly, his usual shyness on display. Mirio chuckled, patting the boy on the arm. Well, I had a pretty awesome time. I've got the month off from my internship, so I'm just getting to enjoy the calm school life and catch up with my friends again. Not to mention hero class ruled today. Mirio chuckled, yet he didn't give up. Why? Izuku suspected he already knew though based on the grin on the blonde's face. Oh, my day back was great, Zuzu. Yu's been all clingy since I got back as well, cause apparently her internship doesn't have enough cute things. The blue-haired third year giggled, before turning her shining eyes to him. We're way more interested in you though. That's why we stayed behind once class finished here. How was your first day? Did you meet anyone new? Oh, did you tell anyone about your relationship with the teachers? How did they react to you being quirkless? Did you do good on Aizawa's apprehension test? If you made any friends, can we meet them? Okay. Izuku chuckled, holding up a hand and calming her down. She leaned in with big curious eyes and an excited grin as the first year got ready to answer. Mirio also listened interested, and if you looked closely, you could see Tamaki leaning in slightly himself. It's been a great first day, and yeah, I have a pretty cool and capable class. There was a guy I had a rough start with in the entrance exam, but we worked out our differences and he's honestly a pretty good guy. Plus there's this blonde girl who transferred from America. I'm helping teach Japanese and she's really nice and sweet. I haven't told them outright yet, unless they ask I probably won't, cause I want to see the moment the penny drops in their eyes. Everyone was pretty shocked I didn't have a power at first, but I think I've more than proved I am meant to be in the class with them with my gadgets, especially when I got 7th place in the test. Finally, yes, when you calm down a bit and they've settled in, I'll introduce you. Yay! The girl cheered while the boys chuckled, as Izuku turned his head to the pro in the room. So, Power Loader said this was about the new weapon? Izuku asked. The man nodded, turning to face Izuku. Yeah, it's still in testing stages because of how you requested it. We're testing a prototype model at the moment before we go on to using the actual material you wanted it made out of, which we'll then again need to test on our own. So at a guess, you'll have it either just after your first foundational hero studies lesson, or just before your first rescue training mission. Got it? Izuku nodded in understanding, glad to know it wouldn't be too long. So at most, just one lesson without a proper long-range option. I can handle that. HM? Long range? Isn't that what your crossbows are for? Tamaki asked confused, speaking up a bit. Oh yeah they are. Overall though, they're far more effective and better at mid-range. At long range, because they're mounted to my wrist, my aim gets a lot more unreliable even with being trained by Snipe here. They're better in one-on-one combat really, or for dealing with specific enemies in specific ways. This last toy, once I have it I'll finally have proper options for every level of range. Mind telling us what it is then? Mirio asked, curious, only to get a teasing chuckle from Izuku. Oh I could, but I also know we'll be sparring with you 3rd years at some point later in the year. Izuku smirked as Mirio snapped his fingers with mock defeat. So nice try but you're not getting that advantage. Darn. He got you that time Mirio. Nijire giggled before pouting at him. Think you can at least give me a hint though? I've always told you everything about my time here. Izuku sighed with an amused smile. She had him there. It's not a gadget. Just a weapon with some simple modifications, hence why Snipe and Power Loader are handling it. Right? A long-ranged weapon that's an actual weapon with few modifications. I know you don't like firearms so. Nijire suddenly smirked confidently. Oh I bet I know what it is. We'll see. Izuku chuckled, before it faltered slightly as he felt the folder he'd held onto the whole day dig into his shoulder, reminding him it was there. With a sigh he stood up. I'd love to talk more and share the whole day, but I've got something really important I gotta deal with. I'll see you all again soon, alright? Alright. Tamaki waved him off quietly, followed by Snipe giving a two-fingered salute. We'll see you tomorrow hopefully. Mirio said with a grin, high-fiving the quirkless teen. Yeppery. Can't wait. Nijire cheered happily as she held her hand out for a fist bump, which Izuku gave her before being caught by surprise, as she grabbed him and pulled him into a tight hug. She let go after a moment with a grin. Goodbye, Zuzu. With that, Izuku nodded and left as he waved back to them all, finally making his way towards the train station. Izuku was finally making his way up the stairs towards his apartment as he let out a quiet sigh, hurrying up the steps. He was a little sad he never got a chance to see Midnight to tell her about his day and say goodbye, but he hoped she enjoyed her day off. He could always tell his mom about his day tomorrow. Speaking of his mom, his actual biological mother had said she had plans that night when Izuku had left in the morning. Izuku had been too busy getting ready, in a rush to go to school to get a chance to inquire about them, but now he was approaching his apartment he couldn't help but wonder if the woman would even be home. His question was answered in quite the surprising manner as an odd pleasant scent began to fill the air as he got closer to the door, noticing odd ambient lighting coming from underneath. The blinds on the window were closed, to allow more privacy, and Izuku could swear the scent was that of candles and well-cooked food. Unable to resist his natural curiosity, he gently opened the door and walked inside, eyes widening as he found both his mother and his mom, Midnight, both on the couch. Neither were awake, both fast asleep. And they were snuggled into each other, Midnight's arm wrapped tight around Inko's neck, the older woman's head buried into the pro's neck. On her cheek, Izuku could see Midnight had green lipstick on her, in the shape of lips. Green lipstick that he recognized as the kind his mother wore on what she liked to describe as her most special days. There was a table laid out with candles on them that hadn't been put out, clearly being the source of the lighting and part of the smell. The other part of the smell most certainly came from the plates still laid out, that had been eaten completely yet still indicated a meal had been eaten rather recently based on the warmth. Izuku couldn't help but smile softly as his brain quickly worked out the story. Midnight and his mom must have been on a date of some kind. They'd finished dinner and needed to prepare for his arrival, yet they'd wanted just a few more minutes to snuggle. The warmth of the other likely got to them both, and they soon fell asleep in each other's arms. It was adorable really, and his only desire to kick their buttes came from them not telling him sooner. With a small grin, he began to walk away when he noticed Midnight beginning to stir. Izuku? She asked quietly, worried. Izuku decided to be nice, walking over and pushing her back down gently. Shimyo. Dreaming, go back to sleep, he said quietly, pushing her more into his mom's grasp. You'll need your rest for the real Izuku. The real Izuku, she sleepily repeated, already beginning to drowse. Need to wake up before the real. Don't worry, he's sure to give you his blessing, he told her, gently putting a hand on her head as she passed out again. Just rest for now. With that, he smiled as he saw the serenity of the scene before him. With a gentle sigh, he lifted himself back up and made his way to his room, closing the door behind him. That was a story he'd have to dig into as soon as possible. The folder in his arm made its presence known again, and he sighed. Speaking of stories, he had to dig into as soon as possible. He gently slammed the folder down on his desk, not letting himself stew on it at all as he dragged out every document, beginning to read. Vigilante alias, Viscera. Real name, unknown. Note, name refers to the crime scenes having been given a name by the media. When he is done with his criminals, all that is left is viscera. The files inside documented something specific. Every known sighting, information gathered on, and theory about a vigilante who had begun to terrorize Mizudafu in recent years. From the very first time he heard about them, he had had his suspicions, small though they were. With every bit of new information he heard, those suspicions only grew until he couldn't take it anymore and had confronted Nizu, telling him he needed to know. Needed to see the information they had on him to know if it was who he thought it was. Izuku could feel his throat drying with every passing word he read. Suspected quirk, production of explosions or the noise of explosions. More likely the latter, if sighted approach with extreme caution. If they appear agitated, do not hesitate to retreat. Known correlations between crime scenes, sounds of explosions, angry yelling and pain screaming. On more rare occasions, an ash-blonde male wearing a face mask has been sighted fleeing the scenes. All victims were villains. Some were dangerous murderers, others were simply petty thieves. Viscera does not seem to care how severe his victims' crimes are, only that they committed them. Danger. They are considered to be incredibly dangerous and unstable. They have a higher kill count than even other prolific villains such as Stain. Only 2 victims have survived an attack. Kill count, 25 victims. Other notes. The few times people have been able to hear the vigilante or record his voice, we have found a dark parallel between him and the hero killer Stain. He almost always bemoans villains for not being worthy of the title, or rants about them being too weak to be real villains. Possibly a copycat killer? The only other thing they have ever been heard mentioning, ranting just as angrily about is an unknown individually referred to as Deku. All leads so far have turned up empty, and they have disappeared for the longest time period yet in the past 3 months. Izuku didn't bother to read beyond that, knowing all he needed to know now. With a heavy sigh, he looked up above him, pulling on a handle and revealing a board he did his best to keep hidden from his mother at all times. A board with various news clippings and other such bits of evidence pinned up on it. One particular clipping was pinned up near the middle of them all, making Izuku's entire body shiver in sadness and worry as he read it again for the millionth time. R.I.P. Masaru Bakugou. Loving father and husband. Cause of death, unknown combustion. 2172 to 2212 foot. Izuku gritted his teeth for a moment as he looked back down to the folder, a splitting pain appearing in his head, a simple quiet question piercing the silence as he opened his mouth. Kaken, what did you do now? It had to have been at least 3 hours since Izuku had returned home and began rooting through this file, connecting together even the most minor pieces of evidence to approach his theory. Well, it was less a theory and more likely fact. Still, even with having been taught how to handle even the most frustrating of paperwork by Nedzu, Izuku had his limits. And if there's one thing Viscera was other than extremely concerning, it was exhausting. So with a stretch and a yawn, he hid his evidence behind a curtain, put the folder away in a drawer and stood up, before taking a look around the room. It had changed a little since he was a kid. Instead of the entire room being littered in all-might merch, it was relegated to a wall and a half, while another wall was dedicated to various teachers and a few standout students he knew from UA. He ignored one particular photo of him hanging out with the second-year class from 3 years prior, knowing his mood would only worsen if he saw it, and instead he focused on the pictures of him and Midnight messing with Aizawa, smiling gently. The final wall was relegated to different theories, evidence, and such. Not important or sensitive theories like anything regarding Viscera, but rather simple notes like what Midnight's sleeping gas might do in interaction with various atmospheres. Speaking of Midnight, a small smile creeped up on his face as he headed to the door and opened it, walking out into the living area again where he saw his mother helping Midnight fit on her shoes as they spoke in hurried, hushed tones. Leaving without saying goodbye? He spoke up, making them both yelp and jump before whipping around with red, guilty faces to see him as he grinned at them. That would just be rude, Mom Knight. Izuku. She sputtered, quickly looking around for an excuse. We were dash. On a date, clearly an NTMT one. He supplies for her, smirk widening as he saw her curse under her breath. I got here like 3 hours ago to find you both snuggled up with candles and stuff. Well, crap. She sighed and calmed down a little, bowing slightly. Sorry for not telling you sooner. Sweetie. Inko nodded with a sigh of her own and a shy smile. We just wanted to know where we were at before we got your hopes up. I promise we plan to tell you as soon as possible. Well, since I know now, Izuku began gently, walking forward with a deliberate gait to draw out the moment, taking all of the R-rated heroine in the room's lessons about teasing to mess with them. I hope you don't plan to skimp out on the details of the how? Well, his mother quickly began to resemble a tomato as she mumbles out a quick explanation, teeth gnawing on her lower lip a tad as she did so. You see, about 4 or so months ago, Midnight was telling me about another one of your lessons and brought up how you call her mom sometimes, and began to joke about how she didn't realize we'd gotten married. Midnight nodded with a gentle chuckle as she scratched the back of her neck. Well, it appears your mother may or may not have had a crush on me for a while since she responded with not seeing what would be bad about that, and I naturally resorted to my usual flirting, telling her I would appreciate a drink first. And I offered to take her for one. Inko admitted with a shy giggle as she fiddled with her skirt. She said yes, and a few months later, here we are. Izuku smiled gently as he looked between them. Well, I can't really complain about this. He turned to Midnight. I'll spare you the shovel talk, but we both know I'm an ace shot with all manner of long-range weapons. Midnight shivered at his cheery reminder and chuckled nervously at her son's not-so-thinly veiled warning. I love you too, Izuku. Now, if you excuse me, both of you, as lovely as tonight has been, I have a lot of work to prepare for you. Be safe, both of you. You too, Nemi. Inko called, before blushing slightly as she realized the name she'd used, glancing at Izuku who just grinned wildly at her. Oh, how the turntables. After a moment, they heard the sound of the front door closing as Midnight left and Izuku sighed, before turning to his mother, trying to think of how to approach the topic he had on mind with the green-haired woman. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and decided it would be best to just go for it, speaking up. Mom, this is a bit out of nowhere, but you wouldn't happen to have Mitsuki's address, would you? There was silence for a moment and Izuku could see how his mother tensed in her seat, before asking in a more clipped, slightly pained voice. Why do you need that, Izuku? He sighed and decided that it wouldn't help to get into the full reasoning. Not yet anyways. Just a precaution. I'm worried about something. It's still in Mizudafu. 331. His mother explained quietly and Izuku nodded, before going over to her and hugging her as she sat down. She leaned gently into the hold and he just hummed quietly. He'd deal with whatever came next when he got to it. For now, He could rest for the day and make sure his mother remembered the cheer of her date, not the bad memories his question may have evoked. The next morning, after making sure to grab his wrist shooters on the way out, saw Izuku walking to school in the early hours, having always preferred to walk to UA for the exercise when he was at home rather than take the train. Plus, it didn't hurt that it saved money and let him work on his situational awareness skills by trying to observe everything around him on the way to the school. It was a really useful skill to have, and it often could make a real difference in any serious scenarios to be aware of any concerning situations like, "Help!" A voice suddenly shouted, making him jump and turn to an alley where he heard the voice come from, making him quickly pick up his pace and sprint to the exact kind of situation he was thinking of. He slid into sight and paused at the sight before him. There was an older man, likely in his 40s with scales over his body like a fish on the ground, staring up at 4 thugs, 2 behind him, one standing as a massive imposing presence with his large height and heavy-set build, and a final one waving something in his hand at the fishman. "Your mouth shut. You pay or we gut you." The aforementioned man threatened, and Izuku raised a brow. "Like a fish?" he asked, making all 4 men startle and whip around, the man who was talking throwing his hands together and aiming what he had in his hands at the freckled teen. And it was a handgun. Well, that was a problem. Real original, guys. "Who the F are you?" the man demanded wildly as Izuku putting up his hands in a fake surrender as he took tentative steps forward. "Keep your distance or I'll blow your brains out." He paused and sighed, shrugging. Creativity is truly dead in threatening people. "I'm quirkless. If you think that is the first time I've heard a threat like that, you need to reevaluate your threatening skills." He then hardened his gaze as he looked the man in the eyes, as he very subtly fiddled with the shooters in his hand, stealing a very quick glance down to see what he had equipped. "Purple, midnight sleeping gas. Perfect. But come on, for guys to one? There's tactics, then there's being pathetic." The man growled and began stomping forward as Izuku rolled his eyes and took in the alley fully. The thin space, the metallic dumpster, the precarious wooden plank that didn't quite fit in the dumpster, and the brick someone had used to weigh it down so it didn't fall out on the inside. The fireplace up above where it seemed the fish man had been working before the guys here brought him down based on his paint suit, and the paint cans up above on the ledge of the fireplace. He didn't get a chance to see much more as he felt cold metal touch his forehead, and he shivered slightly as his eyes drifted to the gun so close to him, then down to the man's arm where he paused at a tattoo he spotted. "Whoa, you're a white snake?" he asked with slightly wide eyes, a bit surprised to run into the gang. The leader, or at least Izuku presumed him to be, grunted. "Yeah, so we got no issue with someone normal like you, since you don't have anything dishonorable like a quirk," he said, narrowing his eyes. "As long as you stay well out of our way, kid." Izuku sighed gently and smiled at him. "Thank you. You're welcome, for getting so close," he finished before reaching up with lightning-fast reflexes and using the man's surprise to push the gun well away from his head, grabbing tight on the barrel as he drove a foot straight into the man's stomach, sending him backwards as he dropped the gun right into Izuku's hands. The largest thug let out an angry roar and charged at Izuku, making him roll his eyes slightly as he rushed forward himself to meet the hulking brute, and right as he tried to drive his hand down to hit Izuku, the quirkless teen shifted at the last moment and jumped on top of the brute, using his momentum to vault him and roll over his back onto the other side before whipping around on his feet as soon as he landed to aim upwards with the gun. Right at one of the paint cans, pulling the trigger with no hesitation to clip it in the side and send it careening down to the ground with all the paint still mostly firmly inside it. It landed directly on the wooden plank just as one of the last 2 thugs was coming over, sending the brick in the dumpster careening directly into his face and making him stumble before dropping to the ground unconscious. Izuku meanwhile turning his attention to the massive seething figure behind him, who turned ready for another throw only for Izuku to throw his free hand forward and slam his 2 ring and middle fingers down into his palm as he aimed the contraption on his wrist directly into the man's face as pink smoke burst out. He stumbled before collapsing to the ground with tired heavy eyes, making Izuku snort quietly before he disarmed the firearm in his hand and threw the clip into the bin as he pocketed the gun before dodging an attempted punch from the final thug, sticking out his foot to trip them up and sending them to the ground. He spared a glance at the fishman and gave him a small thumbs up. Get to the police station if you can walk, I'll be there soon. Like hell you will, you brat. The leader growled as he sprinted at Izuku, who took a proper fight stance and dodged the attempted punch the thug threw, grabbing his arm and twisting behind the man's back before kicking his leg, making him buckle as he let out a pained shout. He heard footsteps rushing from behind and threw his foot backwards in a second kick, feeling it connect with something small, soft, fleshly that swung back and forth. Based on the squeal that escaped the man, Izuku could only assume he'd hit the family jewels. With a slightly satisfied smirk, he threw the leader to the ground and turned before grabbing the final thug by the coat and pressing the wrist shooter directly under his nose before firing, sending him to the ground. Izuku turned to the leader, who had stood up again, and rushed towards him with a roar, making him roll his eyes as he stood his ground and easily grabbed the double punch the white snake tried to throw, yanking his arms apart and delivering his foot right into the man's sternum, making him stumble back before he rushed at him and tried to hit him with more sleeping gas, but his hand was grabbed before he could fire and forced aside. Izuku yelped and bent backwards, a punch flying over his head a second later before he raised up and pulled himself in as close as possible to the thug, twisting his arm around the other man's before leaning back and putting all his strength into driving them forward, which resulted in the thug's head colliding with the metal top of the nearby dumpster with a resounding clang that made Izuku flinch as the man dropped a moment later with a groan. Izuku pressed a finger to his neck, feeling a pulse and sighing in relief before snorting as he dragged the 4 gang members near each other. He had nothing to tie them down with, but he took a picture of each of their faces. Even if they ran, they'd be in the system soon enough with no way to escape. With that bit of satisfaction managed, he turned and jogged in the direction of the police station, finding the fishman limping along and hurrying to his side. "Here, I got ya," he said gently as he put an arm around the man and helped carry his weight. "You okay?" "Mostly," he grunted and looked at Izuku with mild confusion and a small wince. "I have no idea what they wanted with me. I think they were mutantists or something. But I don't get why they didn't use our quirks on us." "White snakes," the quirkless teen stated simply, looking up to see the police station only 2 streets away and guiding the man there. "They're a gang of quirk haters. Something about them being dishonorable in combat or something equally stupid. But they were using guns." The fishman scrunched up his nose in confusion and Izuku just sighed, frowning himself. "What can I say? Criminals that aren't forced into that life tend to be idiots and hypocrites," he said, before silence fell on them for the rest of the journey. When they reached the station, the officer working at the desk looked up before pausing, then sighing at seeing Izuku, immediately gesturing for them to come along. After about 20 minutes, Izuku was heading out of the station with a sheepish grin on his face as the captain of the station, Captain Rai, an orange-haired man with a gaunt face and a fade, just sighed exasperatedly. "Not that I don't appreciate the saving of the innocent, but I have to remind you again that you don't have a license. So please stop doing our job and making us look bad." Izuku just gave him a bemused look. "I'll stop when I stop wandering into situations where the only option to help out is to intervene. With your luck, that means never." Rai deadpanned and Izuku just gave him a "What can you do?" shrug that made him facepalm. "Just let Nizu know again. Since no one saw it, we can let you off the hook." He may not regret the decision to train a quirkless kid, but I regret his decision to give me a never-ending pain in the butt. "You're welcome." Izuku just chuckled cheerily as he headed for the door. "And for what it's worth, I'm genuinely sorry about the paperwork." "But you won't do it for me," Rai retorted with a snort of amusement, and Izuku shuddered. "I said I was sorry, not that I was willing to take torture as punishment," he called, before leaving the door and rushing to the nearest station. "So much for not taking the train to UA. You are aware this is the 6th time in as many months I have had to deal with your heroic streak?" Nizu asked as Izuku sat across from him. Izuku just smiled sheepishly and Nizu sighed. "You take the phrase better to ask for forgiveness than permission far too far sometimes." "Well, I wouldn't listen to permission in a lot of cases anyways if my gut told me not to," Izuku admitted with a nervous chuckle as he scratched the back of his neck. "You and Aizawa taught me that." And I won't apologize for helping an innocent man. And it truly proves to be a pain for us sometimes. Nizu deadpants, although a smile did crack on his face at Izuku's last words before his expression softened. You are lucky your meddling has proven too valuable to curb, or we'd have to take much harsher actions. You are aware of that, yes? Of the rules, yes. Izuku nods, before sighing. I'm also well aware that the rules don't always help do what's right. Sunshine being a prime example. Nizu bristled slightly and sighed deeply. Yes, Sunshine. That is exactly why we're letting it go again with little more than a verbal warning, because you have proven that stopping you would only be detrimental, but please, do try to lessen the vigilantes at least. I have enough paperwork to struggle with the Hero Commission when it comes to you, Izuku. Understood, uncle? So, moving on, Izuku nodded with a guilty expression. His expression darkened suddenly as he let out a sad sigh. I'm pretty confident Viscera and Bakugou are one and the same. Actually not pretty sure, 100% certain. Nizu bristled again and took a sip of the tea sitting on his desk. I see. Dear me, this is going to be an issue. I know I don't have a license and can't take place in the proper raid. Izuku spoke up, making Nizu look at him with piercing eyes, already guessing what he had to say. But I know Bakugou better than almost anyone, even if I haven't seen him for a few years. Just the investigation, nothing else. Just let me in on the investigation to help, please. Nizu was quiet for several moments, scanning Izuku's face before sighing and setting his tea down. All right, you can join me Friday after school. There is a small task force already assembled to raid the Bakugou household for evidence, and your presence could prove invaluable depending on what we find. But if we run into any resistance, you may only fight back in self-defense and are not to get involved in any other situation, understood? Izuku nodded, satisfied with that arrangement as he stood up. Understood, sir. I'll be there. And with that, he headed for the door as there was nothing else to talk about. Plus he had to be at class in 5 minutes. Despite the heavy subject of before, he couldn't help a small tinge of excitement rise up in him. Hero training officially began today.